Alright, hello everyone. I think we're good. I have some laundry in the background, so apologies if you hear some noise during the first game. Need to get the laundry done. And let's see, should be live on YouTube. There we go. So welcome everyone. Looks like Hera's still playing Warcraft. I have no idea about anything involving Warcraft. I saw a mini-map and it looked very StarCraft-like. That's the only thing I can really say about it. Apparently Grubby is doing some type of event. Autumn Leaves is the name of a map. Make a Discord post that we're live. Some more Warlords today. Vinch versus Yo, and what is our second set? It is Classic Pro. I think. Oh, spectator dashboard taking forever to load. Maybe if I open it on Firefox, it'll be faster. Okay, and Classic Pro versus Sitaux, yeah. I'll do the second one. So Chrome doesn't work, Firefox does. Every so often, life's like that. I feel like Chrome has really gone downhill recently. Sometimes there's stuff that doesn't work properly on Firefox, but we live with it. I have uBlock Origin still working. Oh, weirdly enough, I have a keyboard. This is my Keychron keyboard. And when I go to use the browser tool for editing the keyboard settings, that doesn't work in Firefox. It only works in Chrome. So we have drafts for Vinch versus Yo. This will be coming up. And once again, apologies for the next 30 minutes or so. You might hear my laundry in the background. I've turned the noise cancellation settings on in OBS, so maybe that will assist with drowning that out. And so Shoreline's game 1. Oh, Yo picked... Oh wait, no, Vinch is on the left. Vinch is on the left. Let me update this. Okay. Vinchester, Yo. Vinch picked Arena. Ooh, I don't know if Vinch is a tower rusher on Arena. And Ducks! Hello, Ducks! How you doing, Ducks? It always makes me so happy to see Ducks. He just brings happiness into my life when he's in the chat. You're ducking! You're ducking. Are you here because you're ducking your mod duties for T90? T90 doesn't look like he's online right now. Just Dave and Memb and the non-T90 people. T90 isn't streaming today, so here I am. Well, welcome, Ducks. Welcome in. Enjoy splashing around in the Baltic-shaped duck pond. Hey, let's make a... I should launch AoE2 if I'm going to cast AoE2. While we're waiting for the drafts, let's make a duck pond. Hello, Weinberg. Yo hates Arena, and Vinch is famous for towers archers on Arena. That is the Vinch Arena strat. But should I edit this Arena to have proper 1,800 HP walls? And if this were my tournament, that's what we'd be playing on, proper Arena. Let's go. We're gonna make a duck pond for ducks. While we're waiting for stuff to get started, like a pond for ducks. Do we have what type of water does ducks like? Oh, you know what? This is like city skylines. We gotta have some brown water for ducks. There we go. And you know what goes well with brown water? deep yellow water. We'll just layer some of this around here. Oh, yes. This is exactly the duck's pond that we need. And then none layer, just a bit more in the middle. Oh, beautiful. We can even some shallow water. Oh, shallow is yellow. Can kind of put some of those on the side, give it some texture, some non-layered ones. Oh yeah, look at that. This is the home for ducks. You need this as Game 7 on TTL 6 finals. And what else could we do other than maybe in the middle of the ducks pond? We'll put a Gaia transport ship with a trade cart, and then a couple of petards, and one saboteur. Oh, these are saboteurs on the hero. Yeah. There we are. Oh, wait, maybe a priest, too. One priest. That'll be on the units, I guess. Yeah, and then the pond can be guarded by polar bears. That'll keep T90 away. That's one explosive boat. That's the best type of boat. Yo and Vinch really changed their playstyle. If Yo and Vinch can play on this map, first one to grab the transport wins. We should do stuff like this on Sudden Disaster. Have some maps with Gaia petards that you could find around the map and capture. That might be pretty cool. A transport that explodes? You mean a demo ship? I miss these things. Remember when the game had demo ships? And how fun they were? And then, oh, there's something else. Heavy demolition ship. Oh, that. The beauty and majesty of what we once had. And he'll rob the cat. Tired skirmishers after a hard marching would love roller coaster tycoon benches. I love roller coaster tycoon benches are great. Current demo upgrade is not that costly, but it still has a cost, Baron. It still has a cost. Any cost is a cost. I would not want to be in that transport. Hello, Red Cliffy. You know, you can actually, if you convert an enemy transport, you can garrison your own units inside of it and have both enemy units and your units inside of the same transport ship. That happened to me in the pacifist runs at one point. It was the only way I could save my army. Then delete your own units. Nobel Peace Prize for this idea. Yeah, real Darmok and Gelada Tanagra stuff. Oh, do you want to see what I've been looking at too, chat? This is what I spent my morning doing. Because I do stuff like this. Here's a map where I just have a whole bunch of boars, and you see the boars start in the middle. And I put this at ×8 speed. I've just been watching them walk around to try to get a feel for how they walk. And sometimes they'll move more than a tile. And yeah. But what I've noticed is that there's a bias where if you look at the boars, they tend to be to the left of the spawn location. I need to maybe get to the scenario editor and do some triggers and stuff to try to count this and get a distribution of the tiles they're on. But they just generally tend to be over a bit towards the left of their center. And I've noticed that they'll take a long walk. They'll get 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles up to the top left, but not so much to the bottom right. They'll get maybe 3 tiles away. So I need to maybe do some triggers and like have some counters for the number of times the boar is on each tile. Like every second, I'll increment the tile that it's on. And then, like, try to make a heat map of everything. Is it for Arena? It's because the other day, T90 had a game where, let's see, I probably don't have sound here, but where is it? Yeah, T90 Boar Magic. He had this game where it's Control Shift F2. There you go. You see, T90 has a boar that spawns right next to this wall, and if you watch closely, why is the game paused? Pause. Oh, because Capture Age is open. Wait, I can look at this in Capture Age. This is in Warlords, but we have this boar here, this gate here, and then you watch closely, because T90, as this boar is doing its random walks, T90 is going to be scouting, and the boar is right alongside this wall, and then right here, the boar is going for a random walk. The random walk is trying to go from this side of the wall to this side of the wall, but a sheep down here has opened the gate. So now, that path that would have been impossible now is ever so briefly possible while the gate's open. So the boar is going to walk directly under T90's TC until it eventually realizes, hey, the path is closed, and walk back. And T90's not going to shoot the boar. T90's not going to shoot the boar. What is this? He just had the most magical boar lore anyone could ask for, and he doesn't even shoot it. It's like a chicken funnel that's pre-built, and he doesn't take advantage of it. Yeah, put a sheep opposite to a gate-hugging boar. This is beautiful. I'm making a video about this, but I needed to investigate the boars, and it seems like that was the perfect situation. The boar that starts alongside the wall at the top left. I need to go like make some statistics for boar locations. I named the recorded game in my game files. I named it T90 Boar Magic. So that'll be coming this week, hopefully. Alright, so let's see. Have they started their game yet? Do we have Vinch versus Yo yet? We do on Shorelines. There'll be Persians versus Koreans. As for colors, I'm going to put Yo in red and Vinch in blue. Because right now they're playing purple versus blue. And I know no one ever has looked at purple versus blue and said, hey, I can see those colors. So we're going to go blue for Vinch, red for Yo. And that way I think my mind won't confuse them if those are the colors we use. Yeah, new meta, the boar funnel. I once did have a boar spawn near a chicken patch, and when I made the chicken funnel, it also made a boar funnel. And the boar just walked to the TC, but that required building a funnel. I'm so sad T90 didn't actually hunt the boar, though. Yeah, I'm not a biologist. Random walk works in different ways. Yeah, I need to really just dig into the random walk. It seems like they prefer going to the top left. And there are lots of things in AoE 2 that are biased to the left side. Like, AoE 2 is not ambidextrous. It is definitely a southpaw. Alright. Oh, also, while we're loading in, I'm just going to get an ad out of the way on Twitch, so I don't forget about this. So, Vinch in blue, Yo in red. So, apologies that I just played the ad during the Dark Age. I should have thought of it 30 seconds earlier. So, Vinch will be the blue Koreans to the southwest, and Yo, the red Persians to the northeast. And Yo, as the Persians, is going for an instant barracks. Not even... That's the starting building. That's the first building he makes. You start with 2 houses. He just plopped down the barracks at the start. Oh, let's go. Insta-drushes the Persians. So the Persians plus 50 food, plus 50 wood, they can do this. Monk Relic Drop is also left bias. Yes, it is, yes. So 2 militia drush for Yo, not even a minute into the game. Oh my gosh. This is why we need to manage the ads more properly. Oh, wait. Does Dux have the power, since he's a mod, unilaterally to play ads on the channel? Can I give him that power? I don't know if I can. Maybe I can. Alright. So, bore in non-magically for Vinch. And he'll be going for a dock. And now, Yo, he just has to avoid being scouted by Vinch. And where is Vinch going? Away from the militia. So not only will Vinch miss the militia, but his scout will be forward where he can't actually wall this off. Now, if Vinch is a thinking man, which I'm sure he is, he has to realize that scout forward this early has to mean something's up. And here comes Yo with the militia. These vills do not have loom, and Yo will come back. Vinch, he realizes something had to be up with the scout behavior. Yo kind of gave this away a bit too early. He's going to wall this up just in the nick of time. Just in the nick of time. No mill, no lumber camp. What is this phosphorus opening? This is the Persian's instant drush. Tato used to do something very similar to this on Voobly. I saw him do it. Because of the plus 50 food and wood, you can do the early barracks into a drush. But so far, so good for the quick walling for Vinch. Yo will have to content himself with destroying that house. How far are they located from each other? I'd say approximately 100 tiles. TC's apart. The map itself is 120 tiles from end to end. And I'd say that's about 10 tiles from the edge of the map to the TC or so. So 100 tiles, give or take a few tiles. Oh, IRL? Probably fairly close. I don't know where Vinch is these days. He's always somewhere. Last I checked, he was in a Pacific time zone. Map seems like pants. Now, I've always said it feels like a kettlebell. You're gonna do some type of influencer cardio workout with a kettlebell on this map. Again, this was one of Zetnis's maps from the Warlords 4 map scripting competition. And it's in the water category. A couple of changes I made were just to even out the coastlines, so each of them go to the edge of the map. Sometimes one of them would turn to the side and one player would have more fish early on. Are there any water maps forced to the 144 tiles? Tafiti. I think that's the only one. Only Tafiti. That was the only way I could really get the islands to fit properly and still have a substantial middle. But I think for that one, it's very justified, so we could fit all 8 of the islands on the outside. That has been a very fun map. I have to say, not as good as I think as it would have been before the water patch. Because garrisoning the fishing ships is still just meh. But I think it's still been a fun map. Blue Louis Vuitton bag. Also, I'm curious, can y'all hear the washing machine and the laundry I have in the background? Because that's just, like, in the next room, but I can hear it very loudly myself. So, Yo, following up his drush with a few forward vills. So, destroying a house, forcing Vinch to repair another house. The drush didn't kill any vills. Yeah, Yo, I think Yo just gave it away with his scout. I think he just gave it away. And now Vinch, properly scouting, will see the forward vills from Yo. No one's saying anything, so I hope that the noise filter is working. An archery range for Yo. All good, perfect. And then the Man-at-Arms upgrade. Yo looking to teach Vinch a lesson with his new Men-at-Arms. Now remember the stakes of this match. Yo had lost to Barrels, and Vinch had lost to freaking Andy in the first round. And it's a GSL style event, where after the first round, there's then a winner's match and an elimination match. And both of the losers of the first round face in an elimination match where whoever loses is out of the tournament. After this, it'll go towards more of a single elimination style. Whoever loses is out. There'll be a bunch of Men-at-Arms trying to break down the house. And, ooh, a poke on Yo's scout. Yo not running in time. The house goes down, though, but only one man-at-arms gets in. Might kill a Vil. Doesn't want to get close to the TC. And that was just a moment of disaster micro from Yo, losing the scout, getting through, but not actually running through. And he'll just go for a tower on the other side. He can tower hop in if Vinch neglects to wall this. Yo actually can tower hop between the tree and the palisade. So Vinch has to be aware of that. Oh, maybe that point will be mute if the palisade is destroyed anyway. And okay, Vinch walls behind. He needs to do that to ensure the men-at-arms don't get in. But yeah, we'll get the tower up and get through that pal. Oh my gosh, look at that man-at-arms. He is just dancing there. Look at those steps. He's like someone who is trying to get 10K steps in a day, wearing the fitness watch and just marching in place. Trying to fake the steps just to hit the goal. Yeah, where's our Fitbit sponsorship? Now that's the life. If you get big enough as a content creator, that you can just get free stuff sent to you, so you don't need to buy stuff anymore. Like your office chair, your desk, your monitors, your PC components. You just never have to buy stuff again. Just get it sent to you. And there's Town Watch for Yo. Get like 12K steps with a walking pad under your desk at work. It's not that hard. 12K steps on a walking pad. I've been thinking about that actually. Maybe I should cast with a walking pad. There's a tower for Yo. As the skirms will come to fight the other skirms, and Vinch will just send his Vils forward to fight. They urge to do anything else while on the clock is real. And will this go up? Those men-at-arms don't have much HP left compared to all the skirms they're fighting, the javelins they have to hold against. Yo will try to out-micro Vinch, but Vinch has more skirms. Yo actually will finish the tower, but it won't stay up for long, as immediately Vinch knocks it down. Not idle time for Vinch to come forward, but meanwhile on the water, lots of fishing ships for Vinch. As a Hulk pops out of Yo's dock, he has to garrison his fish. So Yo had a plan this game, a plan that didn't quite work out. Vinch quick-walled fast enough. And a market for Vinch. As the stable goes up for Yo. Cast with the Walking Dead. That sounds kind of apocalyptic. Rhymes with walking pad? Dead and pad do not rhyme. I'm sorry to report. So, Castle Age there for Vinch. And he'll be up first. Yo, 24 food is nowhere close to the Castle Age. And he's also losing his fishing ships as he's trying to micro at the front. Still forward with skirms, but not really getting much damage done. Vinch with a safe stone was able to get defensive towers. Gonna be mining his gold. And all looks fairly well and good for Vinch. Yo will do a market right in the middle of the map, accessing everywhere on the map with trade routes. Where are we with winning water to losing match statistics? We should get some stats on that. Rhymes with walking dad. Hello, Flapjack. Gold mining, fletching, and Castle Age all on the way for Vinch. He goes infantry? I think he just goes skirms. Could go fire lancers. I guess he does have double barracks. If he walls this off, he can trap the army. He might just be able to trap it anyway. It's that 11 HP, more than enough. Keep Yo out. He doesn't want to lose too much to the scout before upgrades come in. He didn't do any Skirm or Bodkin upgrade. Just gonna get a Fire Lancer. And whereas had he upgraded the Skirms, might have been able to kill everything here. We'll just opt first for the Fire Lancer. Maybe he still can kill everything. Fire Lancer will need to chase down the Skirms. And chase them it does. With all the Skirms going down. Oh, turtle ship! Oh, I forgot. Koreans, they're making a turtle ship. Oh, these things are crazy. I still don't know whether they're weak or they're strong. I feel like either they're great or they're horrible. Yo will be walling up the coastline as the turtle goes past. Yeah, Schrodinger's turtle ships. Yeah, can they stop the Wallingvilles? Oh, nice cannon shot. The rockets are so pathetic. The rockets for the turtle ship are just so sad. I mean, they really should go back to the good old cannonball mechanic. That just felt so strong and intimidating. Rockets just like pew pew, they do nothing.
سلام تيجي
I have a tower here hit by those Fire Lancers. So Vinch might just clean the tower with Fire Lancers. Yo will try to bring one Cav Archer over to prevent that. And Vinch sees the Cav Archer and it's just like, I'll charge attack shoot the Cav Archer. But has some Fire Lancers on the outside who don't want to engage. Go back to the shallows, and on the shallows, here come the turtle ships. So Fire Lancers and turtle ships against hulks and fires. Turtle ships are gonna win that. Okay, that is sad. That is sad they could not hit that Cav Archer. That is also a gate on a hill, so we can see the nice elevation change in the pillar in the middle of the gate. Some more Cav Archers for Yo. Yo trying to go Cav Archers. He is only down 5 vills. And only 300 res collected difference. That's the strength of the Persians. Feels like nothing Yo's done has worked this game, but he's still in the game by being Persians. So Vinch investing quite a lot into military now. So 2 TCs for Yo. We'll have a third being added for Vinch. He's forward with a couple of skirms. And Vinch now in the perhaps risky position that he has won the water. And as I've been saying, winning the water very often leads to losing the game. He's going to go for a 4th TC. But I think from this point on, Koreans should be just straight up better civ with their army composition, able to go for the cheap Fire Lancers. I have Heavy Plow for Vinch. Will be maybe tricky to push the TC in the middle. So one scout finds the vills, but just one scout, so the TC should go up. I think he invested a lot to win water. I mean, he does have multiple turtle ships, and those are very expensive. And the vill count is ahead for Yo, 70 to 69. So the Persian's eco is insane, even if you don't invest a lot to win water. If you're investing anything, you kind of put yourself behind the Persians. And now it feels like Yo's kind of making a comeback on the water with the fire ships if Yo doesn't want to invest into more turtles. And ooh, could this TC be denied? Only 83%. And Yo forward with Cav Archers. Oh, the knight gets in too. This TC is denied. These vills are dead. And 94.5%. Remember, on Onimaru, Vinch now is teammates with Doubt. And with a forward castle from Yo, can we see War Elephants versus Turtle Ships on the Shallows? Okay, two units I've never actually seen interact with each other. Can that happen, chat? Can Yo give us a War Elephant from that castle? Basically an admin tie? I don't know what Arbase would say about that. He'd probably give a win to the Celts in that situation. So now castle's up, wheelbarrow's in. We're hoping, dreaming that Yo will bless us with the grace of a War Elephant. He can, but should he? He must. So Vinch starting to pick up relics. He's gonna grab his second monastery all the way at the back, starting not to put it forward where it can be sniped from the water. And ooh, second castle forward. Knight defending against skirms at home. Yo, he's up 87 to 78 vills, and he's getting another forward castle right on Vinch's face. I think all Yo needs to do is get imp, and then he can treb. And Vinch wanting to do his own defensive castle, he is sending his entire village to raise that castle. Yo only with 8 forward vills, but he has a good number of cav archers here too. And with the cav archers, he can try to deny this castle. There's a knight there too. More fire lancers on the way. Vinch sending vills to fight. And Vinch realizing how bad it'll be for him if this castle goes up. Another cav archer forward for Yo. Yo's picking off some vills. Thank you. K. Shit I J-Sued for the follow. Welcome in. And now we have more vills building the castle. That castle will go up. That castle will go up. Good stab at your name. That can only be described as a stab. So what do we have here? I'm looking for war elephants to rush the castle now. Vinch with a huge score lead. Vill count's still kind of equal. He's ahead in res collected. Now, can the Persian economy power Yo to a faster imp now? His vills are marathoning to take that gold. And here's a ram from Vinch going to push the castle. Let's go, war elephant. How do you defend a castle from rams with war elephants? Oh, we're getting it, chat. We're getting the war elephant. We get turtle ships and war elephants in the same game. Here comes another ram. The ram is not the elephant. The elephant is a superior animal. That elephant taking a heck of a lot of damage from the castle. Oh, Yo, don't lose the elephant. That is an elephant that is as sad as demo ships are these days. Yo did not have any armor for it. Okay, he has a second elephant, though. This one will be tankier. Oh my gosh, the fire lancers do a ton of charge damage there. Yo hoping elephants are going to be stronger than they are. He needs to hop back in the castle. Don't lose the... Oh, he lost the elephant. Okay, we're going to have a third elephant, though. Can the third elephant be in time to save the castle? As Vinch clicks imp. Okay, destroys the ram. Castle saved so far. Fire Lancers gonna garrison the ram. Castle goes down. And Yo lost 3 elephants defending the castle. Now he's doing wheelbarrow. And that elephant was not as beastly as it needed to be. Vinch could even ram push the next castle too. Won't have the cover of his own castle for dealing with the elephants though. So a wheelbarrow for Yo. As this monk will bring a relic back to the monastery. So 3 turtle ships And when Vinch gets up, he could do chemistry and do cannon galleons, could do trebs. Could also just add in more barracks for fire lancers, could maybe go skirms, as he looks to push. The elephants did buy some time, and Yo's about to go up to imp himself. He still does control the middle. And while he has the middle control, here comes a monk. Yeah, I really wouldn't mind seeing him grab the relic, since there are 3 there. Long term, though, now that we hit imp, Koreans are going to be a much, much better water save than the Persians. Persians don't even have bracer. I have no idea how they would manage to fight turtle ships. No shipwright. They do have all the upgrades for the ships other than shipwright and bracer, but I don't know, what do you do? Heavy demo against turtle ships? Do those work anymore? As we'll have the Imperial Age on the way for Vinch. Fires and demos? I have no idea what actually works against turtles now. How do Hulks do? Oh, what? Let's see, they do pierce damage, so Hulks are probably awful. Capital ship armor. Capital ship armor. So, okay, another elephant against the rams that are trying to ram the market. The elephant save the market? No. And the fire lancers kill the elephant? Probably. But the elephant might kill the rams first, or destroy the rams. Ram down. And he's going for the next ram. And all the fire lancers can't even save the rams. Oh, both rams are down. Can the elephant beat the fire lancers? He gets one, but dies to the skirms from the back. More elephants for Yo, who's up to imp and just going elephants now. He's grabbing his own relics. That'll be the 4th if he can get that one in. Monk will drop it on the shallows, but it is close enough. He should be able to get it. Oh, look, there's a tower from Vinch. I'll try to keep control over the edge of the island. Oh, more keeps coming up for Vinch. And Castle Age fires are your best option, or needed extensive testing. Remember when turtle ships were the counter to fires? That feels so weird. That fires are your best option against turtles. What if the Korean player has a couple of Hulks added in with the turtles? A 2-man saw and plate mail armor for Vinch. Man, these elephants, they need their second armor. They are not tanky enough at all. This conscription. At least they have bloodlines now, but this castle looks like it's ready to fall. It was a good stockpile of resources, but can't really figure out how to spend it properly. And he's gonna go Cavaliers against Fire Lancers, which do have an attack bonus against Cav and probably should counter Cavalier, and especially Elite Fire Lancer. I don't know if Savar is the answer for Yo. He can afford the upgrade if he wants it. Does he actually want it, though? And the monks can come and try to convert the turtles. Palisade walls stopping them from getting to the turtles, though. So, defensive castle and trebs for Vinch as he'll march forward with his fire lancers and try to kill repair villagers. Oh, actually, he's just got to march straight to the trebs, and looks like Yo will call the GG. Wrote GG in game after resigning, so he did say GG. Don't worry about that. And Vinch will win game 1. 108 to 94 KD. And close eco the whole game. Yo, the instant drush. That didn't quite work out. Vinch just quick walled in time. It felt like ever since that moment, Yo was behind in trying to catch up, and Vinch never let Yo get ahead. Beautiful to see elephants tried, at least. Can't say no to a good elephant rush. That's one of the, I think, the keys to defending against a drush is recognizing how the behavior of the scout gives away the fact that drush is coming. So Koreans, first pick for Vinchester, and he won with them. What will Yo do next? He's gonna go for Kilimanjaro, and it'll be Mapuche versus Wei. The Vinch will be the Wei, and Yo will be the Mapuche. And I always forget which civ this is. This is the Bolas Rider civ, if I recall. I think. So always enjoy a good Bolas Rider army. A unit that is very OP. Kilimanjaro, very... well, it's in the semi-open category. Very focused on middle control. Getting the golds and stones from the hill. A lot of wood around the outside, but that can be raided. Oh, also, chat. I did one thing. I took my keyboard and I swapped the location of keys. There was like a light key on it at the top left, and I swapped that over. Replaced it with like a delete key there, and I can press that more easily now. Because before, delete was directly above backspace, and I put it on the side. So now I can hit it more easily as I'm playing games. I don't need to like feel which key it is. And I got rid of the light key and just placed a standard insert key, which I almost never use. But it feels better. Being able to customize your keyboard is great. It's a nice feeling. Does it light up when you delete a unit being converted? That would be a nice feature. We need real AoE 2 integration with keyboards. So Yo will be the red Mapuche to the south and Vinch the blue Wei to the north. This is Kilimanjaro with the reworked version. I don't know if this is more or less accurate to what Kilimanjaro actually looks like, but this is the reworked version. Players don't have a pond like they did in TTL. Instead, they have chickens. I think that's kind of sad. I like the pond version. Looks too flat to be a mountain. It's flat so you can fit TCs at the top to take the gold. Also, there's a relic there. You like ponds too? Yeah, Ducks, of course, likes ponds. The more brown the water, the happier the citizens of Ducks' city. So house being added. If I didn't know better, I'd say Vinch were trying to set up a chicken funnel. This is almost peak funnel location. But he's also pushing in the gazelles. You have a patch of gazelles and a patch of chickens on this map. 2 boars to... wait, what? Warthogs? What the heck is a warthog? What? Sometimes I edit the maps and then I'm spectating and I see stuff and I'm just like, what? Well, like, did the map change the name of the boar to a warthog? I didn't know that was a thing. What? Okay, so a warthog here. 2 of them lured in for Vinch. Evolution in front of our eyes. What player do you think would make the largest leap if they had Leary level micro? Doubt. I think you'd make a huge leap then, be a Leary level micro. So settlements here, 2 settlements for Yo. Part of me thinks the settlement should have been either here or here at first, so you could, or here even, so he could take wood and gold at the same time. But if you saw me play the Inca on Black Forest yesterday, you'll know I have no idea how to manage a settlement economy. Imagine Leary's speed and John Slow's siege monk pushes. Remember when Doubt beat Leary in the Red Bull 3 finals? Did y'all remember that? That was amazing. This was one of my favorite AoE 2 moments. Oh man, I wish we had Doubt doing something like that again. That was amazing. Yeah, with Cav archers before people knew they were amazing, right? Beat him with Cav archers. Didn't he also beat him with plumed archers? But those are basically just a Cav archer for the Maya. And yeah, there's another settlement for Yale. That's where I was thinking of seeing the settlement between the wood and the gold. And ooh, we will have a lame Vinch showing no mercy to Yo. He's gonna take his goose. We'll send it to his other vills though. This is where Vinch. Oh, yeah, didn't realize there were vills out there on the chickens. So Yo will be up first, and Vinch will not be up yet, which could mean Vinch is going for a fast castle. A fast castle with the way could be for Shinbei Raiders, maybe a castle for Tiger Cav, could just be for Huiguang Cav. They don't have, yeah, they just have halves. I mean, there are 3Ks, so they're not going to have the Gunpowder Fire Lancer. What do you do as a fast castle with the way? It has to be Shinbei Raiders then. Yeah, Bulgarians are a decent CA civ. What we really have is, oh my gosh, 200% Spearman production. Or do y'all remember that Dave clip where the Aztecs trained a Cav archer? I think it must have been someone converted an archery range at the same time as the original player must have been having it selected and pressing the train Cav archer button. And after it was converted, the Aztec archery range trained a Cav archer.
Tim.
So if you play this map in DE, one change I did make to it was I added some more golds to the outside. Added a couple more neutral golds on the slopes of the mountain. Because otherwise it's only the player golds, which are not as much as a normal map. And then the 2-3 tiles on top, so it was very, very low on gold. Added some of that back. Maybe Shinbei with a few Huiguang. I don't know if you can fast castle and afford both, though. I think you'd need 2 ranges and lots of Shinbei Raiders. And then the stable's going to be hard to fit in. So Market Blacksmith for Market Blacksmith. Okay, so not even doing a barracks. It'll be Market Blacksmith for his uptiming. And he's just going to fast castle. Yo not even going to bother doing anything. He's just doing a blacksmith. Vinch will stand on that blacksmith foundation and block it for a bit. And he's up to the castle age. The Flying Ducks Man? Ooh. Flying Ducks Man. If ducks could fly. So the Scout Cav here for Vinch gonna run around and avoid the spear. As Castle Age will be a minute away. There's a barracks. And there's a stable. Okay, so maybe we'll just be Huiguang Cav then. Yo up to the Castle Age. Not quite 2 minutes later. He'll have a range ready. And where's Yo's? He's a Champy Scout. He didn't see the stable. So he has an archery range. I think maybe anticipating Shinbei Raiders, but he needs to figure out what building Vinch is going for before he starts training counter units. Remember, he can train spears and skirmishers from the settlements as the Mapuche. They are... Oh, their forges drop off more. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, they can immediately start making trash units, whatever they need to defend against. Does the champy see the stable? Yes, it does. So he knows there's now a stable. Health cartography tech. A relic from the days before we were all on voice chat with each other. Hello, Oliver Closeoff. Looks like you're a Yo fan. Yo just lost his Champy Scout. And Vinch is gonna boom, so this is just FC boom from him. That is bold, but seeing as they're so far apart, he's just going for it. It's the Spear versus Huiguan Cav. Who wins there? The Huiguan Cav does. Spear needed, I think, one more poke. Almost got it. We'll have a pause. Hello, Metza? Are we gonna have a reek as a lag? As the pause. I'm just paused by Yo. No idea what the pause is for. But he is just now up to the castle age. Someone wants a re because of the lag, then they would just resign and call re afterwards.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's just a yes, 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 sorry, go. Multiple yeses in the chat. Might be Yo just testing the chat to see how long the ping is if they were having lag. So there's a workshop for Vinch, so defensive workshop for him. Yeah, we'll add in another TC, and the player's just booming, having a grand old time booming. This is what makes Age of Empires fun to play, the fact that you can boom and it's still fun. We'll heal up this Huiguan Cav. And a couple of Bolus Riders now will come forward and try to force Vinch off of gold, but he is prepared with the Scorpion. So this could be the unique unit archery range showdown of the Bolus Riders versus the Shinbei Raider. I have no idea which unit wins that. Bolus Riders super speedy themselves because the Civ doesn't have husbandry, so they're just naturally fast. And that Huiguan Cav took a while to go down, but eventually it does get killed. And is there a hole here? Looks like there is not. Yeah, all those trees connect, so no hole. But the houses are quite weak. So it looks like the Bolus Riders do only 1 damage, though. It'll take a while to get through. So now a third TC from Yo as he keeps applying more pressure with more Bolus Riders. I don't think Vinch is surprised by this, though. It's the unit the Civ likes to do, and Vinch is ready with a monk defense. Will he get the conversion luck he needs? 1 monk down. Ooh, a monk just survives. But only 1 conversion in as Yo is pausing again, and he might be having some lag issues. Oh no, actually, Vinchester is pausing again. He might be having some lag issues. Might just be saying, Yo, don't kill my monks, I'm lagging. So is anyone paying attention to the Warcraft thing that's going on? I know nothing about Warcraft, other than I know that Hera's been playing it. Would Tiger Cav be good? Against this unit, which I think still does pierce armor, they'd probably be pretty good. But I think Vinch is more worried about his economy now than he is about going for the unique unit. Maybe Tiger Cab would be a good play, but his stones are also very far forward right now, and Vinch is more focused on protecting his golds, keeping that 5-vil lead. Okay, there's a 14 and a 1.
Yes.
Both players needing pauses at some point. So converted Bolus Rider, a Scout, and a couple of Scorpions, actually being quite darn effective at stopping the Bolus Riders. Watched Harry's first video on it, played Warcraft 2 as a kid, but never really got into number 3. Alright. What do we have against the Bolus Riders? Apparently Scorpions. I mean, I guess they could also go Skirm. Tiger Cav still would be an option. Or maybe just like any matchup, you can wall and boom. Ooh, that was almost very nicely lined up for the Scorpion, but they ran away. And now a forward siege workshop for Yo. So Yo will look to apply some mangonel pressure directly to Vinch's TCs. And, the game's paused again. Are these players lagging out? There's the lag. Don't see anything there. Might just be having some lag fests. I think the way it's gone, Vinch shouldn't win. Well, this is a map where controlling the hill with all the gold atop it is critical.
Yes.
And amid all the pauses, Vinch now loses his score lead to Yo as some units jump around. Capture Age will struggle with the pauses. Technology in the year 2026. And there's the first Skirm queued by Vinch, and as we all know, Skirms are the best unit in the game. And looks like it'll be Scorpion, Monk, and Skirm for Vinch. As he might need a Mangonel should Yo get one of his own. Those riders are not the best raiding unit. Can't really sit underneath TC fire. Here's Bodkin for Vinch. As Vinch will go for a third TC, Town Watch now in for Yo. And all the Ville's gonna head out there. Vinch gonna make sure he can slam that down and get it up. So Mangonel coming over, will get a shot on these units. Nope, they turn around, dodge the shot with their mobility, and throw their balls at that villager to kill her on top of the farm. And the stupid bot, hello. As Scorpions without ballistics won't hit the speedy Bolus Riders. As they have to run away from the Scorpions, here comes a Mangonel. Now, what type of Mangonel shots will Yo land? As Vinch is slightly ahead in res collected. But I think it's going to be hard for him to take the middle now if Yo has such a large army, is in a good position. Mangonel hit the Skirms, Skirms retreat. There's a wheelbarrow for Yo. So Yo adding in some eco upgrades behind this too. Not as fast as Vinch though. Vinch with the way wants the eco upgrades as fast as he can to get the extra vills. It's like AoE 2 but worse, less strategic depth because the macro aspect is underdeveloped. Is it like a StarCraft thing where there's less attention you need to pay to the eco? Yo going to castle drop soon. Yo is 8 fills on stone and over 700 stone. So heavy plow, wheelbarrow, gold mining. He's ready to drop a castle. Mangonels both go down as the Skirms keep pushing back. And they'll be, oh, Yo! Securing the hill, that could have been more forward. This is the time Mem's gonna play the chicken castle graphic. Yeah, similar to StarCraft. Playing your first ever classical chess tournament. Started Wednesday and ends tomorrow. I learned how to play chess as a child from the game Lego Chess. That's all I really know about playing chess. I've never actually looked at it at a higher level. So, settlement here for Yo on gold. Ballistics for Yo once that comes in. How does ballistics improve the ability to throw balls roped together accurately at your opponents? I don't know, but it will help him and help those bolus riders. And it is Tiger Cav now, as Vinch does have that defensive castle. And you can see how tanky they are with 4 pierce armor. They don't even have their armor upgrades yet. Good hit points on them too, and they can tank against the bolus riders. How many will Vinch get though versus going imp? Because it looks like now, not producing much, he might be saving for imp. Floating some resources, and he has to hope that he doesn't get overwhelmed now by the Kona. A unit that I have no idea if it's good or not, but it is raiding and killing a couple of Vills. Looks like that's happening effectively at least. Vil's under the TC going down. Yo with a good Vil lead. Vinch would love a conversion here. Does get it, but we'll lose the monk. Now we'll have Tiger Cav versus Kona as ballistics comes in for Vinch. Eco KD 17-0 in favor of Yo. 18-0 now. That is pretty brutal. So yeah, you have 4 points out of 8 rounds, 3 wins, 2 draws, and 1 more game tomorrow. Well, that's awesome. I hope you enjoy your game. And good luck. So, Lion fighting a Vil here on the outside. Looks like the Vil's gonna punch down the Lion with that knife. Is that what you do? Punch down, stab down the Lion? And he'll gloat victoriously over the decaying corpse. And now if the Ram dancing a bit as the Ram train starts to push. Now Vinch is going to have a sizable timing lead in getting Imp. And if he wins the game, it's going to have to be because of that timing. Because Yo now 44 military to 13. I don't think he can be stopped. I think these houses go down. Then right into the back, the farming eco will run Yo's cab. And Yo running directly into Scarms, but does pick off a Vil. Now 19-0 eco KD. Going to themselves 3 pierce armor. But they don't have any armor upgrades at the blacksmith. Tiger Cav that are very well armored. Going to try to take the fight now. Imp still a minute away. Yes, exactly. They're throwing balls cavalry. And Tiger Cav for Vinch pulling this back for him. And honestly, if Vinch has a few more Tiger Cav and he can get Imp. That's now 34 to 19. The military difference isn't as big. Maybe there's a chance Vinch trebs this and then just takes the middle. Tiger Cav are kind of shredding there. Yo, a little over 3 minutes later to Imp. And his forward now, that workshop will be cleaned. Vinch has to be careful about wood access. We just have some more wood over here in his northern corner. As the siege workshop goes down to the castle, we'll have chemistry for Vinch as he's taking a sizable score lead now. And Yo continuing to try to raid, needs to get Imp himself to recover that score difference. And he's going to kill even more Vills. It's now a 22 to 2 KD, but Vinch finally getting a counter raid. Yo did not have a TC or a castle or anything in which to garrison on the outskirts of his base. And now the Tiger Cav will force Yo away from his wood line, away from the farms, away from the pond, away from the stone. And he has no gold access right now in his base. Only one mine if the Tiger Cav can come to the side. Almost no gold access. He's fleeing his remaining gold mine. Now have to start mining gold in the middle. He does at least have a settlement there and a bunch of vills from the castles. Vinch now with a colossal score lead. Well-timed raid with a unit that Yo doesn't have a way to counter. Just now doing Milan, which is the Bolus Riders deal pass-through damage. So that's also for the slingers and skirmishers. So lots of scorpions, essentially, for Yo with that tech. Forcing him away. What would Sitaux deathmatch be like? Very fast. Or maybe a very long game. We did that once in a community game. I think we did Turbo, Deathmatch, Tiny, 8-player, free-for-all Sitaux. Wasn't much wood on the map. There was a big hill in the middle. Wasn't really designed for those settings. We might have even taken Empire Wars, too. I was Ethiopians, and I had a lot of siege onager shots. That was a fun game. So chemistry and elite Bolus Rider. So the elite Bolus Rider. Have I seen those before? I don't know. Let's see what they look like. There's Mingguang armor. I'll make the Konas less effective. The Tiger Cav being more armored. And traction trebs. Never feels good pushing with traction trebs. Way have a discount so they can get lots of them, but never feels good. And now big fight going on here. As the Bolus, they're now elite. They have, oh, they're so fancy. Look at how fancy they are. And now that they're an imp, do they have enough pierce attack to get through the armor of the Tiger Cav? The Tiger Cav, I think, take 2 damage per hit they take. I'm not even sure how to describe what it's like being hit by throwing balls together. But yeah, Yo feels like he's taking the fight. He feels like he's taking the fight. Oh, are they throwing golden balls? Wait. I need to pay attention to the color of the balls. As the Kona run away. And now ring archer armor for Yo. And the Bolus Riders come over. It's conscription and stone mining. And a castle going up for Yo as the Vills go over to build the castle. And we'll have a town center for Vinchester. Getting your legs tied up with rope balls and rolling down the slopes of Kilimanjaro would be rough. So that's 6 trebs attacking the house. And now... yeah, are they golden? Like, I gotta like... take a good look at them. Are they golden? Maybe, oh my gosh, look at the pass-through damage. that includes the Bolus Riders in the... yeah, they deal... so they're like scorpions now. So many lost Vills now. Much as Vinch did have a good counter raid earlier. Are they golden because of chemistry? There is chemistry too. Are they flaming and golden? They don't look flaming. They do just look golden. You can see the little rope attaching them as they spin around. Okay, scorpions. Scorpion Bolus Riders. Against traction trebs though. Traction trebs are just... just great. Some skirms in the back doing damage over time. That is a good mass of Bolus Riders all clumped up together. 30 plus of them. And the scores flip back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And Yo might be pulling ahead now with the Bolus Riders. As Elite Kona now is in. Elite Kona. What's the thing he's holding in the left hand? And Skirm's not really holding up in the fight. They need their armor still. Maybe if they get armored, they'll take better fights. There's one of the monks healing the bolus riders in the back. Fighting uphill with those traction trebs is only tickling the castle. Yeah, castles don't get destroyed by traction trebs. It takes forever. Traction trebs usually good at defending and destroying enemy trebs, but only if you defend your traction trebs. Yo starts to take a bigger and bigger score lead as he's pushing. It looks like we might have a set on our hands as Yo getting close to tying this up 1-1. Doing siege engineers even for his trebs, iron casting for the Konas, and working on that blacksmith to get more upgrades as the bolus riders keep pushing forward. And Hussar's going down. The castle is crumbling for Vinch. He's going to try to sneak out to the side, slip out, and re-boom. Still on 140 vils, but 150 popped to 200. And he's just going to call the GG, and Yo will do it and tie it up 1-1. Yo does it. And we'll check out the stats. There we go, 232 to 152 KD. Yo consistently ahead in military. And the fast castle from Vinch putting himself on the defensive puts him behind, could never regain the map control he needed from the middle. Had one good raid on Yo's base, but that's it. And Yo will tie it up. We've now turned our best of 5 into a best of 3, with these players trying to stay alive, as Yo will win his first home map of Kilimanjaro. Also has African clearing as his next map. And then Vinch's maps, Arena and Isthmus. Isthmus, a hybrid map that I know Yo has played a lot in Red Bull, so might even suit him pretty well. GG. So, Arena will be the next map. It'll be the Chimera for Vinchester against the Cumans for Yo. So, Vinch's map pick, but Yo's civilization pick. Very first save of the Cumans for Yo. And we'll check off that last game. A loss for the Way and a win for the Mapuche. Yo still has Huns. So Huns can be played on Isthmus, or on African Clearing. Yeah, probably on African Clearing for the land nomads start with a horse. Claude, analyze a recording. As in a video recording or a recorded game file? Let's crap off the screen of my phone. Game file. I would be very surprised if Claude actually could pull that off. So here we go. Alright, so to the north we'll have Yo as the red Cumans, to the south we'll have Vinch as the blue Khmer. Okay, yeah, so that's what I expect then. I had to install the rec parser utility. Even then, just going from the parser to understanding of what happens in the rec. I still think that will require actually playing the rec back in full. So, house there for Yo. So let's see, 2 on wood, and we're gonna see him go up to feudal as fast as he possibly can as the Cumans, leaving the herdables untaken under the TC. Other than the initial one, the other 5 remaining. We'll be pushing in the deer, doing 1 additional house, and trying to mill the berries. as he will want to be up to the feudal age as ASAP as he possibly can. Pushing in the deer. You have 4 deer on this map. Also, you don't have back walls on the map. I was thinking of adding back walls. So I go back and forth on whether or not I like having back walls on Arena. Yeah, the thing is, the recorded game files have only the starting state of the game, and then the further commands that players input, and then the game resimulates the wreck. So I don't know if much... I suppose there is insight that can be gleaned from simply like APM, or where players were spending their attention entering commands. I don't think the entire game state would be possible just to understand without resimulating it. There's feudal age for Yo. And then a few more vills over to that lumber camp. So 5 vills on the way up to feudal. Everyone else on food. And he was taking the food. He's pushed all the deer as fast as he could in the Dark Age, sending vills over to a straggler tree even. So up on 20 population is the Cumans. Probably could go up faster if it were a 3-vill start and you could take the hunt right away. Don't know if you can do much better than 20 with no loom on a 9-vill start. It like feels uneven. How does it feel uneven? It feels like maybe there's one more in Vinch's favor. But I mean, these 3 over here feel pretty fair. These 2 in the middle feel pretty fair. This one feels pretty fair in the middle. That's maybe one relic that's in Vinch's favor. Yeah, I think that looks pretty darn good to me. Against Cuman Boom, Vinch has to make siege aggression. I never honestly know how to punish a Cuman Boom. So Yo, what is he doing? Okay, yeah, so Yo's gonna do the Cuman build kinda... He's a bit late in going forward, but the way I see Tato play them a lot, which is to boom while tower rushing. And yeah, he'll do a second TC now. 5 on the TC. Not going to commit too many more vills to stone. But he needs to finish building the TC to drop off the stone before he can do a tower. The vills in the middle will delay by making a house. Super fast FC and Pike Ram push. The high elo clowns swear by it. Against the Cumans. And yo, that TC is still only 50%. 7 vills takes a while to build that second Cuman TC. And Yo will need the stone he mined to build a tower now. So blacksmith for Yo, but he still doesn't have a tower. He can start attacking the wall with vills. And Vinch will have to react to that. He still is in the Dark Age. Sounds like your average LinkedIn post nowadays. And there you go. He's going to long distance mine more stone while doing a tower. Yeah, text-based social media feels like it is completely AI generated these days. And short form video, kind of the same. I'm sure long form video will get there eventually. Live streaming is maybe a question of whether it actually still remains profitable enough for Twitch or other platforms to run in the long term. The game's playing, so hopefully we're okay. Where are my OBS stats? Twitch stats, I need actual stats. We're reconnecting. Status is reconnecting. Up, we're maybe back. F, or is it me? It is F. Okay, I think we're back. We're back. Maybe? Maybe we're back. We'll see if the game's back. Alright, we're back. Alright, retry. OBS dies in solidarity. Yep. Okay, we're gonna try to rejoin. I don't see a UGC, Matt. Okay, we can see our Arena Dark Age again. Hopefully we're okay. Hopefully we just press F5 to pay respects. Are we good on YouTube? Are we back on YouTube too? Hopefully we're okay. Okay, hopefully we're okay now. Sometimes my internet just does American internet things. The pain of every streamer. Okay, looks like we're back on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. We just gotta, as I was saying before, the spectating in AoE 2, you have a start state, and then you have to resimulate the game. Would be absolutely lovely if AoE 2 DE on their server would have would like every couple minutes take a snapshot of the recorded game. So you could start from there and resimulate without needing to go all the way to the beginning again, but 2026 and we don't have that technology. Instead, we're just going to have a forward tower from Yo, giving Vinch a taste of his own medicine by tower rushing on Arena. And Vinch will respond with a workshop and a mangonel. But while this is going on, Yo is booming. And because Vinch had to go for the workshop, he only has 2 TCs instead of 3, and Yo is simply going to be ahead in the boom. Every 5 minutes would be no problem. It doesn't even have to be for every single game. If they're worried about storage space or something on their servers, it could just be literally, if there's a World's Edge sponsored tournament, make a snapshot every 3 minutes for the rec. And you know, it's not like you even need to store every snapshot. It's just you store the most recent one. Like start of the game and most recent save. Something like that. So Yo's going to try to get away with his Vills. Get away while the getting's good. And have a 20 Vill lead. Oh no, those Vills. It's a low HP scout. Yo's going to fight the scout. He'll lose both Vills, but kill the scout. No worries, US Internet. It's the worst come to US Internet is the worst come to Chile. US Internet is awful. I don't even know how we have such bad internet in the rural middle of nowhere that I live in, known as the New York City metropolitan area. So, Castle Age for Yo. And he has accomplished what he wanted to accomplish with the tower rush, which was making sure that Vinch was on 2 TCs for a while. That Vinch had to invest into the siege workshop, into some mangonels to push this back. And now, res collected in the lead for Yo. That'll continue to expand a bit as he still has more Vills. And he has 1 TC that's working, doing wheelbarrow right now. Vinch doing wheelbarrow too. Whereas right now, Vinch has 2 TCs working versus the, well, I guess 1 on the Castle Age, right? So it's 3 TCs to 1 right now. And Vinch will try to make up that Vill difference. And Yo, by the time he's up, will want to be able to add in another TC or a forward push. Just do something with the eco while he has a slight advantage. Weird Comcast in New York City. I have something that is probably just as bad called Optimum. It might not even be called that anymore. It used to be called Cablevision. That's the only option I have. No fiber. No Verizon Fios even as an option here for me. Oh lord, Optimum, yep. Every time the wind blew a bit internet down. So there's the 3rd TC from Yo. So 3rd TC for Yo going up as Vinch has just about tied the Vill count. But that's given Yo a 400 res collected lead. Also, map control in the middle with a workshop, and with a stable and a monastery, the ability to go and collect relics. Vinch might be up by 2 or 3 vills by the time the TC goes up. But in terms of beating the Kuman Boom, he hasn't surpassed it, he's just caught up to it. So was the tower rush worth it for Yo? It looks like he had a pretty good trush, and Vinch did have to react quite a lot to it. A couple of years ago when I was still trying to take care of my grandmother, whenever it rained, her phone would go down, and she still had a landline. I would basically, every couple weeks, I'd have to go and wait for Verizon to send out a truck to fix the landlines. So, yeah, that's true. Just housed. I guess he had forward houses that were destroyed. And you gotta be careful about being housed when your houses are forward. The monk there might be picked off. 4th TC from Yo. Putting himself in a position to do that extra TC. Doesn't have the light cav like Vinch does. Instead, Yo will go for 2 more stables. 2 more of those cheap stables as he's adding in light cav. Floating a ton of food. Doesn't have that much gold. And he simply wants map control now. Doesn't want Vinch to be able to do that forward castle. And honestly, adding in a couple more spears and or pikes might be good. Yo would love that TC. And maybe in a spot where scorpions could be useful, more so than mangonels, for adding in as a backline against light cav. Bloodlines for Yo. So 2 stables with light cav plus bloodlines. He's adding in armor for them. Vinch still mining stone. Will he go forward for the castle? This is crucial now for Yo. Will he actually have the cav number he needs to stop the forward castle? As all the light cav from Vinch right now are attacking the workshop, and Vinch on 3 stables himself pumping light cav. He's going to do his castle defensively at home. And he'll have forging now, so Yo will be far ahead in upgrades on the light cav. And he's about to take a fight and he should win it. Hand cart for Vinch, as he's up by 5 vills, but the eco is dead even. And Yo now can do a castle himself. But if he does a forward castle, that would have to be accompanied by clicking Imp. So a big light cav fight here in the middle. Vinch trying to get some mangonel hits on the light cav. Not sure if he's killing his own or Yo's more. Nice split from Yo as he runs away. Yo still not ungarrisoning that mangonel, and Yo has the upgrades for the light cav. And he's going to do a forward house. Has to be careful about a forward castle, lest the mangonel deny it. And splitting up the light cav is Vinch trying to get a couple of runners for Yo to chase. There'll be a mangonel shot on the outpost. And now Yo can send his own mangonel forward. Ballista Elephant from Vinch. The mangonels clear each other. The castle foundation is placed from Yo. Right now, Vinch has the numbers, if not the upgrades, for his cav. And also has the Ballista Elephant in the back. So we've seen Persian War Elephants from Yo. Now we see Khmer Ballista Elephants from Vinch. A very elephant, unique unit focused set. And I don't think Vinch will deny the castle. And the Ballista Elephants, a ton of HP for them. They will run back. And Imp is on the way for Vinch as he wants to get an advantage in the Treb War. And the timing for the Treb War. So now a situation where Yo needs to figure out he might not be able to go Imp. He will tower the stone? And maybe he needs to go all in Castle Age and hope that Imp for Vinch is a mistake. He could go for those Kuman Rams. Yo picking up his 2nd relic. Vinch gonna grab his 3rd from the side and 2 more out here. Probably easier for Yo, but still contested. But yeah, this castle will go down to Trebs as soon as Imp comes in, which makes me think the play for Yo, he's not gonna have the timing, is just stay Castle Age, go for a big ram push. Looks like he's manipulating the economy with his market to go imp, though. So he's going to be imp. Not with trebuchet timing, though. The Khmer, do they have bombard cannon? No, they don't. Did they at one point have bombard cannon? I'm confused now. Did they? And they lost it. The tower denies Vince Trebs to instantly Treb his castle. The thing is, Trebs have 150 pierce armor. So a watchtower does not threaten Trebs in the slightest. Honestly, even castle fire doesn't threaten Trebs in the slightest. Yep, 150. So, I mean, it's only a 30-second difference to imp, so it's still a fightable Treb war for Yo. But double castles now for Vinch, he will have more Treb production. When Trebs are packed, they have 8 pierce armor. When they're under construction, either unpacking or packing, and when they're unpacked, they have 150 pierce armor. So there's... It matters in Treb versus Treb fights, where Trebs have 200 pierce attack. There's actually the trick where if you have a bunch of packed Trebs, and you see Treb shots coming in, you very quickly hit the unpack button to give them 150 pierce armor, and then hit stop, so that they're packed and can run again. Just so that they can tank Treb shots instead of getting one hit. There's Siege Engineers immediately clicked for Vinch. Oh, it feels so good if you can afford Siege Engineers immediately. 20% extra bonus damage against buildings, and 1 extra range. That just makes the Treb fights go so much more smoothly. So this is just going to be a time-buying castle for Yo as he falls back across the map. And Khmer versus Cumans, what civ do we like more? I genuinely don't know. We can go for Cuman Rams against Khmer Scorpions, maybe. How is he not massively ahead in bills with the Cumans? Cumans don't get massively ahead in bills if your opponent 3TC booms. It's just you temporarily have a bill lead in the feudal age and get more resources for it, but then they can catch up in the castle age. There are some civs that I think actually outboom Cumans. Malay, I think, have a much smoother boom. And still a big light cav fight. Steppe Husbandry could even be a consideration for Yo. He's going to go Halb first. As Hussar and Plate Barding Armor are in for Vinch. Vinch now 2k res collected ahead as he clears the first castle from Yo. And Vinch ahead in score, 2k points ahead. And Yo's attempt to continue booming while applying pressure in the castle age maybe didn't apply enough pressure. And he kind of got caught in between where his boom was maybe keeping pace with Vils, but not in res collected. And then he wasn't imp fast enough for a Treb war. 8 range onagers versus 9 range Scorps. Yeah, I mean, Cumans have siege onagers, but without siege engineers, it actually is kind of tricky to fight Scorpions. So if Vinch goes for heavy Scorpion, and now they do have the extra range of siege engineers for 9 range, it's I think, tricky for Yo to fight, and Vinch even grabbing now the 4th relic. Trebs will besiege the castle as the Scorpions keep attacking the Light Cav and the Halbs. Scorpions will be great against the Halbs, as an onager coming forward for Yo. And we'll also have double crossbow. Double crossbow is in for the Scorpions. They'll shoot 2 projectiles. And get ready to see some Halbs massacred. The Light Cav here meet shield against the Halbs for the Scorpions. And as the castle is destroyed, this is beginning to feel inevitable for Vinch, as he'll add heavy to double for all the techs he has. Heavy Scorpion just about to come in. And double crossbow. How does double crossbow apply to Scorpions? It should probably be double Scorpion. It's the Ballista Elephant and Scorpions shoot 2 projectiles. There's the first onager shot from Yo. But without siege engineers, how does Yo actually fight the Scorpions, even with siege onager? 8 range onager to 9 range heavy Scorps, so the Scorps actually outrange the unit that's supposed to counter them. Question the 66 on food if he's going to go Halb Siege. And even if you wanted to go step husbandry hussars, he doesn't actually have the castle now for step husbandry. Oh, look at the scorpions! Look at the scorpions! Trying to take down the halbs. Oh, the halbs are melting. The halbs are just melting to the scorpions. Onagers go down, and Vinch is victorious as he goes up 2-1, putting Yo on the brink of elimination. Personally, I love Kumans on Arena, and that's I think the strat that's usually ideal for them, the Tower Rush. Question is always then, how do you follow it up in the Castle Age? And Yo couldn't quite figure it out there. You see Vinch managing to boom even with the workshop and early investment into mangonels. Yeah, just a very smooth game from Vinch. Alright, is my internet down again? Is DE is just down. AV2 DE just crashed. Look, I'll show you what my menu looks like. Why is my menu grayed out? DE. I can't even click the menu because I have the classic main menu mod. Anyway. Let's just close that window. Interact with a win for Vinch on his home map of Arena. And for the Civs, a loss for the first pick Kumans and a win for the Khmer for Vinch. Hello, Hazai, how you doing? Nice Teutonic Night dance. I like having a good Teutonic Night dance myself. And African Clearing shall be next. And if you like AOC Civs, you'll like this matchup. Maya for Vinch, Huns for Yo, and we can just pretend this is Bedouins instead of African Clearing and enjoy a Voobly era map. Alright, so thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for sticking with us even though my internet is dropping. Silly American internet. So I'll be able to give you the lowdown on the African Clearing changes we made once we load in. African Clearing, a map where whenever it's on the multiplayer ladder, it's the only map I get. And the only way to make it fun is fish booming. Then people gotta go Cav Archers. Yep, Huns and Maya are the Civs. Huns for Yo, Maya for Vinch. As up, my game isn't loading. Thanks, DE. African Clearing, here we go. And let's see, DE loading the map. Okay, there we go. Hopefully we can load into the map I scripted. Okay, so Vinch will be... Alright, so Vinch will be the blue Maya doing his TC to the northwest. Yo, the red Huns doing his TC more towards the middle, a bit to the east. And Vinch will have a mill with one of his groups of 3 vills. Yo will have a lumber camp in the middle. So I did slightly increase the number of Bobab trees on this map in the middle, so you get a bit more utility out of your lumber camps. I also changed it so that the vills start closer to the middle and farther from the edge. You have 3 groups of 3 on a 9-vill start. Ooh, okay, Yo's got to be careful, and he's blocking with a vill. And that means you're closer to the middle. You have a bit more, maybe idle time if you walk to the edge for the TC. And we see Vinch did the TC with only 3 vills, and then left another 3 on a mill. Yo able to find ways to take wood in the middle. Now, on the outside of the map, this is where players usually like to take wood. You kind of play the map like Vinch does. You TC a pond, lumber camp the outside. Well, there's cracked terrain there now. So if you want to full wall yourself and build a lumber camp, then you're gonna be in a bit of a tricky situation trying to protect walls atop the terrain where they take 20% extra damage. Also, if you look beneath the trees, you will see, running along the terrain, some cracks. And that is because, on this map, I got very, very hacky, and I placed cracked terrain on the edge of the map too. But on top of that cracked terrain, I placed dead fish traps that have a tree as a second object, and change the terrain to the acacia or to the dragon forest terrain. So, starts as cracked terrain, changes to the forest terrain, but it maintains both the properties that it takes the bonus damage of cracked terrain and does not let trees be palisaded. So you can't just palisade these trees, and if you're tower rushed, you can't just build a counter tower at a spot where you've chopped a tree, because that's a different terrain. No, you still take the bonus damage. So do trees on cracked terrain take more damage? Ooh, that's a good question. No. That took 15 damage. I just saw that. I caught it at 5. So vills do not do any extra bonus damage to trees. Even though part of the attack they're doing to the trees is their building damage, that is applied to the base damage. So, yeah. Lots of fun stuff going on with the trees. If you look at this in the scenario editor, you don't actually see the forest on the outside because it doesn't exist until the game starts. Or the terrain doesn't exist until the game starts. It's just cracked on the minimap. Trees have all armor classes? No, trees have no armor classes. It's the base damage that they use for the calculation. They have 0 base armor. Unless that changed. That's how it used to work. Because every time you don't have an armor class, the game uses the base armor, which used to be 1,000 due to some shenanigans with handicap game mode and petards. They changed that to 10,000. So here's a barracks for Yo at home. And we'll have Yo still enjoying that lumber camp in the middle of the map. That's what I like to see. AoE's 2 engine is super stable, that something as hacky as that doesn't crash, let's lag it to that. No, you're probably right. Yeah. That was how the old organ guns used to work. They did 2 damage with all of their projectiles. Because they did 1,002 damage. But it was against an armor class that nothing had. And then the base damage was used as the calculation. It was a very hacky trick. Why don't they take fish earlier? Because the boars are on the map and need to be lured in. And the fish will be there forever. So if you take the boars, it's easier to send 2 or 3 vills to the fish earlier than it is to have to micro the boars in later on. And also, if you don't take the boars, there's a potential they're lamed. So, horse for Yo, and he will be going forward. Why is he the Huns? Because he gets the Hunnic horse. Old school land nomad would have required a lumber camp first, but this map gives the players the resources to build a TC right at the start. And with the Hunnic horse, Yo will see exactly where Vinch is. He'll also try to pick up any stray goats or herdables he has. So look at the TC. 6 goats for Yo. None for Vinch. And Vinch has to react with a counter tower to this. He's doing a market and blacksmith and trying to fast castle. And Yo will abandon that forward tower for now. Delete it. And he deleted it while he still has 126 stone. And Vinch is committing to this tower that'll keep his fish safe. And since he's mining stone, he will be able to do a second tower. Castle dropped the boars and they're still edible? I don't think so. What was the first civ people started using? Saying Huns are Huns, Mayas are Mayas? It was definitely Huns. Huns are Huns. Maya are the only other civ that, like, has still survived even after nerfs. Aztecs definitely aren't Aztecs anymore. So, scouts opening from Yo as he continues with the tower rush. He'll be very close to Vinch's TC. And Vinch will have to go for a defensive tower. Yo didn't quite get the front of the tower walled. this wreck? Nope, this is live. And there's Castle Age for Vinch. Yo can try to garrison the Vills. There he goes. And with the scouts, the problem is this tower is so close to the TC, Yo won't be able to hit Vills with his scouts. Can't find it on the spectator dashboard? No, I was able to find it when it started, at least. Maybe something's broken. Okay, Vills going down, so that's 2 Vills now lost. Oh wait, 2 Vill kills for Vinch. Did Yo lose 2 Vills to elephants? 0-4, Yo. I was showing why you lure the elephants early and not late, so you don't forget about them. Yo's lost 4 Vills. Oh, poor Yo. Anyway, loom now for Yo. As he sends more Vills to hunt zebras by that shorefish pond. Here's Castle for Vinch. And he's just going to do a second TC, a clandestine town center up to the north. Is Yo with forward Vills still trying to be annoying? Feels like the tower was on cracked terrain. Definitely wasn't. But I think Vinch simply had more Vills in his. That's maybe why it looked like it was. The monastery for Vinch, he'll try to pick up that relic right outside of it. And we'll have another tower over here for Yo, covering the wood line. We'll get a house for Vinch too. Scouts ready to push through that palisade wall. And is this open? Nope, those 2 houses are walled. Vills, can they tower hop? I don't know where the tree is behind that. What did Vinch get out of that fast castle? A monk for 1. And 2, he has 11 Vills on stone, so he soon will be able to do a castle. He's going to be going for some good old plumed archers as the Maya. The Huns could go cav archers. That's one option. Could also just go straight stable on cav. Looks like it will be cav archers though for Yo. Tarkans, I think, are kind of an interesting option against this. All the pierce armor they have, but it's kind of hard to use a melee unit or any unit at all against plumes because of their mobility. And there is immediately that castle for Vinch, a very defensive castle, and he still has gold because of that second TC up here on the gold. So he's in a spot where he can do plumes, but Yo up to the castle age has forced a lot of defense from Vinch, and perhaps most importantly, forced the castle to be at home for Vinch rather than forward. And that tower, on cracked terrain, nevertheless, still will be able to hit the wood line. And Vinch will need Fletching and maybe even Bodkin to be able to take it down with his castle. Fletching for Yo. Res collected, Yo slightly ahead now. Vinch actually ahead in Vills, which I think is just unfortunate for Yo to have lost so many early. To boars of all things. And doing another lumber camp on the Bobab trees. Yes, scouts cannot go inside of towers. They can go in castles, but not towers. So there are the plumed archers. Good old plumed archers, as Yo has found the gold. Has found the gold of Vinch. Has a weak scout. But 6 seconds away from the castle age now. As Yo gets up, he will add in cav archers from those ranges. And be able to send them over here to the tower and try to protect it. And yeah, losing that HP to the TC was rough. Now, as the tower is almost up, won't be able to be repaired because the plumes come over. That's a good bit of idle time, at least, for Vinch trying to fight that tower. And now, what's better, triple range cav archers or plumed archers? There is bloodlines and bodkin, as Yo is using that stable. He will probably need husbandry at some point. We'll have a TC for Yo. As he loses a couple more Vills, it's now 6 Vills lost for Yo. And the cav archers will start taking down the plumes in the middle of the map. And archers all going down here. Not the best tower placements. Well, I did at least force Vinch to react. You'll be adding more cav archers. Vinch looking for maybe a TC spot on the outside now. Here he wants more gold control as we have another TC up for Yo. And that outpost for Vinch will take some fire from the cav archers. And if that's pressured, Yo can then take the gold. Or take Vinch off of the gold. Vinch doing a TC here on the palm and the baobab trees in front of the gold on the other side. And we'll have husbandry for Yo. And weak bill hit by the cav archers. And 2 HP. We'll survive. We'll escape. Some cav archers finding plumes out in the open. Taking a good fight against them. Somehow Yo down by 20 vills though. And now, despite not being the player who went for the fast castle in the unique unit, Yo actually is the one who is on the timer, needing to apply pressure to Vinch. And Vinch running his vills away from that TC has a good 17 vills up here, so if Yo concentrates and destroys this TC while booming on 2 TCs, maybe he's in a good spot and he will go immediately for a forward workshop to pressure it. He's up 11 to 8 military. As Vinch will go for more stone. He might need Bodkin soon. Yo already has it. Oh, Vinch kills a deer. Misclicks there. Another player with ballistics. The defensive workshop with the mangonel. For Vinch, his scores flip back and forth a bit. Vinch continuing with a Vill lead, adding in horse collar. Still fishing at that pond. Yo sending Vills back. Doesn't have anything from the workshop yet. Be it mangonel or ram. He is with 10 Vills on stone though, and maybe thinking of a castle drop soon. Yeah, so Vinch now should have gold access, but he is 0 on gold. Just sending Vills now. Well, wouldn't mind, honestly, 1 knight from Yo to pick off the mangonel when he sees there aren't any monks here. Now our mangonel from Yo, and that mangonel should provide cover for Yo to do a castle up here. With all those Vills on stone, that should give him a castle. Forward mangonel or oh, the forward workshop and the mangonel both go down. What a waste from Yo that was. 200 wood and another 160 wood and 35 gold. And just another defensive workshop from Yo backing that up. Getting closer and closer to a castle. And I can't help but think Vinch is pulling ahead with that eco, Vill, and res collected advantage he has. And yeah, losing that mango is awful because now, how does he make the castle? How does he actually make the castle? Needed the mangonel to protect the castle builders, and now he's almost out of stone too. Might not even have the stone for the castle. Then he'll need to buy some. Vinch selling wood and buying food as he is booming peacefully. Still on that 2 TC peaceful boom. Vinch getting a castle first. Well, he already has a castle. And quite a few plumes. And now, if Vinch has the stone, then he can counter castle. And yeah, he puts it exactly where Yo wants it. And now Vinch has a ton of gold control on this map. His town watch for Yo, so once that tech comes in, he will see the castle if he doesn't already. Does at least take the mangonel down. Can the mangonel get a hit on some Vills at least? He can, but Vinch running the Vills dodging. Unsure who is ahead. I think Vinch is pulling ahead right now. I think he's pulling very far ahead. As Yo is going to try a YOLO castle drop as a last-ditch effort. 20 plumes to 16 cav archers. The cav archers have bloodlines and bodkin. They miss the second armor. The plumes don't have bodkin, though. Vinch doesn't have bodkin. If Yo wins this, it's due to the bodkin difference that Vinch doesn't have. 21 plumes, 16 cav archers. I don't think that Yo can fight that. Here's the forward castle, this time on Vinch's face. Maybe not as far forward as he would have liked, but it still is forward and disruptive. As he adds in horse collar now, he's going to think about farms. And we'll have ballistics on the way for Vinch. Cav archers take down some plumes, and this castle will go up. And a defensive castle from Vinch, as he has enough stone. He can buy that castle. He will still have gold control. I know, a town center from Yo on the fish and the 2 mines. That's now a 25 vil lead for Vinch. Cav archers from Yo. Ooh, if only they could get around to the back and had ballistics. Lack of ballistics, I think, still hurts. Ballistics is in for Vinch. And what unit actually wins? 5 plus 1 versus 6 plus 2, 50 HP plus 70 versus 70. And then the Cav archers. Does Yo win this fight? He has to win it and win it hard. And looks like he is. Looks like he is doing it and pulling it off. The upgrades are not there for Vinch. He doesn't have armor. Does not have bodkin. And this is an absolute massacre, as Yo will rout the army and run down every single plumed archer. There's one that can live to tell the tale to his friends, to say, hey guys, we need to do some more upgrades before we fight next time. Alright, so that right there is keeping Yo in the game. And Vinch now relying upon his defensive castles to stop himself from being raided. Part of me still wonders if a Tarkin switch could take out castles, but that would probably be too expensive for Yo at this point. There's bodkin finally for Vinch. TC hit by the castle. Cav archers go to heal. TC will go down. More plumes streaming across the map, though. Plumes never stop once they get started. Got 21 plumes now to 13 CA. It's like 3 range. CA cannot keep up with 3 castle plumes in numbers. Plumes are so cheap, so speedy. Yo knows how to come back. Well, if he does come back with Tarkin thumbs, that would be crazy. But the Cav archer is still probably the better unit 1v1. Not as easy to micro as the plumes. I think the Cav archers and plumes, the main difference is the fire delay, and that the time between right-clicking to attack and when the attack animation finishes and the arrow's loosed is lower for the plumes. See, is that here? Attack delay of 0.5 versus an attack delay of 0.91. That actually makes a huge difference when you're microing in the fights.
Shot it.
That's 4 TCs for Yo. He's down by, what's that, almost 6,000 resources collected. And he's got 2 huge groups of vills, and he's 2 stones shy of a TC. Needs to force drop over there. Then do the TC with all the vills. Yeah, there it goes. It'll give him some gold control, and he has to hope that the plumes don't find him. And that is 70, 80, 90, 100% done, the TC is. And now the plumes, still no ballistics for the Cav archers, but they're kind of sandwiched between the Cav archers and the town center. And quite a few plumes are going to go down there. It's a nice recovery from Yo to get that TC added in. He's closed the Vil difference a bit. He has more TCs in his boom. And he's doing it. He's doing the Tarkins. Has he researched Dave? No, he has not researched Dave. So he can't train the Tarkins at the stables. No Marauders. Another group of plumes maybe going down.
Shot it.
And I've got another castle from Vinch. Vinch is up to Imp. Maybe Imp dies to an all-in Tarkin push. Where are the Tarkins now? Oh, going after the plumes.
Shot it.
But they're trickling in one or two at a time. Not enough Tarkins. They don't have their armor. Tarkins really need one more armor to have 5 pierce armor against the plumes. And they just don't have that right now. Plumes are so cheap. 7 attack. And Vinch is trying to eliminate Yo right here. Yo relying on the Tarkins to keep himself alive. Yeah, I need to get 6 or 7 of them first. Perfect numbers. Gave various Tarkin, or gave Varian Tarkins in a sudden death community game. And sometimes it feels like Varian IRL has some Tarkins. Yep, they added back the thump. Finally. And so many plumes. This is the Maya. How I remember them. 45 plumed archers, 51 plumed archers. That's a lot of Tarkins all grouped up under the castle. Pikemen and Imperial Age Squires. Upgrades for Vinch for countering Tarkins. Still no second armor for Yo. So it'll be 4 pierce armor instead of 5. And there's a GG. Yo will call it, and he will be eliminated as Vinch will advance to the next round off the back of some Maya plumed archers. 53 plumed archers for Vinch. Let's go. GG's from Vinch. And Yo goes down pretty early on Warlords. Unfortunate loss he suffered to Barles and then also to Vinch. But even on the map where he feels like he should be a specialist on African clearing in the Nomad category, can't get it to work out with the Huns. And 96 to 94 KD. Even with the better KD, it wasn't enough against the Maya and how cheap all their stuff is. So, alright. Let's add that as a loss for African clearing. Saw the GL next. And win for the Maya against the Huns. Alright, so Classic Pro versus Sitaux will be next. I myself am going to take a very quick break. I'm going to swap my laundry around during the break too. So I'll give a shout out to Memb. He will very likely be interviewing Vinch. Vinch is always a good interview. So go check out Memb's stream. Give him a follow if you're not already. I will be back myself in a bit. I'm going to go swap my laundry around. IRL laundry party, yes. And maybe grab a little snack in between. A healthy snack. And I will be back in around 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll get Classic Pro versus Sitaux started then. So stay tuned. Sounds like a collab opportunity, the laundry cup. I don't know about that. A laundry cup. Let's see, are they done with their interview yet? Okay, hopefully they start drafting soon. Hey, hello, Taramis. How you doing? Welcome in. Greetings, hello, Beber Cakes. Welcome, everyone. I just grabbed a quick snack in between games. And hopefully we're going to start drafting soon. So this will be Sitaux versus Classic Pro, another elimination match. Personally, I think Sitaux is a pretty heavy favorite here. Vinch indeed did win the first set, so Yo is eliminated fairly early on. And Vinch will advance to be in the round of 12. Again, these are the elimination matches. Yesterday, we did have Lewis eliminating MBL and Hart eliminating Mihai. This will be the final of the elim matches. One of Sitaux or Classic Pro will be going home today. Sebastian playing pretty darn well. Hello, Dancing Cactus. Yeah, surprising Yo gone already for sure. I mean, surprising both Yo and Vinch did lose the first round sets, right? But Vinch had a very close one against Andy. And Barl's still in the tournament, but he didn't win his winner's match, so he will be in the round of 12 too. Yes, Classic Pro did eliminate Doubt a week or so ago. That he did. Knocked Doubt out of the qualifier. It was a very close set, but Classic Pro did come out on top, so no Doubt in Warlords outside of the qualifier. You forgot you had stream open during the break, and a lovely surprise when I came back. Hello, Bree. I have a lot of work to do tonight after the stream, involving getting overlays and stuff updated to include YouTube chat, since I can do that now. So this will be a busy weekend for me. I need to get back to making the new maps for the Brazilian Dynasty land. I want to have those done in the next week or so that we have time to play test them and make sure they're working properly. Make a couple updates to the previous maps too. Have I heard anything about Hera not practicing at all yet for this because he was doing the WC3 tournament? Well, every day I am pretty much on Twitch and I have my list of followed channels, and there I see Hera all the time, with his game being Warcraft 3. So he has been playing a ton of Warcraft 3. Any new information on stream elements? Not that I've seen. Pretty much the same state. Although there are no more sponsorships in my dashboard. Usually I have a bunch of like mobile game things there that I don't pay attention to. But yeah, no sponsorships there. I haven't seen any food sponsorships in a while, and those tend to be the bigger ones, like HelloFresh or the Factor 75 that we had done. Those are the ones I would keep an eye out for. But unfortunately, it seems like that hasn't been a thing for a while, and perhaps that was foreboding the entire shutdown of stream elements. From what I've seen, they've had tweets out confirming that they are trying to find people to acquire them, but that probably isn't going well considering the doom and gloom I've been hearing. In the sorry state of DE, and given the gradual decline by adding new civs and quality of life features like auto farm. So we are drafting. I totally missed the fact we were drafting. So yes, we have a draft. We have, what's our lovely first map? Is that Arena? Is that the best map? Oh yes, then Classic Pro, he picked for his maps Crownwood and Lowland. For Sitaux, water maps, Isthmus and Shorelines. Arena's lovely. DE you wish could be decontented. I just wish we had a lobby system that worked with our matchmaking system that used the lobbies and wasn't split up separately. Going with Sitaux 3-0 or 3-1. Love Sitaux 3-0 as a pick. I think Sitaux is going to be a heavy favorite against Classic Pro. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Classic Pro could sweep him, but I think I would heavily favor Sitaux here. AoE2 is like its best place ever for tournament winnings. That's still something that only like 3 or 4 people actually get enough money from tournament winnings to justify it, right? I mean, maybe if you're in a... I mean, I guess incomes are different in different countries and different places. But in terms of tournament winnings itself, if you're not also streaming with it, that's not going to be consistent for anyone outside of the top couple of players. Yeah, ACCM probably. But then also, Vietnam is probably a lot cheaper than various other places. Yeah, right, but that's Twitch subs plus tournament winnings, Beaver Cakes. It's not just tournament winnings, right? If someone were going to live off of tournament winnings alone, then that's a different story, right? Like Leary and Hera, AoE2 related income is very different, even if they're both going to finish top 2 in every tournament because of the Twitch difference, right? Right, and, 2.5 to 3k subs, depending on what type of job you have, you could very easily be making more through non-AoE2 stuff. But, then that's also depends on, that's very dependent on where you live and what type of job you would have, though. Vitality must provide some salary, too. Yeah, that's what's curious, because how does Vitality actually make money from Hera, Leary, and Hart being an AoE2 team? Because Hera obviously has a big enough Twitch presence that they can sponsor him, but does Leary really have a big enough presence that just wearing like a Vitality jersey when he's playing in Warlords actually matters? I can understand maybe sponsoring Leary for Red Bull, but for other stuff, I don't know what type of real kickback you get from Vitality Leary playing in, say, an online-only AoE2 event where Leary himself isn't streaming his point of view. Because then, even if you're you are sponsoring Leary, how does Leary actually give you advertising? Hello, you're new to AoE? Am I a pro? I won't call myself a pro. I do stream it a lot. I guess when I'm playing, I'm in the top, 1,000 or so players usually. I feel if Leary really wanted, he could stream and get 1k subs a month easily, and with his tournament winnings do very well if he really wanted that life. I don't think that 1k subs per month is that sudden or easy to do. I think that that's probably only Hera and Viper among players. I mean, Doubt probably streams a lot. I don't know if he's close to that number. But yeah, Leary has an actual job, right? Like AoE2 isn't his only income. But remember the way Hera and Viper have grown their channels, and T90 as well, have been through doing stream content in addition to streams. Like Viper played the campaigns on YouTube. Hera has all of his YouTube content that's not really just gameplay uploads. There has really been no one in a player outside of those two who has a big pipeline to Twitch from other social media. And even Viper's kind of closed down some of the other stuff he'd been doing on YouTube a while ago. When is the ad revenue? Depends how many ads you play. Yeah, that is very variable, and also depends on where your viewers are from. It's a hard thing to say because there are some people, like, depending on where you live, you might be in a country that just doesn't get ads on Twitch. That's what some people say. They watch and they never get ads. And I know that's, like, I've talked to Dergao about this when I was talking to him at NAC a couple years ago, where if he were to stream on Twitch and he streams in English, he doesn't get that many viewers because then he's competing with all of the, you know, the T90s and all the English-speaking casters and streamers also. But if he streams in Portuguese, he actually makes less than he does by streaming in English, even though he gets more viewers, because then the country locations where those viewers are from and the amount of money made through ads or through subs from those viewers is much less than if he's streaming in English and getting people from English-speaking countries. Yeah, right, and that's why a lot of, I think a few people like Nikov or Kapach have even been streaming on Kick because the 95-90 revenue split there makes more of a difference for them. Yeah, the views themselves aren't... Even the subs themselves aren't even equal. Alright, so we're gonna have game 1 starting now. Let me just, speaking of ads, get the ad out of the way before we play a game. Oh, Majestic, thank you for the sub. Look at that, 56 months.
Cracks, brother. Ride ahead and see if you can flush the boar out.
The economics of content creation are brutal. It's going to get worse when the energy crisis hits. I think AI generation of content probably has a bigger effect right now. I think the fact that basically any like text-based social media is just AI generated now, and for the most part short-form video is too, is going to have a bigger effect on content creation. I don't think like AI would take the place of Twitch or like live stream video content, but I think it runs the risk that long-form live stream content becomes so not profitable compared to like AI generated short form content that eventually stuff like Twitch just goes the way of Mixer and gets shut down. You know, maybe YouTube contains YouTube live streams just as a function of YouTube because it exists. But I think that's the bigger until, yeah, how long until we have an AI AoE streamer who plays the insane AI on the ladder, right? That's like a larger scale question though. Would society accept, like, say you're watching a baseball game or a soccer match, would you listen to an AI generated commentary on the game rather than a human doing it? Is that itself a threat of being replaced? Ignore all stream plans and give us a cupcake recipe? I'm sorry, but as we talked about, Stream Elements is shutting down, so no HelloFresh or Factor 75 sponsorships for recipes. What if I'm actually AI generated? That'd be nice if I could just replace myself with an AI and didn't have to do any work. Imagine that. Like, I just use an AI voice cloner to clone my voice. I have Claude write my video scripts, and then I just throw it into a video generator, and you get AI T-West videos. Anyway, we'll have Classic Pro. He'll be here to the north. He's playing as the Turks. Sitaux will be to the southeast. He's playing as the Khmer. On Arena, the Turks probably the best civ these days, with all the nerfs Aztecs have gotten. Unless you're gonna go for a very YOLO monk rush, maybe with like Bohemians or Burmese or Bengalis. You could monk rush with Turks though too. Turks actually with the gold bonus are a pretty good monk rushing civ. And you have Heresy. They fall off an Imp, but in the Castle Age, that's how Eddie used to play them, Monk Rush. Khmer on Arena. Well, the Khmer have a good farming eco and good light cav. Sitaux, I know Sitaux's very much a nerd with how he places his lumber camps in his buildings. I'm kind of surprised to see the mill here instead of one tile either to the bottom right or bottom left. Or even on the back side of the berries. I guess as the Khmer, he doesn't need to reserve the farming space. But now the vills are going to have to be walking a bit more. Unless he wants to put more than 4 vills on the berries. But he already has 2 Khmer farms. So Sitaux is cooking with this build order. He's pushing his deer. He's got 4 on berries. He has 2 Dark Age Khmer farms right now. We did see Killer Khmer Scorpions from Vinch. A very different civ matchup, though, with the Kumans. Right, that was Kuman's Khmer, this is Turk's Khmer. Yo played the early Tower Rush while booming. Turk's probably just going to go Janissaries if Classic Pro's go into Stone. Then you take a look at how Classic Pro sets up the eco, and you start wondering, is this simply a defensive castle at home for Janissaries, a fast castle, or a FC with an early castle forward, YOLOing the vills, or does he try to go light cav or spears or something to protect the vills on their way forward? You have a few different options for how you manage the Turks. And I have a couple houses up there for Classic Pro, as vills trickle over from the TC to the woodline. Only 1 lumber camp from Classic Pro. Also doing 2 farms. Putting them on the right of the TC, reminding me of the old days when farms were more effective on the right side. Okay, so Sitaux as the Khmer, again, doesn't matter where he places the farms, you just place them to minimize walk time in the Dark Age. Maybe as a secondary effect, you think by the TC in case you need to garrison. But mining camp on the diagonal away from the gold. You have 5 vills on berries, alright. That's what I thought. Sitaux planned on putting more than just 4 vills on berries, so 6 vills on berries. Okay, that's why he left the gap here, because he wants 6 on berries. And that vill should probably be on the center bush. You have 2, 2, 2, and then 3, 3, and then 6, and when you get 6, you probably want to move them off. Farms aren't more effective on the right side anymore? Nope. As you see, vills now farm in the center of the individual tiles instead of on the left corners. That vill in the center of the 3x3 grid, she's in the center of the left tile instead of the left corner. Center of this tile instead of the left corner. Center of this tile, so farms are no longer more efficient on the right side. I'm still thinking that the best bonus I had seen on the AoE2 subreddit, which has some ideas that are just belonging in the idea stage for the most part. But this was a good idea. It was 3x2 farms that you could rotate like gates. And then you'd have to puzzle them in around your TC in a different shape. 3x2 farms. So Blacksmith and Market for Classic Pro. He's going straight up then. Not going to go for potentially a barracks and a stable. You're just going to go straight for the castle. I missed those minor details mattering. I don't mind the farm change. That's something I think is okay to change. Stuff like auto farm though. Auto placing the farms for you. I still hate that. Not a fan of the auto farms. So it will be a stable for Sitaux. He doesn't need the barracks. As the Khmer, can skip that. Just go for the stable. And we'll use his farming eco to pump out some scouts. Classic Pro going over to Stone. And now, if he wants to drop a forward castle, he has to contend with scouts. Scouts into light cav. So options are do the castle at home, but that's going to slow down any imp pressure you'd want to apply by getting the castle forward and going straight to imp. You could do a barracks and make a couple spears, and try to fight the scouts with the spears. And you also could just YOLO the vills and try to quick wall them. Don't really like the fish in the docks. I think that docks absolutely should not shoot arrows. And I'm also not a fan of the garrisoning in itself. I think something reasonable might be 3 fishing ships max in the dock with no arrows, but I think it was better how it was before with no garrisoning. I think it simply makes water more snowbally. And that you can't really counterattack once if you're slightly behind because the fish just hop in the docks. And then you're only slightly inconveniencing someone, whereas you are still either garrisoned into the docks or losing the docks. Taking much more damage. So in the past, at least you could snipe off a few fishing ships with galleys that got forward. Can't really do that anymore. Garrison villas and palisades. That would be a patch. So Monastery for Classic Pro doesn't yet have the stone for the castle, as he's just reaching the castle age now. We'll have Bowsaw for Sitaux. And he will add in a monastery first and add in a couple of monks. So he will be playing against against the castle from Classic Pro. Classic Pro deletes the walls to place the castle. Does let him get it a bit more forward than he otherwise would have. Sitaux would have loved to have ran through with a couple of scouts and sniped vills, but Classic Pro loses his light cav. And he'll be going for Janissaries, and it's a bit of a weird build, where if we look at what he did, he sold 100 stone and 100 wood. So he didn't actually do a mining camp, he was purely on stone. One thing you can do is long distance mine 10 gold, and then when you sell the stone, you have just enough gold to click up. The only downside would be if the other player uses the market to do the same thing first, but you're against the Chimera who likely want to skip the market, so you're not really afraid of that. Remember, Janissaries, they used to have 8 range, now they have but 7 range, making monks more effective against them. But with 17 attack, it doesn't take many Janissary bullets to kill monks. Sitaux double monastery in attempts to grab relics will also add a town center. Now Classic Pro has to make decisions. Does he add more Janissaries and monks? Does he add more TCs, or does he just go straight to Imp? So Janissary is coming out. And want to be able to snipe monks. I'm gonna have to go back and garrison in the castle. He's got 4 Janissaries and a monk of his own. Like Cav providing a bit of a shield for the Janissaries in front of the monk. And look at how inaccurate they are. I feel like that's a DE thing too. Janissaries are far more inaccurate than they were in the past. Not that they were ever the most accurate unit, just like Conks, but look at how far they're missing by. That's something for experimentation too. Accuracy of gunpowder units, AOC versus DE. We really gotta close the distance. Also, very forward gold for Sitaux, but he also has a back gold that he... I was gonna say, maybe he didn't scout it, but no, he has scouted it. The light cav coming forward. And monks could be sniped here. 1 monk sniped, light cav sniped, 2 light cav sniped, another monk forced to turn and dodge the inaccurate Janissaries as a scout goes down. And Sitaux loses a vill as he falls back away from that front gold. Up, and there was the first of 2 petards from Classic Pro. We'll be able to go through and get into the base, but Sitaux is pretty well secured here. 2 TCs and an easy wall here to his TC, just a couple of houses there. And he's fine. Back gold for him. He's on stone, so eventually he can do a defensive castle as long as he has stone control. So 2-2 relics, there are 7 total on the map. Full light cav still from Sitaux trolling for monks. And here come the petards. With the petards, you hit right in the middle of walls. Try to get through. Janissaries probably could finish off that outpost. But they just want to get through. Now, the one thing Sitaux probably would hate is if the Janissaries were to walk through here and get to that gold, and he'd be quick walling like crazy with the rest of his vills to try to prevent that. The Vill's going down. Nice Vill lead for Classic Pro. As 1 Janissary is converted, the rest of the monks going to be hopping in and out of the TC repeatedly. There's 1 hiding there, and the Janissaries hit it. Not quite. We'll have another monk coming in. Oh, there's another relic. That would be 3 for Sitaux then. And now, how do you follow this up if you're Classic Pro? There is a Siege Workshop. So the Siege Workshop lets you actually apply pressure to buildings. Question is, do you go for a ram first or a mangonel? Oh, the Janissary is blocking the foundation. That build doesn't have loom. Oh, this is something that feels new too. Units block foundations a lot more than they used to. That's a lot of monks converting. Janissaries want to pick off the monks. One Janissary gets... 2 Janissaries get converted. And some died of the TC fire. That was just painful. Painful for Classic Pro. Janissary is not accurate enough to defend that monk. Scout getting weak. Janissaries are still out here. Janissaries and monks look very similar now. It's kind of hard to tell the difference. Mangonel now for Classic Pro. So I went with the Mangonel rather than the Ram. Chimera monks do have access to Redemption and Sanctity should they want to convert Mangonels. The Chimera also do have Guard Tower and then Keep. If they wanted to do a Guard Tower defense. There is Loom now for Classic Pro. Part of me still wishes we had a Ram opening. Janissaries can dive and force fights to pick off Mangonels. But it will be a Mangonel. And taking out the Mangonel is so easy for Janissaries. And oh, picking up a relic is Classic Pro. Okay, well, Classic Pro Turks on Arena. Sitaux had a plan to deal with them. That plan did not work out. I just wanted to go double Monastery Monks, but having trouble so far. Great Relic Heist. Great Relic Heist would be open with a ram to destroy this monastery. And then you get more relics. So Mangonel's pushing forward. Oh, nice shot from Sitaux. There's a Mangonel. Those monks still trying to convert. Another reason I would have liked the ram is because of the monk defense. You can hop in and out of the ram to break conversions. Just like a siege tower. Oh, you know what would actually be sick right now? Siege tower from Classic Pro and just roll your way into the back of the eco. I don't think there's anything that stops that. Maybe Sitaux would need to delete farms to quick wall and try to stop that, but just get right to the gold. And if it doesn't work, you just turn around. That would actually legit win the game because he'd kill all the gold pills. Actually, he has stone for a castle now. Imagine that 3 siege towers, or like 2 or 3 siege towers, 1 for forward vills, 1 for the Janissaries. You just roll through, pop out, and start building a castle back here. Oh, that'd be sick. We'll have to try that next time we play 1v1 arenas. The OP siege tower train. Okay, instead he's going for a chicken castle. Outside the wall. Yeah, it's forward. But those vills are the castle's so safe that the vills are in danger. And he's gonna lose both Mangonels, but gets the monks. The vills are forced back. The Janissaries have to clean more light cav and converted Janissaries. And that was the moment maybe Sitaux was waiting for. As he finally gets something good happening on his defense. And the castle took so long that a few more Mangonels popped out. And now he gets... Ooh, Classic Pro, that was sick. He got a kill. And he goes 2 for 1. That's what he needed. And with going 2 for 1, Janissaries now could try to pick off the Mangonel while the vills rush up the castle. And both players desperate for more Mangonels. But those Janissaries miss everything. They get the Mangonel. Now the castle should go up. Classic Pro will have a defensive Mangonel. And meanwhile, at home, it is a second TC for Classic Pro. This hasn't been a full all-in-one TC Turks push. But he's also getting close to Imp. And so whoever goes up Imp first has a good advantage in the Treb fight. But remember, the Turks get the free Bombard Cannon. So as soon as they get up, they get something that can destroy Trebs. Also, Turk Bombard Cannon have more HP. So there's the castle from Sitaux. Sitaux floating a ton of wood, and that's someone who's microing so much as the Chimera that he's lost access to the farms. and isn't spending wood on rebuilding them. It's not the balanced eco Sitaux wants if he needs to go imp. This could also be rewalled if that matters. But Mangonel down.
Emret.
And there is imp from Classic Pro. Alright, Classic Pro up to imp. And Monastery getting Mangonel down. Yeah, so the tower there keeps Janissaries away from the wood line and from a lot of the farms. So Sitaux actually has significantly more farming space because of the tower. That's open, isn't it?
Emret.
Oh yeah, that is open. He just gets the wall up in time. Just barely, but the Janissaries take it down. Maybe needed to be a stone wall.
Evet.
And now this is what I was worried about the entire time. Janissaries getting into the back of the eco.
Emret.
Contend with Mangonels now, so Sitaux might be able to clean this up, but look at all the idle time. And all those villas and houses that aren't working now. I think Classic Pro has this. Sitaux, ooh! No conversions, but gets a triple kill as the Janissaries destroy the Mangonel. Now Sitaux no more relics. Classic Pro has 4, 1 light cav stopping him from getting a 5th. And Classic Pro almost imp is the Turks. And this might even be GG once imp comes in. Sitaux trying to grab relics. So if I'm Classic Pro, I think what you want to target with the TC is one of the wall segments over here to make sure you can pass in and out on both sides of the castle. Just open this up a bit more so you have more mobility. And I love this 2 outpost down here. So if Sitaux tries to sneak out, then Classic Pro will know about it. Would have liked it maybe a couple tiles down to get more vision, but that's exactly what he needs to be doing. Outposts to ensure Sitaux doesn't send villas to escape. When he's pressuring one side, the best thing to do for the other player often is to slip out the other side. So Ram now for Sitaux. So it looks like he's going to stay full castle age and go for a Ram push to try to dislodge this castle. Gold running out. Gold actually in the back is out for Sitaux. The main gold is pretty far forward in the area. There he goes. Vills to the outside. Outposts see it.
Emret.
And Janissaries come here, and that can end the game. They kill Vills. I think what he just needs is a couple of Janissaries to be here and the rest over here. So Sitaux's point of view, from where will the Janissaries appear? He's going for a mining camp. Going for an outpost. Oh, that outpost isn't in time. Here are the Janissaries. Time to pick off the army more important than Vills. Monks might be. And these knights not going to take a good fight against the Janissaries since Classic Pro's imp. Time for him to get siege going, but Sitaux will call the GG, and Classic Pro goes up 1-0. I think a map where he had a great civ advantage. That's still a 1-0. Turks over Chimera, 600 or 65 to 37 KD. 10 conversions for Sitaux, but not enough. Never a unit got converted. It got killed off. And well done for Classic Pro. Very well done for him. Don't always expect Classic Pro to be at the very, very top of the food chain, but a great win there. And with the very last picked Turks, how did Turks get to the end of the draft when there was Arena in the draft? People need to learn how to play Turks on Arena. Need to learn how strong they are. But GG. And time for Isthmus as our next map. Japanese for Sitaux and Italians, or Japanese for the Classic Pro, and Italians for Sitaux. Gudur's surprising pick. Maybe he's got a surprise plan for them. Maybe as a counter to Georgians or to Mongols in some ways, by having good camels. So now we get to hybrid map, hybrid civs, Italians, Japanese. No surprise there. Japanese probably going for men-at-arms, Italians probably trying to go for a faster castle time. Both of them liking fishing. Better fishing ships for the Japanese, cheaper fishing ships for the Italians. Italians are the discount civ, of course. Discounted age-ups, discounted fishing ships, discounted dock and university techs. And Classic Pro is victorious. Why? What happened? Turn to map. What happened? They have all this stuff. Why did they play 2 seconds and resign? What happened? I don't know what happened. Maybe his internet's just disconnected. Okay. Well, Sitaux resigned 2 seconds into the game, which is probably just a drop. I see them in the lobby again. I didn't see if there was any admin intervention there. Probably just a good old-fashioned drop. And okay, in the lobby again. So, get to see more Isthmus. Loading a second time. And GG easy. 2-0 for Classic Pro. No. I did like that arena game though. I always enjoy a good game of arena. It's the blood pumping in the morning. Or at 2 p.m. Let me adjust the camera slightly. I always feel like my camera's ever so slightly off-center. I don't know, you ever get that feeling? I feel like when I sit, I'm not directly in front of my monitor, I'm just like ever so slightly to the left. I guess that lines myself up more, or my keyboard, like your keyboard extends slightly more to the, I don't know, to the right. Maybe I just need to work on my posture. Just gained 200 pounds, so I'm in the entire frame. I don't think so. I'm not gonna be gaining 200 pounds. Maybe like going to the gym and after another year or two gaining 20 pounds, sure, but not 200. I've actually lost a bit of weight. I'm down to 160. I was at like 170, 175 around a year ago. But also just dealing with a shoulder injury, so I haven't really been able to work out like I want to. You're almost 200 pounds, but you said gain 200 pounds, which would put me at like 360. You didn't say get to 200. 200 could also be pretty healthy if you're, you know, like muscular and you're there. 360 is, yeah, you have to be extraordinarily jacked to be there and have it still be a very healthy weight. You know, weight loss program isn't recommended. My weight loss program is just I'm skinny. I'm a distance runner. Okay, let's see. We're loading in again. Another minute of spec delay. Second time's the charm. I don't know what happened there. Okay, Phosphor confirming the left-sided bias I had seen. guidelines to follow the tournament. Are they here in the Discord? Streamer's not following the guidelines. Is there a handbook I need to watch? Or event handbook. There we are. Let's see. God, I can't control F this handbook, can I? Oh, I just gotta, oh gosh. PDFs that load. And Kronos Jr., thank you very much for the raid. Tournament logo must be visible at all times while in game. It must be clearly stated during the stream who is hosting and sponsoring the event. And link in the stream title. Name of the event starting always. That is such a silly thing, but I'm doing it. You have a command. Okay, I think we're doing everything. Anyway, I'll get into this. Put the players on the right side of the overlay. 3 times in the title. Hills. Take the Gazelle. We'll have Classic Pro as the yellow Japanese to the west, and Sitaux as the blue Italians to the northeast. Pyramid in the middle. What are these animals? Arabian wolves. Okay, these are not renamed. They're the very, very handsome animals. So they are docking the same side. Looks like they are as this Vil heads over to join the goat and find a shorefish for a dock. And that'll also be good whale access for Sitaux. Good whale access for Classic Pro. Remember, 1,000 gold on each whale. And you can kind of ignore your gold mine and just take the whale if you want to. Some villas in the back on that lumber camp. And a nice back wood line for both players. And Sitaux will be pushing in a gazelle from pretty far away. This is a map. I think you get 2 groups of gazelles on this one. Yeah, you get 2 groups of gazelles. Probably should have done the same thing on Kilimanjaro, replacing one of the groups of chickens with a gazelle group. Easy walling map. Well, each player does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wood lines on their side. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one from Classic Pro extending a bit far forward. Then the middle is kind of empty, and there are some golds in the middle. Looks like, though, as far as middle golds are concerned, only 1, 2, 3 groups of 2 tiles each, so 6 tiles. Now, Sitaux has a decent main gold that's easy to wall, but his secondary golds are both very far forward. Classic Pro has more of a back gold. Kind of a decent main gold. Very safe stone, and another stone and gold forward. And then if you want more stone, you can transport to these islands on the sides and grab stone over there. So I guess for this Civ matchup, the question is, how quickly do the Japanese do men-at-arms? Usually it's very fast. We'll see your barracks pretty soon. How do they figure out which side the opponent's dock is on? By doing exactly what Classic Pro is doing here, simply by scouting. And there you go, sees the dock. And you might have to change your game plan based on whether or not you see that. And if you want to see it earlier and ensure you dock either the same or the opposite side, then what you do is you send your scout forward very early and look for the dock. Maybe in hopes even of sniping off the dock bill. Is this the last set for today? Yep, this is the last set for today. Maybe we'll play a couple community games or something afterwards. Will you play as ACCM tomorrow? Yes. And Viper Tato is tomorrow too. In your Drunk Isthmus games, you're still looking for sheep minute 6. Well, I don't know what advice to give you, Ray. There's Sitaux up to the feudal age. And archery range for him, and maybe surprisingly from neither civ. No men-at-arms from the Japanese. Like Sitau's base setup, he has set it up quite nicely. Left the berries a bit exposed, but he's fishing, so he doesn't care about that. Double docks, and it's a hulk opening. Double dock hulks. So who's ready to see hulks on the water? Do you double, triple to return? I guess it depends on how heavily you want to invest on water. I mean, your option could be find the enemy docks, then go dock yourself on the opposite side. And that way you have safe fish. You don't like Sitau's docks? When they're next to each other like this, fishing ships actually can teleport from one dock to the other, in case that ever matters. And lovely, of course, the ships still have the sails that change their architecture set in some directions when they're attacking. That is lovely for Sitaux. I know Sitaux trying to dock, but Classic Pro there with the scout, and he's gonna find the dockville. Can Sitaux get the walls up? Oh, almost like a misclick there. The Vil walked off of the foundation, and Sitaux loses the Vil. Or the Vil walked onto the foundation instead of building it, so Sitaux loses the villager. Classic Pro gets the kill. And now we'll have a mining camp here for Sitaux. And he's moving a lot of Vils over to gold. So before he didn't do the mining camp, skipped that earlier to sustain his gold income from the whale. And now can maybe move some more fishing ships over to fish food rather than whale gold. GG, because he lost one villager. Yeah, here comes some archers forward. Maybe you could pick off the dockville there in return. Galley transition to counter the hulks from Classic Pro. Same thing from Sitaux, also going galleys himself, so galley plus hulk for both. And Sitaux, going for that range, will find the Vil here. And even if Classic Pro wanted to run, the scout would be there. So she cannot escape. And will fall to her death near the dock as the dock tries to garrison and shoot the archers. This is the type of thing I find so silly, garrisoning a dock to shoot archers. Watchtower for Classic Pro. With Leching on the way too. And then in the north, by the docks, Sitaux needing to garrison Classic Pro, beasting this game. I can do the set thinking Sitaux would be a pretty heavy favorite, but Classic Pro is playing great. Still even grabbing a Vil on the tower. And the skirms will force those archers back. Sitaux gets the range up in time. It feels like by the dock, maybe a slight push from Classic Pro. Sitaux goes for fishing lines. Those palisades are still there. The scout from Classic Pro searching for another dockville. Searching for it. So these Arabian wolves going down as Sitaux brings more archers forward. Fishing lines with 5 fishing ships. I think it's pretty cheap though. I think it's probably worth it. So only archers so far for Sitaux. Oh, the wolves are going to help him out though, attacking Classic Pro skirms.
Presto.
And that's a hulk and 2 fire galleys there for Sitaux. Some more walls going up around here. Another market up for Classic Pro. Oh, there is a Vil by the dock down here. That could be another snipe for Sitaux as the archers come forward. Sitaux going to use the docks for defense again and still micro on the water. Are bringing his archers. Will he notice the Vil there? He's not noticing her. Camouflaged behind the dock. Walks right past, just passing. But on the bright side, maybe he forgoes the alert. That would have told the Classic Pro he was there, and gets 2 Vil kills from it. Now can even get behind the wood line and force Classic Pro to do a bit more house walling. Maybe force him to move back here or to the other wood line. Some good damage from those archers now. As Sitaux seems to be stabilizing a bit on water.
Presto.
Stabilizing a bit. And looking to push out, he does have fletching. Both players fletching in armor for the archers. A group of archers in skirms for Classic Pro getting forward, not finding a way in as Sitaux throws up more walls. His scout's still looking for stuff down there, won't find anything. And Sitaux will be able to complete the wall off from that wood line to the edge of the map, maybe even find his final goat on the way. He has seen it, just hasn't taken it. He's Italians, he's fishing his need goats. Still nice, nevertheless, not needing a farm. That's why we need flat dock mod. Need flat everything mod. Oh, Mr. Fluffy Bunny, hello, hello, welcome, welcome in. And Sitaux up to the Castle Age, that cheap Italian's Castle Age, whereas Classic Pro needs to buy his way up, but is still a bit of a ways away. Playing food, selling some wood. Now MIT, I'm doing pretty well today. We're finally getting some somewhat nicer weather around here. Unfortunately, it comes with allergies, but I'm holding up pretty well. Hopefully my voice sounds okay. Reminds me, my laundry's done. I can turn off the filter I had. Way too hot. I think it's still cold. I need another Hidden Cup meetup back to Florida. Oh, Ray, are you going to that land thing? Varen's been messaging me about it. So Fire is still dancing for Sitaux, but he doesn't quite want to engage. He doesn't have the numbers, and maybe he's going to wait for another pair of fires. What he kind of wants is to pull Classic Pro's galleys up to the corner, so when he gets out of the docks with the fires, he can then sandwich them a bit and take a better fight. Classic Pro trying to avoid that. Or actually, no, he's just going to group up with his ships. And then same thing, try to sail to the port where he could cut them off, but not going to get there. Just going to garrison the fish. Uninvited. Oh boy, what did you do, Ray? Oh, so Fire's pushing the galleys. And medium warships now for Sitaux. But by the time he gets medium warships, he'll have lost everything. So he's going to try to transition to land, add in the TC. Now, once again, the reminder that every time we see someone win water, they end up losing the game. And right now, Classic Pro in the dangerous position of he's winning the water. No ballistics yet, so the crossbow's not able to do too much damage to the bills. I'll just force Sitaux will just force Classic Pro to run from one wood line to the other. And we'll have Bowsaw and Elite Skirm for Classic Pro. As he has a good group of archers forward, but he's doing Elite Skirm rather than crossbow. As there is a TC and some vills head to the wood line. Doubt archery range at 99.61% for Classic Pro. Now have to mark it well to keep some crossbows out. On the other lake, he's lake, body of water, ocean, sea. I don't know what's. I'm gonna call it a sea. On the other sea, there'll be a fire ship popping out of the dock for Sitaux, ready to hunt down these fishing ships. As long as he pays attention. Lots of things that Sitaux is just passing because he's microing somewhere else. He's not engaging here, but by the time he does, medium warships will just be closer and closer for Classic Pro. And can Sitaux get some good damage in before medium warships? Other side of the isthmus. Fires keep pushing the war galleys back.
Presto.
Skirms and crossbows forward. Maybe gonna hit these archers. And we'll have gill nets now for Classic Pro as the skirms and crossbows get these archers forced away. And yeah, crossbow finally. Classic Pro. Maybe he wanted to skip it earlier, but he has to bite the bullet and spend resources on it. That scout's still out there. Finally gonna die to a fire. Burned to a crisp. And a War Hulk now for Sitaux. Sitaux has controlled most of this water. But on the other side, looks like Classic Pro taking a good fight. And yeah, Sitaux losing all of the fires. He's being scared of Italian fast fire. That's true. Afraid of the imp and fires. And forward workshop also for Sitaux. Classic Pro trying to out-micro him. He might pick off one of the forward vills. Both of those vills are very low on HP. Sitaux... Oh, he's a dock vill there. She could build the workshop. There's one vill going down. And workshop will be denied. Classic Pro ballistics on the way forward. Now, Sitaux more vills, but Classic Pro ahead in score now. Maybe it's just deceptive because he's winning water and investing more into water. I think Sitau's strategy to win the other water seems to be working out better. Docks are getting a war galleed. And back and forth is Sitaux. Needs to be careful about overchopping. But nothing too far forward to threaten him. He's got his own defense against those archers. He has a workshop at home where he can do a mangonel. And still has that dockville forward. He's taking shorefish from very far from the dock. Could go and finish the dock. I mean, finish the workshop. So fires again from Sitaux, but he still can't quite find a way to get out from underneath his docks. As his fleet once more goes down in the north. Town watch for him. Not in danger of being housed, just wants town watch. Mangonel shot, clipping a couple of units. And misses against the split there. Is this the modern pro? Ah, no, it's the classic one. And Classic Pro now defending himself, needs a TC. Repairs on the mangonel from Sitaux, and remember, this is an elimination match. The loser is out of Warlords. Mangonel hit there by Classic Pro. And wheelbarrow on the way for Sitaux. Now some cav archers, Japanese cav archers, okay. Maybe a bit vulnerable to potential Genoese crossbowmen, but gotta enjoy a good Japanese cav archer. Some skirms here, and we'll force Sitau's army to run back to the other side of the pyramid. Finally, ballistics for Sitaux as Classic Pro keeps pulling ahead in score, actually ahead slightly in res collected. He take out a mangonel, loses his own though. Yeah, that one stays alive actually. Get it with the archers and skirms eventually. Oh, here come more repair vills. And the skirms will go back. So Classic Pro not able to keep up the pressure, and Sitaux still ahead by 12 or so vills. Hello, Schmuffus, how you doing? Yeah, quick Italian imp will be tough to deal with, and Sitaux kind of close to it. Not there yet, needs a bit more gold, but could sell, maybe idle for a moment, and should be okay to go up. forward dock from Classic Pro. Remember, each of the bodies of water has 2 islands with some stone on them, so you can transport for stone. The total number of tiles of stone is random. The islands are always going to be there. Sometimes they merge into one large island. I've been sitting in this chair for 3.5 hours. I need a good stretch. Crossbow's trying to dodge some war galley shots. Sitaux may be bringing a mangonel over. Only 8 ships after winning water. Only 8 ships? 7 ships? 10 ships? Oh, 8 fishing ships. You want more fishing ships. I think you need a dock back here. And then a forward dock. Like here. And then maybe more fish. I was gonna say, usually you want fewer ships. Okay, so Sitaux needs to delete this. I don't think he deleted it. But he is up to Imp, and there's that fast Italians Imp you were talking about. Fast and discounted Italians Imp. So, crossbowman coming back. Feel like we fish trap like crazy. I think that's still kind of vulnerable. I mean, there are a lot of deep fish out here. I don't think you need to fish trap yet. And Sitaux adding in 8 fishing ships and even more. I think the key is just having enough docks that you make a good number of fishing ships and keep them busy, rather than overbooming into fishing ships. I think it's important to have a mixture of farms in your eco too. So now that's 3, if not 4 mangonels forward for Classic Pro. Oh, that mangonel for Sitaux very low on HP. I very much like this map, though it feels like it always Dravidian, Italian, Japanese, Maya, Korean, nothing much else. Now that's what I feel about all hybrid maps, that we see the same civs over and over. I don't know if there's something different we could do with civ drafting, but I feel like it's the same civs repeatedly. That does kind of make it a bit, I don't know, I feel like there's less variation to the gameplay we see than maps like Arabia or Arena. So, castles in the middle for both players. Oh, no one. Wait, could this be one-shotted? No. Waiting for a mangonel to one-shot a castle. So, 4 mangonels against 3, 1 more for Classic Pro. And he is about to click up, but about to click up is different than someone who already is up, like Sitaux is. As Sitaux can do a forward castle and bring his crossbows forward, doing bracer and chemistry. And just now clicking his Classic Pro, who is pretty far behind in the timing as Sitaux takes the score lead. And once that castle's up, the treble will start popping. A couple of cav archers on the side for Classic Pro. There's that chemistry upgrade. And a tower, guard tower for Classic Pro to prevent the mangonel push from getting down past the TC along the coastline. Another forward castle from Sitaux. As chemistry is about to be finished, we're looking for a bombard cannon. He's got a treb on the way. Maybe slightly late with the treb. And now bracer crossbow should be able to pick off mangonels, especially with chemistry, and then even more especially when they become arbs. Arbs actually very good against Castle Age mangonels. There's another castle. No cannon yet. Well, we'll look probably for another treb soon. Sitauxvilles are mining that gold, and the treb comes out to deploy and attack the castle. There's masonry for Classic Pro. And Classic Pro's moving forward with skirms, and we all know skirms, the best raiding unit there is. The best unit and also the best raiding unit. Whenever I see skirms in an eco, I see the eco getting destroyed. And here they'll be forward trying to hit vills at the base of the tower. Arbs and mangonels may be forcing the skirms and cav away. Now Treb's besieging the castle. Castle also taking some fire from the other castle. And Trebs now popping out here from Classic Pro. Castle being trebbed down. Here comes a cannon. And I don't really see Classic Pro with a way back in this fight. He's adding in more trebs. And not looking good for Classic Pro here. As once again, I think we're seeing winning the water leads to losing the game. As he may have overinvested into water when Sitaux had much less investment to win the other side and still got fish. Like, look at those fish still working. On the whale, on the great fish marlin, on the tuna. So castle here going down. And Minganell goes down to skirms. Cannon can take down the trebs. And if Sitaux repairs his castle and destroys trebs, then that's probably game over. Oh, the trebs just barely staying alive. An attack around and take out 2 trebs, gets 1, needs to hit that second very weak treb, and should go down. Oh, gets the other treb. Playing dodgeball with the trebs here, but gets 1, and then 1 more treb. That should go down. And nothing left for Classic Pro. Sitaux still pushing with skirms and more cannon. He'll turn his attention to the guard tower with the cannon. Skirms want to pick off the cannon. And that guard tower crumbles as the skirm numbers start going down. There's a GG from Classic Pro. And Sitaux will be tying the set 1-1 after a win on Isthmus. Hybrid map where once again we see winning the water means losing the game. 118 to 107 KD for Sitaux. Better economy for him too. And well managed with the Italians. Whose home map was this again? Isthmus was Sitaux's home map after he lost Arena for game 1. That's a win on Isthmus. And for the civs, that is Italians over the very first picked Japanese. So Classic Pro winning with his last pick, losing with his first pick. And Lowland will be the next map by the looks of it. They have that selected in the lobby. So, let's see what we have next for civs. Dravidians is clearly saved for shorelines. That leaves Catans, Gajurs, and Portuguese for Classic Pro. For Sitaux, saving Vikings for shorelines, so that's Chinese and Mongols, 1 for Crown Wood, 1 for Lowland. And it will indeed be Chinese versus Gajurs. So Chinese for Sitaux, and Gajurs for Classic Pro. And that get automodded? Ah, because if you want to abbreviate Japanese, write JPN. Otherwise, that is a minor racial slur, especially in the United States. That's why I got automodded. I don't think culturally that's as widely recognized as a slur in other parts of the world, but it definitely is in the US. So, and a lot of people are confused by auto-modding. That's probably the most common thing that I see auto-mod catch. How about you? You've seen Japanese versus Italians in the past couple of weeks. Italians always seem stronger in Imp. They always seem stronger when you do that Imp transition, right? Like, you get there, unless the Japanese have an insane food eco. Italians and Byzantines in a fast imp transition are really hard to beat. Let's see, Harris still streaming Warcraft 3. Alright, Bob, let's not have that in the chat either. For Hera and team, what is Hera's team? Is it like a vitality thing? Or is it just like a tournament-specific team? I know nothing about Warcraft other than it looks like he's playing a map that looks like a StarCraft map. It looks like the maps I had seen when I had tried the beta for, or the alpha, whatever version it was of, what's that thing? Stormgate, that game. The game that flopped. So Chinese for Sitaux to the north, he'll be in the blue, and Gajurs for Classic Pro to the southeast, he'll be in the yellow. He's just freelancing 1v1 right now. So Gajurs, they'll put their herdables in the mill, all 6 of them, and Classic Pro try to push in that Ibex. Was this the map where I made the wood lines a bit? Yeah, I intermixed a couple of wood lines. I put the snow pines in with the pines, and the autumn trees in with the oak trees, and the top and the bottom. So there's a tiny bit of snow at the top anyway. And I just gonna mix some trees in. I think I did that, and it wasn't just there. I tried to make it look a bit more pretty. But yeah, lowland, semi-open. I'll see how it's played. You don't have much gold yourself. See, 2 golds and 2 stones, 2 pairs for each player. I'll have that at the top of their hill, and then have to move down to the middle. Sometimes you get a wood line at the front, sometimes you don't. Affects the way you end up walling. Any more games today? This is the last set, but we have potentially 3 more games, including this one. It is a best of 5, and we're tied 1-1. Great players of RTS, LOL, StarCraft, and AoE 2. Is League of Legends an RTS game? Isn't that a MOBA? Don't you need a Dota Pro to compete with that? No AoE 4 players in it? Is this a customized version of Capture Age? It is images that I put on top of Capture Age. Because I was tired of having the Civ icons in 3 places when I don't know what the Civ icons are. And of having text that, like, fades off the screen even though it should fit. Yeah, the font and stuff is different. That's because I use a different font. That's just images that I generate on top of it with some text. I have a quick little overlay program that I wrote in Rust. And if I hit save, it just looks up the player flag and stuff in the CSV file, the unique unit color, and rates it to an image. I'm gonna have to do something probably similar for the text of the chat if Stream Elements indeed is going down. Also to combine YouTube too. I'll have to experiment a bit. So there we go, double bit axe. I'll have to see what is less resource intensive, if I'm like repeatedly updating an image and having OBS show the updated image, or having a browser source running in OBS. I'm guessing that the image is probably the easier way to go if I'm running a server locally. So, scouts opening for Sitaux. You're pretty far apart on this map. By the time the scouts get there, this will be walled off. So I imagine it'll be a few scouts from both players, and then they'll both look to boom. This is a very boom-favored map, but you do have to move out of your base eventually to get down to the middle. So, Camel Scout and Scout Cav for Classic Pro. And I'll come and hit the Vil over here. Force the Vil away. And Vils will keep adding more walls up. And Chinese not banned? Nope, not banned. They made it through. Made it through. One of those civs that sometimes you're surprised to see makes it through. But then I guess that's true pretty much whatever you're picking first. Stuff like Chinese, Wei, Mongols, Persians, Vikings, depending on the map pool. I think maybe the big surprise was when arenas in the pool and Turks were picked last for Classic Pro. Picking up Turks, I think people are still underestimating just how good the Turks are on Arena. They've gotten so many extra bonuses and buffs over the years when they were already one of the top 3 civs in AOC. So spear goes down. So fletching, we do have an archer transition from Classic Pro. Archers as well from Sitaux, so scouts into archers. Both of them adding in farms, 9 farms, 7, 8 farms. Kind of similar builds. Sitaux up by 3 Vils is the Chinese. Chinese in a 9 Vil start. Pretty darn scary. And I'll have fletching for Sitaux. Being clicked for him. And some Vils run over for the lumber camp. You know, Travis, for some reason Chinese on this map starts with 0 food instead of -90? Really? A Viper. That would explain why he picked them and why he's 3 Vils ahead. Nice hoodie, by the way. Oh, thank you, thank you. I will look into that then. I hadn't heard about that before. This... You know what? That might be because I reused the map script from Warlords 4. And I might not have noticed that it doesn't change the resources correctly.
Welcome, Rodrigo.
He deserves a sub.
The
Thank you,
tournament
Viper.
awaits only your arrival to begin.
That would make sense. Yeah, because that's something I'd fixed a few bugs in the map, but that's something I would only catch if I'm like not in the editor editing it. I would have to be playing a game specifically with the Chinese to see that. Is the food count for normal civs the same then? Usually when you change the resource, you can't do it civ specific. Or maybe the map script had some magic that I didn't notice though. So we have Classic Pro still trying to break in with some scouts, and will have to be forced away as the house is under repair. And very low HP Vil, but the skirms will be there in time to force the archers away. And now Sitaux wants to surround the archers with the scouts. Classic Pro was ever so slightly out of position with that camel scout, and they'll lose an archer, while able to get back in time to kill a scout. And Sitaux would love to take a fight with the spears there, but the archer's still just enough to keep him away. Oh, it's plus 90 for everyone. Okay. Well, at least Classic Pro had extra food then, too. Alright, how many games have been played on this map already? I haven't seen that pointed out. I know I casted it in the qualifiers, but then maybe people just didn't notice then. Alright. As long as it's plus 90 for everyone, it's not like it's too unfair, but... This is probably Sitaux practicing with the Chinese, realizing that they have plus 90 food, and then purposely not saying anything. Hoping that we don't notice it. It's not really worthy, but should be fixed. Obviously, yeah. That is definitely a bug. ACCM would have told me. Well, as Sitaux was very far forward with his army, and not enough spears to sustain against the archer fire and keep the cav away. He's gonna pull back just as he gets the castle age upgrades. But yeah, ACCM always messages me stuff. I know when ACCM is practicing. Yeah, now Viper spoiled everything. Maybe that was Tato's secret plan to take down Viper tomorrow. Chinese on this map. Is ACCM a good bug report submitter? Yes, he is. Some players are very good at bug reports. Skirm's taken down, crossbows. And now, the exact opposite is happening. We now have Classic Pro. He's not microing his army. He's losing everything to elite skirms. Well, Sitaux threw some army, now it's Classic Pro's turn to throw. As he'll run away, but skirms will be giving chase. At the front, what was Classic Pro looking at? I didn't see him fighting anything else. So maybe he's just setting up his TC and workshop at the front? Yeah, ACCM definitely has the best fashion sense. That is true. And a 10 out of 10 fashion sense for ACCM. The Christmas sweaters he had at NAC a couple of years ago were amazing. Oh, game paused. We have a pause. Match with power bet on Gajurs. This food collection can be rivaled just by Katans and Poles and what you can do versus Ellie Archer Skirm. Not much for missing cannon. I mean, the Gajurs here have been pretty good at keeping their eco running and kind of in sync with the Chinese, right? It's only 300 res collected more for Sitaux. Let's see what the pause was for. It was paused... I don't even see who paused it. It doesn't even say. Game doesn't tell me who paused. It is paused. Oh, thank you for your Prime sub, Gil. Missed that your sub right now. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub.
We will send
You can
every
join the
Japanese ship
Viper
to
as a
the
sub.
bottom of the sea. We should build as many as we can.
Okay, Sitaux asking to go, so I guess he paused. Yeah, just now they'll pause and restart because of the food. I'll need to check the wood count too. Maybe that's not adjusted properly. Yeah, right after the set, I'll fix this. Or even between games, I can go look at it. Ooh, a bit of a slowdown as we recover from the pause, and the scout will slow motion dodge those arrows as the game catches up. And we'll have ballistics for Sitaux. And now he has to be a bit careful. That palisade gate won't hold up that well to crossbow fire. And now he can be pressured by the mangonel. He's doing a defensive workshop himself. And all this time, classicpro has been expanding his eco down into the lowland. The lowland of the lowland map that's more rich in resources. Sitaux's been staying at the top of his hill, and he has to worry about his gold control now. He's got 2 tiles left. And his stone's on the other side. One of his stones is actually outside of his walls. So he gets stuck in a point where he needs to run out of gold and just sell stone. He doesn't have as much stone either. He's trying to apply some pressure to classicpro, and classicpro will get a bit of HP on the house in time, and somehow only loses 2 vills there, even with ballistics in for Sitaux. But that house won't last for much longer, and now classicpro has to be careful that he walls behind this. There he goes, a stone gate even, but there's a hole by a house in the lumber camp. And he realizes that and gets a house up in time. Is the starting res adjusted on these maps because of the additional vill start? Yep. 9 vill start, the standard these days is minus 90 food and minus 30 wood. And we can't change stuff individually per civ, so it's either all civs get the change or nothing changes. There are advanced things you can do for a per civ change, but that, at least for now, hasn't played nicely with file transfers. So you can't really do it for tournaments. 24 minutes in and only 5 eco KD, mostly from walling. So we have another pause. Not sure what the pause is for. Still don't see who paused it. But Sitaux here breaking in with cav archers, poised to do a lot of damage to the back part of the economy if he does get in, and the mangonel can't stop him from getting to this gold mine. On the other side, though, classicpro is starting to attack, but the trade-off of being at the top of the hill instead of at the bottom is you're in a much better position to defend. You can get all of his reinforcements exactly where he wants them to be. He has a bunch of skirms for dealing with the crossbowmen. He's just still on a timer to grab the gold at the bottom. So Bloodline's coming in just as the pause was about to, or just as the pause came in. So that'll be an extra 70 hit points to the cav archers. Make them much tankier against that mangonel. And we're looking at the house HP. That house there, pretty darn weak. And it shouldn't be too long until Sitaux is able to break that. classicpro might even just be worth it for him to YOLO some vills to try to get the house have more HP on it while microing with the mangonel. As he'll need to repair the mangonel too against all those cav archers. There's a 14, looks like classicpro paused that time. A few more houses from him. Will this wall go up in time? That market does not have much HP on it. There's a stone wall there by that house. The cav archers could just run across the farms. And oh, deleted a farm and built a house just in time in the lag. And the cav archers from Sitaux walk back. So some risky walling there. 6 vills have been lost to get the walls up. But he does keep Sitaux out, and again, that is crucial because there's no TC and really nowhere to hide for any of the vills back here. The cav archers had managed to get through. They could have found a lot of damage back there. No skirms to give chase either. So that one mangonel on the walling, the mangonel's doing a dance to celebrate. Managed to keep classicpro safe. So Sitaux going for the rocket cart now. Can I check Discord? Probably what Viper just told me. Yep. Did the civs have, or did the previous Warlords have the -90? I'm pretty surprised that this didn't have the -90 though. I thought I had checked every single map several times. And they're using the right one. Yeah, so both players didn't have the minus 90. Yeah, it would be consistent. So monastery and workshop for Sitaux. And the res collected is still very, very close. Like walling the new AoE2 technique. So this could be a good mangonel shot if Sitaux is not paying attention, but he is, and he's gonna pull away. I'll keep Classic Pro safe for now. Classic Pro doing wheelbarrow, taking stone, adding in the range. Kill count still equal. Still with a much better KD and pulling ahead and score because of that. Fighting a bear. One good mangonel shot could turn things around. Maybe we'll have one here as the mangonels close in and don't quite get the hit. Sitaux has to pull back. Is a Shravamstrider switch here feasible? I mean, maybe. I mean, it would certainly help against the skirms. And Sitaux finally getting that little sliver of daylight he needs to get to the gold and stone at the bottom. Guess we haven't seen this map in a while. But I know we saw it in the qualifiers. Might have just been something that players practiced and didn't notice either. So Mangonel clears some of the skirms. Okay, finally a decent shot for Classic Pro. And can he get a decent shot here too? Yeah, okay, he gets one skirm. Spread formation and hill kind of makes it difficult to judge the shot there. So ballistics now for Classic Pro. He's still keeping pace with the score. Where will the castles go? Well, one will go right here, directly in the middle. And Sitaux's probably goes somewhere over here. So now Sitaux, he's gotten to 2 of the golds. Or actually, he puts his castle on top of the hill. Alright, so this is the huge difference then in castle positioning. One will have a hill advantage in a treb fight. Classic Pro's castle right in the middle. And he's going to have to hope that he has a way to win the treb fight, even though he's downhill. And the Gajurs do have bombard cannon, so this could be chemistry plus cannon plus trebs in the treb fight. The other thing he could do is try to get Shravamstriders to run in and pick off trebs. And Sitaux now trying to take a gold on the right. This Mangonel is uphill, that rocket cart is weak, and will take some damage. Take some damage there. Peel Age and Scale Barding Armor for Sitaux. And a forward watchtower there too. As the skirms all go down for Sitaux, and now the Mangonels can start attacking the TC. So Sitaux in danger of losing the TC on his way up to Imp. Now Bloodlines for Classic Pro. Classic Pro also doesn't have to treb fight the castle, he could also just go for TCs. He can also play more of a gold control game. As while this castle is great for the treb fight, it also doesn't control any of the golds. So forging and husbandry, and Classic Pro might even be thinking of a stable swap, seeing those, and he's adding stables to the middle. And the question is, what is he going to go for? And it's going to be kind of tricky because his farms are being raided and he won't really have food for the cav units right now. Imps in the back TC, so there's a relic he could pick up. 1-to-1 relics, and ooh, Sitaux going for a castle on the back. Where are the vills for that? Oh, there they go. They gotta go all the way around the outside. But Classic Pro with a great outpost, he's gonna see the vills. He's gonna see exactly where they're going. And if he gets 4 or 5 Shravamtriders, he could probably stop this. He has 1 right now, and he's still adding more stables, doing the light cav upgrade. And he's still pressuring this TC. And a nice watchtower to force rocket carts back. And a fluffy Queenie, thank you for the follow. And there's handcart in that TC. So Cavalier for Sitaux, both players thinking of making a cav swap. And does Classic Pro see the castle? This is just in his fog of war. He has so much vision with those outposts, but he's forward with skirms. A couple of cav archers in the back for Sitaux. They're all very low on HP, and they might kill some vills. But now this castle will be seen. So will this be a doubt castle? Will this be 13 dead vills for Sitaux, as he has 1 knight here, or 1 cavalier? But the Shravamtriders are on their way, the skirms are here, some vills are dying. The castle at 95%, and it looks like it will actually go up. So the stable swap from Classic Pro coming in, he's actually going to go camels now. And yeah, this castle going down right away in the Treb fight. So this decision to do the castle so close to the forward hill, backfiring for Classic Pro. And, well, I said one alternate might be going for a TC rather than the castle in the Treb fight. He's not even going to get the TC, despite the mangonel pressure all throughout that imp transition. He wants a forward TC on the stone. And maybe he would have been better off doing a castle over here somewhere. But I guess kind of the same thing. Sitaux has a good number of Trebs already. Camels out, though. Major camels, heavy camel on the way. Their next armor on the way. And a tower there to keep Sitaux off of that gold. Sitaux can do Trebs, though. He'll have Trebs pretty quickly. Camels, though, to counter the Cavaliers. And that's going to trigger Fire Lancers now from the Chinese. Camels now against the Cavaliers as the vills have to run. And vills and Cavaliers go down. That's a lot of Trebs that could be picked off, but not with Fire Lancers there. And now Classic Pro gonna start pouring in to raid Sitau's eco. And Sitaux, once again, only really access to 1 gold mine. And it feels like this entire game, Sitaux has just managed to hold on to enough gold control to keep his production up. Scale mail and arson being researched for Sitaux for the Fire Lancers. He's getting raided by camels. Camels finding his vills. He's gonna try to get some Fire Lancers over there. And these 4 Trebs, still tricky to deal with. Shravamtrider's going to try to pick off Trebs. A nice Repairville there, and the Truco News and Fire Lancer should be able to keep that Trebs standing. 3 Trebs forward, running through the vills. If this were Mr. Yo, the vills would be fighting the Trebs here. And the Trebs are right underneath the stables. We have Frontier Guards for extra melee armor for the camels. This could be one big fight here to decide the game. Here come the skirms. Skirms from Classic Pro. The camels getting here. There aren't too many archers. This could be a cleanup of the Trebs? Or it could be a cleanup of all the camels. That's 1, 2, and 3 Trebs down, and the camels are going to get out while they can. Classic Pro closing the score a bit there by killing all of the Trebs. And with Frontier Guards and extra melee armor, you could think about fighting the Fire Lancers if he's under TCs with monks. And camels from the Gajurs somehow, someway winning this fight. The scores are getting closer. And Sitaux trying to castle the outside again. He's trying to find every gold he can get. Another defensive castle from Classic Pro, this time atop of the hill. And from here, maybe he could hit the TC? And how do the Gajurs deal with the Fire Lancer Chukonu combo now? The skirms shouldn't be that great against the Fire Lancers in the long run. A few trebs from Sitaux, and Sitaux's gonna lose 2 more trebs as camels come over. And Classic Pro's losing some vills, but he's still at 147. And the camels will take out these trebs no problem. That castle will be a bigger problem than the trebs, though. And I'm wondering what the Gajurs do now, and Hand Cannoneer will be the answer from Classic Pro. Not going to be the best with the Chukonus on the field. And Classic Pro still struggling to get gold himself now, as both players have a mayhem brawl in the middle. Okay, camels come over. That is a forward castle from Sitaux. And with hand cannoneers and skirms there, and all those camels, yeah, the pikemen are there. Will this castle go up? That is a risky castle. That is a forward castle. It's also a crucial castle if it does go up. Some pikemen and Chukonu are starting to come forward, Sitaux with a bit more population. On the other side, though, the camels are taking a fight and killing quite a few vills of Sitaux. Suddenly, Classic goes up by 15 vills, and the camels killing some Fire Lancers, so both of them kind of trading gold piles in the middle. As this castle will go up, Classic Pro still would have gold access in the back if he ever could dislodge this castle from Sitaux. The Hussar raids, starting from Classic Pro in the back of Sitaux's base, these scores are so close. They're flipping back and forth. Classic Pro briefly taking a lead. He has some gold down here. There's some wood for Sitaux. As they flip back and forth, the trebs on this hill are so annoying, and so are all of these barracks. Classic Pro running out of wood to repair his TC as the pikeman raids continue. Sitaux's starting to run out of population too as his farmers are being raided. The chakrams would wreck the Fire Lancers? They would, but there's only one castle here for Classic Pro and he'd need to upgrade them. I think the hand cannoneers probably are the better answer against the Fire Lancers for now. Once again, if there are enough Hussars here, this could be a treb that goes down. So 71 farmers for Classic Pro. And he can basically just play the Hera style now of pure Hussar raids, as his farms are the things that's standing. And Ringlord, thank you very much for the sub.
Why did our brilliant leaders insist on building the wonder so close to the shoreline?
And Classic Pro's kind of stabilizing his army control here? Crucial thing is a lot of his farming eco is up here on the hill where he's not really being attacked. Sitaux doing an outpost. He'll get some vision here. Always gotta love the outposts. And what are we having there? Kshatriyas. That will mean that the Hussars are cheaper. Food discount for units, but especially for Hussars. If you're pumping out 80 food Hussars, you can get a discount. That is huge. And we have, oh my gosh, remember when the Chinese had this unit not from conversions? It's a camel. And Sitaux is going to try to full wall everything to stop the raids. That is, if he gets... he's the Chinese, he needs to research a Great Wall. Is there a bombard cannon here somewhere? How does this castle get removed? If this castle gets removed, then Classic Pro has gold. So 67 vills on food. He's got 22 Hussars with more in the queue. We don't have Halb in... Do the Chinese still get Halb? They do. Even with the Elite Fire Lancer, they still get Halb. Hello, Baron again. How you doing? Oh yes, there's a cannon there. 2 cannon downhill in kind of an awkward position as Sitaux can repair. It's still there nevertheless. And Hussar will be able to kill some Vills and maybe get to the Treb. Nope, they'll fall back. Seeing the pikeman there. And there is Halb. There is the Halb upgrade. As more cannon keep coming over for Classic Pro. He still has a good stockpile of resources. Sitaux did not finish his wall. And Classic Pro dropping a bit in population. We'll have an archery range up for Classic Pro. And 19 Hussars here for Classic Pro 2, 11 hand cannoneers, and Elite Elephant Archer for Classic Pro. Cannon destroying the Treb. And this castle still stands. The cannon moving over towards the middle, but now they're going to be picked up by the Chuko News. Oh, this Classic Pro just lost 3 bombard cannon. That's so much wood and gold at this point. Yeah, he can get it back, but he's still kind of struggling on population. Can the Hussars maybe get another raid in through this wall? Keep the wall open. Sitaux has no gold access now. Right? It's just this castle. Oh, if those cannon weren't picked off, and that castle could have been pushed. If this feels like the game of Sitaux just managing to keep castles alive, and Classic Pro hasn't been able to stop them. He's doing Thumb Ring now for the skirms. And feels like Sitaux maybe slightly ahead in the KD. He's killed 135 Vills. And Classic Pro's down to 103. He's down to 46 farmers. He's trying to go Elephant Archer now. Look at your Elephant Archers, they lack the final armor upgrade. They don't have any bonuses to them like the Bengali or Dravidian ones do. But they are still tanky and they are still Elephant Archers. And Sitaux basically on full trash now, as he is walled. Actually, I think there might still be a way to maze through there. Classic Pro looking for raids, but he's down to 122 pop. As his farms are disrupted, finally he can't keep pushing out the Hussars. And Chinese OP with the Fire Lancers now. At least for 1v1s, I still think Fire Lancer is a better unit than the Camels. A bit map dependent, but in general I still think the Fire Lancers make them stronger. There's a GG from Classic Pro, and Sitaux will go up 2-1. So GG, what a game that was. There were raids everywhere. My bad I didn't catch that there were extra res on the start. But let's go fix that right now. We can fix that. Hold on. We're gonna fix that right now. Boom. Where are we? There's Roombo. And mods, let me go to my test mod. Oh, there's some good civs here. Mobile AI. It was Lowland. Lowland, I'll be the Chinese here. What's a standard civ? Byzantines here. I'll just check the resources. And yeah, civs don't have resources adjusted. Okay, let's look at why that is. I'm pretty sure that... Oh yeah, you can't click buttons sometimes. Sometimes the buttons click the stuff behind them. That's a weird thing. Right, where are we at with our random maps? Lowland is one of the... Yep. So I gotta go here. In Lowland here. Oop. Let's fix this. What other map, Morris? Does Morris have the right resources? Wait. Let me check that. Why did my Civ not save? Thanks, D. Alright. Does this have the right resources? That does, yes. Alright. Let me just find... that, go to... add the lines to subtract the wood and the food. And I copy and pasted 2 lines of code from one file to another. Go back to Lowland. And now things are correct. There's only one player. Why is DE not saving my second player? DE, what are you doing? Hopefully you didn't say I gold. There we are. And minus 170, minus 110 standard. Alright, that is fixed. So once this set is over, we will fix that. There we are. And properties, that is a loss for Lowland. And yeah, it was the same for all players, right? So it's not like it's... I mean, probably benefits the Chinese more than any other civ. But it's not like it's... It's not like it's only one player getting the resource difference. I got that backwards. Chinese also at the very end of the draft. Always surprised they get drafted that late when they're available. Yeah, this was one of the scripts I took directly from Warlords 4. Oh, this is going on in the YouTube chat. And I didn't put it through my own preprocessor. Which means I didn't catch this like I should have. Alright, so the next map will be Crownwood. And it'll be Georgians for Sitaux, and Catons for Classic Pro. Let's see, I failed to download match content, thanks to E. And here we are, we'll have Classic Pro as the yellow Catons to the northwest, and Sitaux as the blue Georgians to the southeast. We'll have a couple of mouflons pushed in from the back. And a wild boar here hunted by Sitaux. So, up to lifetime, this is Crownwood. As I've been pointing out, this version, we specifically have one hill in the middle, 6 hills surrounding it, in a circle, like all the other versions. But then the other hills, we have 1 hill in each corner. Other maps can randomly sometimes have additional hills that fit in the corner. We limited it to 1 hill per corner. So we'll have Loom for Classic Pro as right away he's going to click up to the next stage. 4 minutes in as the mouflon gets pushed and he's already ready to go up. And we'll have a drush coming in from Sitaux. Quick walls on the lumber camp for Classic Pro. You'll keep the Ville safe. There is rock terrain at the bottom of these walls, so you can't wall from the TC directly to the top of the wood line, but you can do small walls around your wood line to keep your Ville safe. This map's in the open category, so we tried to keep it open. These little wood lines that are scattered around the map, we also tried to remove them from being too close to the TC. Also, you gotta love the beautiful new grass flower terrain, but it's so beautiful, it's tempting to use it everywhere. It's difficult to use grass flowers in moderation. So Feudal Age will be later for Sitaux by about 90 seconds. He's opening with the drush to buy himself some time and moving over to gold. Well, as the Georgians, usually you do like going for scouts right away, but up on 22 Vills. These days, that is a late feudal time. Classic Pro up to the Feudal Age. And a stable coming up at the front for Classic Pro 2. And Vills will be taking the berries. And Jeep, hello Jeep, how you doing? Ooh, the spear gets a poke. The spear gets a poke on Sitau's scout. We'll have Feudal Age for Sitaux, double bit axe now for Classic Pro. And the militia attack the spear from atop the hill. Now that I see your handsome face, thank you, Jeep. And more militia. Oh, let's go. Full men-at-arms is the Georgians. Okay. Okay, Georgian men-at-arms. Let's go. Are you this fine morning? The morning. It's 3:30 p.m. And I'm pretty sure you're in a time zone, Jeep, that's not morning either. Well, I'm doing well this fine afternoon. Well, thanks for stopping by. So now we're gonna have 5 men-at-arms. No immediate arson. Arson, though, could break through houses pretty darn fast if you're 5 men-at-arms. 1 pasture so far for Classic Pro. He'll try to defend around the TC. And Bills will be attacking the mill. As Classic Pro now has to repair, so that's 2 Vills worth of repairing against 5 men-at-arms. And that's going to be a good bit of wood he has to spend repairing too to keep the mill standing. And oh, but there's a spear again. Wonderful poke again from Classic Pro, and he kills the scout. Oh, that was completely avoidable from Sitaux. Those couple pokes he had were not forced, and he's running into the TC because at the same time, there are scouts at the back harassing him. Remember, this is the map that Classic Pro had beaten Hera on. And all of a sudden, that was a great couple of seconds. Sitaux, worried about quick walling his gold, wasn't paying attention to the men-at-arms. And he goes from 5 to 3, so that is not the threat that it used to be. Now, 1 archer forward, no fletching. And skirms should be able to keep this away for now. And if the men-at-arms are chasing the skirms, they're not breaking through houses. More pastures for Classic Pro. He's still forward with some scouts. Hasn't gotten the double forging yet. There's a stable now for Sitaux. And remember, last time we saw this, we saw double stable scouts from Classic Pro. He's doing a tower now to defend himself. Bringing some skirms over. Now the skirms are stutter stepping as they chase. That was weird. You see that? They're kind of like pausing as they chase. It's like they can't decide whether they're going to throw the javelins or not. They'll be disqualified from the javelin throwing event. So Classic Pro might be deciding to bring his scouts back. There are 2 spears, so it would be a risky fight for he to engage. And he might be better off waiting for the extra forging. kind of wood is so awkward to wall, but not walling at all is suicide. That's true, that's true. You don't wall at all, and suddenly you're quick walling while you're losing control of your army. So a couple of houses up for Classic Pro. And padded archer armor on the way also for Classic Pro.
მსახურო, ვითარც აგინდეს. კეთილარს. რას აბრძანებ? მსახურო, ვითარც აგინდეს. კეთილარს. მსახურო, ვითარც აგინდეს.
იყოს დღეი მარჯვეი.
Bit of a skirmish on the hill, but nothing too big. We'll have a tower up for Sitaux. So forced to do his tower now. And Wallen to make the smallest possible gap he can. Even though oh, he could mule cart wall! All the Georgians on this map could mule cart wall. That's a thing. It's only one tile, you can just plop a mule cart there. More houses behind this. And Sitaux can keep adding more houses as much as he wants. The scouts don't want to run in that closely to the TC, it would seem. Sitaux could lose an outlying Ville on one of these farms. Or a Ville on one of these outlying farms. Yeah, Ville picked off. On the other side, archers, scouts, men-at-arms, spears all trying to break through this house. And Classic Pro will probably lose that house and now be open. But open, he still has the TC and a lot of skirms to defend. This is a scary sized army though for Sitaux, 24 to 15 military size. But it is a small Ville lead for Classic Pro, even if he's down in total res collected. Market for Sitaux, I don't think he's close to buying himself up. I'll do the market nevertheless. Already has the blacksmith in one of each military building. It's kind of a combination army, everything other than a skirm here. For Sitaux, does that lose to pure skirm? And scout going down there to the Villes. Tower keeps the scouts away. And Castle Age for Classic Pro. And scouts going down to the TC, so Sitaux throwing some army to the TC. So Classic Pro actually is going to be up first. And with double ranges, Sitaux sees that, so he's aware of it. This is very likely going to be cav archers with a potential for heavy cav archers for the Khitans. And it's kind of weird to see them played without the double forging, but faster training skirms sometimes are all you need, as Classic Pro has been defending at home. Res collected still pretty close, but Classic Pro has an extra 2 Villes. 1-to-1 eco KD, just a bit more idle time for Sitaux. Spear going to poke some scouts. Oh, those are some good pokes. Those are some real good pokes in TC fire. Keeps the Ville safe. And bloodlines now, double stables. Armor and bloodlines. Fletching on the way, and what army wins this? Slightly more HP for Sitaux, but that also includes the spears. There are skirms here for Classic Pro. Sitaux has the hill. Classic Pro is going to do all the upgrades, and Sitau's going to get back while the upgrades come in. Is there a quick university? Yes, there is for ballistics, so Classic Pro trying to press forward with this timing advantage. So woodline has been chopped enough that it's now quite thin, and some crossbows and skirms can get to the back of it. Spear goes down, and nice walling. Oh, this is brutal from Sitaux. He's trapping Classic Pro's army against the tower. He'll get a gate up too. We'll lose a Vil to that tower, doing a ton of damage to everything here. And now as Sitaux gives chase, he still has to struggle a bit to deal with the skirms since he has mostly crossbows, but Knights added in. Classic Pro getting ballistics, picking off skirms, causing some idle time. He's gotten quite a few Vil kills here. He's now up by 6 Vils. He's going to lose this army eventually, but he's now up by 6 Vils. Part of me thinks he might want to just rush the crossbows to try to get kills with the skirms before Sitaux gets more Knights. He's never going to be able to save that completely. He can maybe try to get to a hill. He knows there's got to be a hill here. Yeah, he scouted that. At home, there's a market for him. So double ranges, adding in cav archers, and maybe he's okay to lose this since he is going to be focusing cav archers. And yeah, that's what his focus is. The crossbows, they have less HP than the knights, and he'll try to do his best to trade numbers as close as possible. There's a lot of crossbows down now for Sitaux. And if you're forcing Sitaux to make knights, if you're going cav archers, there's Sitaux just dancing a bit. And then you're probably feeling like you're in a decent spot. So a couple of crossbows and skirms still coming forward. One knight getting in through an overchop, but he'll go down right away to a spear. So that's 3-3 eco KD, but much more idle TC for Sitaux. And not rebuilding the pastures is Classic Pro since he is going for the cav archers. Remember, discounted heavy cav archer upgrade available to the Khitans in the Castle Age. So this is where Classic Pro will try to get a huge Castle Age advantage with his army. Just keep an eye on my Discord DMs. And Vils have to garrison in the TC here. Classic Pro not paying attention though. And won't make it to the TC. Oh, that is rough. The Knights just ran right through the TC through the opening. And well, now it's a 10-3 eco KD. And now Vil count, that evens up the Vil count. And now ballistics cav archers though able to chase the Knights, and he needs to wall this. He needs to wall this. There's the house. The Knights are now trapped. This is a lot of idle time to kill the Knights, but they are trapped. And they shouldn't be able to kill too many Vils as long as they garrison properly. And all in all, both players kind of doing a dive where they lose army but kill Vils. And that kind of resets the Vil count. Now, res collected just about the same, but we have 2 TCs for Classic Pro, and it's a bit cheaper to keep the cav archers pumping than it is Knights. So Knight plus crossbow as we get Elite Skirm from Sitaux. And Classic Pro will see the army moving over here, and he does have enough cav archers, especially with that tower doing some damage. He should be able to clean up all those crossbows. Still no ballistics for Sitaux. This is just dead army over here. Yeah, very aggressive from both of them. And Sitaux is going to dance as best as he can. The cav archers just need to close the distance there, but there we go. That was a long-range kill from the tower. Sometimes if you're at the edge of the tower range and you move away and it's shooting at you, it'll hit you as you run away. And a couple of Knights still here. I don't think there's much opportunity for them to do damage with that tower, and cav archers ready to chase. And now, oh, the cav archer is going forward, and crucially, they will bypass the skirms. Sitaux with outposts just to see the impending doom these Vils will face with the cav archers. I mean, you can put 5 of them in that tower. That's nice. The skirms are going to have to turn around and try to deal with this. That is a nice raid here. He's going to dance the Vils as best he can. And handcart now for Sitaux. So that gets a couple more Vil kills. And still Knights here that'll have their HP whittled down as they get underneath TCs and whatnot.
კეთილარს რას აბრძანებ?
რას აღბრძანებთ?
Belgium.
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს.
იყოს დღე იმაზე არს. რას აღბრძანებთ?
And Knights killing Vills. Vills go down. Or Cav Archers killing Vills. Still has to be wary of all those skirms.
კეთილარს.
He'll find the path with the fewest skirms and try to get out that way. There's skirms everywhere trying to hunt down these crossbows. Skirms to the left, to the top, to the right. And Classic Pro just needs to run. You know, he shouldn't fight the skirms. They're not ballistics, he can run any direction he wants and he's fine. The skirms can't hit anything. Oh, it's Classic Pro's turn to dance. The skirms hunting down the Cav Archers, but couldn't quite catch them. And, oh no, more Cav Archers coming around. The skirms were chasing these Cav Archers. Now Cav Archers come from the top. And, oh, he might see the Vil. If he sees the Vil going that way and realizes there's a TC, that will be horrible for Sitaux. All the Vils are caught out of position by the Cav Archers.
კეთილარს.
And they're dancing again, but the TC is denied. Cav Archer raids now have given a 21 Vil lead to Classic Pro. He will add in his third TC forward on the stone. And now he just needs to find something to deal with the skirms, and that something is going to be rocket carts. We have Pastoralism, the heavy plow equivalent for pastures, on the way. A monastery also for Classic Pro.
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. კეთილარს.
And still no ballistics for Sitaux, so the skirms are not all that effective.
რას აბრძანებ? მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. რას აბრძანებ? მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. კეთილარს. მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. კეთილარს. რას აბრძანებ?
Rocket cart going for the skirms.
კეთილარს. რას აბრძანებ? მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. კეთილარს. მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს.
And skirms all going down to the rocket carts.
რას აბრძანებ? კეთილარს. მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. რას აბრძანებ? კეთილარს.
A few Cav Archers now from Sitaux. Is he trying to go Georgian Cav Archers? I mean, they do heal.
რას აბრძანებ?
Right, they'll be against heavy Cav Archers. All this ballistics dodging. Look at this nonsense.
რას აბრძანებ? მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. კეთილარს. მსახურო, ვითარ
Alright,
წაგინდეს.
rocket carts hit the skirms.
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს.
Skirms split. Skirms keep hitting the Cav Archers. Skirms going down to the rocket carts. And some good hits on the skirms.
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს.
As the skirm numbers are falling. And without the skirms, the Cav Archers just have free reign to raid here. At low enough HP, down they go. Cav Archers will focus the mangonel before it gets a shot off. And I think we're going to go to a game 5. I think we're going to a game 5. And it's hard to finish off the Georgians, but that's now a 30 Vil lead for Classic Pro. How do Knights do against the rocket cart? Exactly like against mangonel, pretty much. Husbandry for Sitaux. And that's going to be a forward castle now for Classic Pro. As long as he doesn't mangonel or rocket cart his own castle, he should be good to get it up. Is that blocking it? Oh, the Cav Archers are on the foundation. Look at him go. Look at him go. Okay, well, that was risky rocket carting where his castle foundation was. Up now, that rocket cart has to pathfind off the foundation. And he has to get away. Oh, has to get off again. Okay, that just wasted a good minute and a half of castle construction time and let some mangonels come forward and a fortified church go up. So now, okay, that's a bit of a doubt castle. from Classic Pro.
싸구려 위탁자기
I mean, Sitaux could, in theory, win a mangonel fight and stop the castle, but his mangonel does go down, so that castle at this point is all but inevitable, as we have Imperial Age clicked also for Classic Pro, finding his way up. And a handcart will be a nice boost to the eco as we get some forward stables. And we'll see if he stays on the Cav Archers or swaps to something else. Remember, no bloodlines. Otherwise, fully upgraded Cav Archers. And good stable other than the lack of bloodlines for the double attack upgrades that will even out with Blast Furnace and Imp. And Heavy Cav Archer still is discounted. I mean, the discount applying even an Imp is nice.
Etilars.
Get you arse.
And time for another raid. That's gonna stop Sitaux before he has the stone for a castle. How does he still have 16 on stone? Is there another stone somewhere? Like somewhere hidden? Just capture age being weird up? No, now he has 0 on stone. There we go. Now he properly has 0 on stone. And Sitau's population is being devastated here, and we might see GG called once Imp comes in. Imp into GG, we're getting close to it. And we all know what happens once the trebs are popping. I mean, there are no castles to be dropping, so it'll be TCs and churches that'll be dropping. And that is a picturesque farming village by the flowery rocks, the chopped and felled tree with the stump in the bush. Almost like playing a campaign village over here. It'll be a campaign massacre if the Cav Archers get through. Churches equal wooden castles, even a couple of spotted horses out here. Look at that. Classic Pro advanced to the Imperial Age. That's a new way to say GG. As Sitaux will call it. And I'm trying to update the score. There we are. And that'll be Classic Pro tying it 2-2. So after winning a game against Terra, Classic Pro now 2-2 against Sitaux. I went into the set thinking Sitaux would be a pretty heavy favorite, but dang, Classic Pro having a great set so far. So game number 5 coming up next. Let me update the scoreboard here. So what will the map be? It'll be Shorelines. Shorelines for game 5. He won Crownwood. And for the Civs, that was the first pick, the Georgians. Losing to the Catans, and this has to be... Ooh, Dravidians, Portuguese against Mongols, Vikings. Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before this game, and then we'll get game 5 on Shorelines. Alright, game number 5. Shorelines. Vikings against Portuguese. No Dravidians. No Dravidians, so Vikings for Sitaux, Portuguese for Classic Pro, maybe hoping to go caravels against longboats, and we got 30 seconds until we start. So this is something, I've seen it once in the new water balance and it didn't work out. Caravel versus longboat. So the Caravel, the unique ship for the Portuguese, they are like a scorpion in that they do pass-through damage with their attack. The Viking longboats tend to clump and stack atop each other, which makes the Caravels particularly effective. And let me still say Crownwood. Shorelines is the map. And here we are, again a map by Zetnus in the Warlords 4 map competition. 2-2, game 5. The winner goes to the round of 12. The loser is knocked out of the tournament. It all comes down to one game between these two. Vikings, Portuguese. As I was saying, unique ships, longboats for the Vikings, caravels for the Portuguese in the old water balance. This was the one and only situation where caravels were useful against longboats. How well do they still counter them? I'm not sure. Classic Pro, who took down Doubt to get here, who won a game against Hera in the opening round, with a chance to pull another upset and get past Sitaux. So this map, lots of gold, lots of berries, and lots of gazelles in the middle. Could be a reason to pick the Portuguese if you want to mill the berries and get a bit of wood from them. There are 1, 2, 3 relics in the middle. 1 relic at the end of the shore for both players. And then 2 relics out down here to the bottom right of the map around the top. We have seen players get 7 relics and then lose. The Therissidae for the Dravidians were particularly effective on this map before. Portuguese, though, very good monks, so if you get to a situation where you're trying to do a monk push in the mid-game, that could be strong for them too, particularly since the Vikings don't have good monks themselves. Do have heresy, but other than that, they don't really want to be going monks. Also with gunpowder to deal with the infantry the Vikings might do late game. A bit more flexibility in the Portuguese tech tree. And look at that boar dying right under the cow. You can't even see it under the water buffalo.
Esto pronto.
I'll take down the boar. Ah, that is a lot of Melvilles. Oh, you know what? This might be the bug where you start with all male villagers from like some of the old Nineville start code. Oh, and Jordan, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We're here in game 5 between Classic Pro and Sitaux. This is an elimination match in Warlords, so the loser is out. The winner advances. And after this, I just fixed between the games the bug with Lowland, so we're going to upload the fix after this game. So, welcome in everyone. We have Loom for both players as Classic Pro is doing another Vil after Loom. No one going for the early Drush like we saw Yo do earlier today, but Sitaux will add in a barracks. So you're really far apart on this map. But still there's room for Drushes or early aggression on it. And it does play maybe a bit more like a hybrid map than it does all pure water map, even though it's in the water category. And there are some oysters on the water. The map predates whales, but it does have oysters, so you can gather from them for food. I mean, for gold. Could encourage some type of build where you maybe skip a mining camp, but looks like Sitaux going for the mining camp. Classic Pro so far not, just going for the lumber camp. Not taking the oyster, though. And Sitaux forward scouting, trying to see if there's maybe a forward building. But did miss the dock. So crucially missed the dock, and he's going to go now upriver to see if Classic Pro docked over here. And he's not going to find anything. Classic Pro, on the other hand, with that Buffalo, has exactly seen where Sitaux is docked. So knows that both of them have docked down here, and will add in a second dock himself. You can try to hide your dock up here where there are still some deep fish, but for the most part, I see people docking down here in the larger body of water. How fast is oyster collecting as he's doing it now? I don't think capture rate shows me the me looking game. So the oystering ships work at 24 gold per minute, whereas a gold miner works at 22.8 gold per minute. So very close compared to a gold miner, but a bit more distance to drop off at the dock. So maybe overall a bit slower? Pretty similar to a gold miner. Oh, well, there's a buffalo lame from Sitaux. Didn't even get hit by the TC arrow. Was there an arrow there, or was that just my imagination? So men-at-arms on the way. How fast now can we get quick walls? There's a palisade. More palisades up around here for Classic Pro, as arson is on the way for Sitaux's men-at-arms. He has a hill bonus against the lumber camp for arson. Ooh, that's maybe something to be aware of these days, is don't put your lumber camp near a hill, because that's going to be more wood repairing with the hill bonus. And opening with fire galleys for Classic Pro against hulks for Sitaux. The hulks will counter the fires. So you open with fire galleys if you want to fight under the dock right away. Or, ooh, what works there? 3 HP left for Sitaux, and he can repair that hulk now. As he might even chase down the next fire. Still more fires from Classic Pro. And he really does need to get out galleys or hulks, as he adds some galleys now. Most of the time I do see fire galley and normal galley without hulk as a combination on water. Maybe you open a couple of hulks. I think it was Nikov who was playing hulk plus fire galley for a while in the Brazilian dynasty. That seemed to work out pretty well too. His thought process was because of the one range of the hulks. You can actually have the fires behind the hulks, where the fires shoot over them and the hulks kind of tank some damage. And Archer here, chased by the scout, as men-at-arms go to attack the lumber camp. And this army so far hasn't really killed anything, but has done a lot of damage to that lumber camp and forced some idle time and repairs. And needing to spend wood repairing your lumber camp on the water is rough. Or if you're going for a water map. There is a tower from Classic Pro. And now padded archer armor for Sitaux. So he's going pretty aggressively now on lane and field too with the armor. And forcing Classic Pro to be stuck in a tiny area against the edge, where he still isn't taking gold. And now he's finished the oyster that was close to his dock. It looks like Classic Pro, with a few galleys out now, might be having the fire galley plus galley composition he needs to win water. Is up by 1 vil, and the military advantage for Sitaux is on land. And it's an army that could be walled out or potentially dealt with by archers. Now, Classic Pro is the Portuguese. He especially will not want to lose access to his berries. And Sitaux not really forcing the engagement here when I think he had the numbers advantage. Maybe a bit worried about being close to the TC, maybe needing to micro on water at that moment. Let's see how the water theory works out this game. Yeah, water theory is so far, it feels like whoever wins the water initially ends up losing the game. And it feels like, to me, Classic Pro's winning the water initially. Sitaux with the greater land investment. There is padded archer armor for Classic Pro.
Ao seu dispor, sim. Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens? Sim.
And now he's stuck by the TC, needing to mine gold himself. As he's still now fighting forward. And maybe Sitaux coming back on water. Classic Pro still with a few fishing ships and galleys that could group up here. This is a nice army advantage now. 14 to 6 KD for Sitaux. Classic Pro, however, still more resources collected. And that's against a player who, as the Vikings, has a great eco with that free wheelbarrow. And what is the farm situation like? 7 farms versus 7 farms. So both players adding in farms, neither with horse collar. And there's our first Vil kill of the game.
Wise as vossas ordens. I'll see the sport.
And we have 6 skirmishers here. That's still not enough to fight this, and even with double ranges, Sitaux still getting enough production from one range and taking good enough fights that he's having the army advantage. It might not be that much longer if we get double range skirm production. But looking at the resources, Sitaux has managed this perfectly to go up to the Castle Age. He's going to be up much faster than Classic Pro, and that KD making up for, or the KD basically accounting for the difference in res collected, where Classic Pro had to keep producing more and more skirms to make up for the deficit. And he does not have the resources to go up just yet. And it looks like, though, Sitaux now coming back to win the water. Ooh, the Navy for Classic Pro over here actually to try to trap the army on land. Ooh, this is crazy if it works, but there is a hole in that wood line, a hole by a tower, though. And by the time that quick wall comes in, it won't be in position to trap the army, and it will get around. Still a lot of skirms chasing, so this blocked off the retreat as those ships dance a bit. And now a fishing ship in the dock will attack the archer and the skirms. Some more skirms for Classic Pro will come back.
Wise as vossas ordens. Wise as vossas ordens.
And quick walls from Classic Pro to trap the army, and that's what he's been looking for, a way to trap Sitaux's army. And Sitaux can't get out beyond that wood line. He's going to search for it, but nope, he's stuck, and now he has to fight against skirms. There's only so much dancing you can do skirm versus skirm. With them in range, and now this will be cleaned up, but Classic Pro still not up to the Castle Age. Had to put a lot of effort into walling and keeping that army out. And he's quickly going to use the market, but by the time he uses the market, Sitaux will be up to the Castle Age. Classic Pro still has not clicked, but he maybe once again is winning the water. Is he in a position to push this navy before Sitaux gets medium warships? Medium warships is clicked, Sitaux is camping his dock, and Classic Pro will just engage and take the best fight he can before Sitaux gets the upgrade, even if it means a bit of a losing fight. Better lose in a somewhat equal fight than lose when you're at a massive upgrade disadvantage. And we'll just take out as many ships as he can, but Sitaux now, surviving on the water and doing a TC, a town center right in the middle. There's usually a good hill in the middle, and he will get there before the skirms come forward, and when they do come forward, they will be greeted by a knight. No bloodlines for the Vikings, but it does have 1 armor. And can the skirms deal with this? It's only 1 knight. There will probably be a 2nd knight at some point. There's horse collar for Classic Pro. Finally getting horse collar, but now Sitaux on the water didn't actually finish off Classic Pro's fleet. Sitaux with a good advantage now. Knights getting into the eco. And all the land pressure Sitaux applied paying off for him here. PC hits the skirm. And we'll have more houses up Classic Pro walling off the wood line, trying to keep the knights out. He will succeed in it so far. But here comes the longboat for Sitaux. Longboats will be extra scary. And with now 3 TCs, Sitaux is booming well behind this. He's got a monk, or a monastery for monks for the relics in the middle. And the knight will be closing in on the villagers. Skirm's killing the knights. And there's a skirm from the back. Knight's just trying to get in. Classic Pro doing everything he can to wall them out. Oh, nice quick wall there. But he's still trying to fight skirm mostly versus knight. We'll get some crossbows, but the knights always have a region by the shoreline they can retreat to for safety. Medium warships not in the cards for Classic Pro, as he will be taken off the water. And does the water theory hold at this one? Early water advantage for Classic Pro meant he lost the game on land. Would have to be one heck of a comeback for him now, down 20 vils already and just adding his second TC. Hello, DGen Pirate. How you doing? And now a monastery there. That's the only thing Classic Pro can do against the ships. He's trying to add in a third TC of his own. This is an elimination game, so down 30 vils, he will cling on as well as he can. Portuguese will have better monks, and maybe a monk defense could give him some hope. Maybe get a conversion on a mangonel or something. Or he could lose everything to a mangonel, or a fire ship. As monks will go down too. Maybe a desperation castle, but the stone is forward and able to be hit by the war galleys as a side stone, but he's going to call the GG. And Sitaux, in a great set from Classic Pro, I gotta say. That lowland game felt so close. GG. Where are the longboats? Longboats, they were destroyed. we saw one earlier. But dang, that was one heck of a set. And I think is this Classic Pro's best tournament performance ever? That's a 64 to 36 KD. But beating Doubt to qualify. Yeah, he got knocked out basically in the first 2 sets, but taking a game against Hera and then pushing Sitaux 3-2 feels like a really good accomplishment for him. So there we are. So I'm gonna go fix some maps now. We did fix it. Let's upload the change and also double check that everything else is working. So that's a win for Sitaux on Shorelines. And for Civs, that is a win for the Vikings and a loss for the Portuguese. I gotta wonder if Dravidians would have been the better pick than Portuguese there. Dravidians feel OP. And GG. So we're gonna do one thing. I'm gonna open up Google Chrome. I use Chrome instead of Firefox because my login is cached. And I keep Firefox with an uncached login because sometimes I need an uncached login to log onto the website. Managing mods on DE is fun, and I miss the Steam Workshop. Sounds like a paid actor paid by Viper. He did sub earlier, so technically he did pay me today. Alright, maps. We'll see. We checked this before, so wait. Compress to zip file. And we shall upload this change to the website. There we are. we go. And now we'll restart the game twice to ensure that we get the update. Use Brave. I usually use Firefox. One day we'll have to just write our own web browser. And we're going to restart the game twice. And why twice? I will show you why twice once it starts. Let's close all this stuff that I don't need there. Game, OBS load, and you'll see why twice is because when I only do it once. Oh, actually, it kept the screenshots. Interesting. Now I'm afraid I didn't actually get the upload. I will restart the game 3 times then. We start it 3 times. And double check that it removes the mod, then turns it back on. I actually might restart the game 4 times. Yeah, so when you update a mod, usually you have to restart the game to get the update. And then when you update a map mod, sometimes it removes all of the thumbnails. So then you have to restart again to get the thumbnails back. So I'm just gonna double check everything and make sure I get the right mod. And I'll also start writing an update. Also, we'll just give a shout out to Memb. He'll probably do an interview. Do a little dance, flip the sheep plushie. I wanted to make sheep plushies at one point. And back with the D. I mean for the maps themselves, not for the mod thumbnail. Yeah, the mod thumbnails are just broken in game. And it's like this. Right now, I just turned the mod on. And this is what my map screen looked like. And I got no thumbnails. Where are the thumbnails? Now I gotta restart. Also, this is my boar testing. Double A, so it's at the start. So let's restart the game and get the thumbnails and make sure that we have the update. And then I'll post the report that the update's there, and I'll double check every single map to ensure that every map has the right resources. And I swear I had done this in the past, but with 21 maps, I very well may have just missed Lowland when I did that. I don't think it's possible that there was a regression in the script, but I know it was played before, and it might just be something that no one mentioned before. So, thank you all for watching, whether you're on Twitch or on YouTube. Seeds wouldn't affect the generation of the resources. Alright, let's double check that we get Lowland. Have I ever done a pathfinding? I've done a couple things, like back when the Archer Micro was weird. Okay, so that is correct on Lowland. So the update is pushed. Let's go and make a patch note. Map information. Players now start with -30 wood and -90 food compared to a standard game. This makes the starting resources of Lowland consistent with all other maps. So make a post that is fixed now. And now we're going to go through every single map and double check that the bug does not exist in the other maps. Can units be placed in tile corners now? What do you mean placed in tile corners? So African Clearing is a nomad map. That's just going to have nomad resources, so there's no change there. That should be standard nomad resources. So 475, 200, and then you compare it to the Chinese should have 425.0 there. That is correct. And then 100, 300, 100, 300. That's correct. I have Chinese and Byzantines as civs, so the Chinese sees we have edited resources. Byzantines show that we have standard resources. So 120 minus 90, 100, 200, 70, 110, 100, 200. Good there. Units in test map were placed in centers of tiles and on corners of tiles. You could always place units in the left corner since DE came out, or I don't know if it was right from the beginning, but from very early on, by using like the second object when that was added. So what you would do, you'd take an object that didn't have a width and place that in the corner, and then you'd place another object on top of that. So you could place objects in the left corners of tiles or in the centers of tiles. And if you really messed around, you could like make objects larger and change their size to place them in the right corners. Exclamation mark RMS2. That's the full guide. So Basmo now. Check out Basmo. 120 and 90. 71, 170, 110. There we go. Sounds like a bug. That is a feature. Black Forest. That looks correct. Also, I added an autumn theme to Black Forest. Look at this. Look at this. I used the little leaves on the ground. I mixed all the different types of trees in the forest. Look how pretty this forest is with the autumn trees. Oh, I hope we get to see this one. And then I just used peach blossoms as the straggler trees because they looked pretty and they contrasted with the other trees. I thought it looked cool. This is my favorite theme now. A bit of mud, some leaves on the ground. Oh, yes. I like this one. The Asian trees don't have a forest. What I do is to mix a bunch of trees together. I took the Mediterranean forest, which has there are three constants for the Italian trees that are right next to each other. And I just upgrade each of those trees to a different tree. So I think I put one of them as a pine tree, one as the autumn tree, and one as the Asian maple tree. And then for the bushes on the outside, I did the oak bush tree, but then I upgraded the bushes to be the African bushes, so they were darker. It's like a real proper forest. Thank you, thank you. Will I be casting OrnLu? When is OrnLu playing 11? Is he playing soon? I will cast him once I check all the resources on the maps are correct. Border dispute. Yep, that is correct. He is drafting? Okay, once he finishes drafting, we'll cast him. What's he playing? Is it USA Cup? I'll change my title then. Oh, I need to put, like, things in the title now. Cenotes. It's weird that there's no Asian theme. Okay, so Cenotes, let's just double check I'm paying attention to that, not reading the chat. Yep, those resources are correct. USA Silver, okay. I will cast that, yes. So this is Cliffbound. That is good there. So thank you everyone who wants to watch OrnLu as we fix the maps. Let me edit my title. I need to double check what I need to put in the title now for USA Cup. So that was just Cliffbound, Crossroads. Requirements. So that is correct and correct there. Crossroads, Immersion. Correct, correct. Immersion, and then Isthmus. And those are both correct there. All right. Kilimanjaro. Check all 21 of these. And yes, those are correct. Make sure we don't miss anything. Lowland, extra double check this one. So there we go. That is correct. Marshwood here. Boom, boom. All right. Morris. Okay, there we are. Boom. Mirkwood. All right, and that's a nomad start, so that's standard nomad resources. That's what they should have. Good. Pacific Islands. Correct resources. Good. Map twisting. Here we got 6 more maps to check. Ring Nomad. This is a Nomad map, so this one should have standard Nomad resources, which it does. Oh, the Ville doesn't fit. I wonder if there's a way to start the Villes garrisoned, like in a custom scenario. Okay, we don't need to check seasons. I probably checked a map. What I need. Oh, step there. Okay, only 3 more maps to check. Shorelines. There we are. It's fine. Skakuza. And that's good. And last but not least, Tafiti. Which is correct. Alright, good. So, all the maps are correct. Lovely. We will now cast OrnLu. So, what set are we casting? Let me open AW2 Spectator Dashboard. Why does it have a village? It does fit. It's just, it's 2 tiles away from the transport, so it can't be, you gotta move the transport to garrison it. USA Cup. Oh, the Silver League schedule isn't on Wikipedia, so it's not on the dashboard. Ah. So, Floop versus OrnLu. What do I gotta put in the title now? All right, stuff's in the title. And let me update YouTube too. So, then OrnLu versus Floop, USA Cup Silver. OrnLu uses a capital L in his name. And then USA Cup. You update some tags. USA Cup, Silver, OrnLu, Floop. Save. Alright, and I need a thumbnail for this. For YouTube. So many things you gotta change when you're doing a YouTube stream that you don't need for Twitch. Twitch always does an auto-generated thumbnail. And I always do kind of wonder, is that actually better? Because it's like a very recent live preview of your stream and drawing people in than a specific stream thumbnail. I wonder if I could like auto-update YouTube thumbnails to do that. Event resources, say cup, nail. Open up GIMP. Let's put silver here. And YouTube thumbnail. Where's the thumbnail? Thumbnail. All right, now I think we're good. I just put some USA Cup logos everywhere. And there. So OrnLu versus Floop. Floop also has other names than just Floop, so I gotta make sure I get the right name that he's using. So let's go find these drafts and these games if we can. I'll probably just use the browser. Look for OrnLu, and they're probably in game already. I know they've been a while since they drafted. The browser loads. Silver League. And they're in a lobby on graveyards. Okay. He's on draft screen now, but it's more full. ARE2CM.net. Let me just get some ads out of the way then. And I'll get this set up. And OrnLu. Alright, oh, OrnLu's on the left. I actually need to figure out if these drafts fit the previous overlay. Let's check. That looks right. And this looks right. If I get the civs there. Alright, so we're just gonna wait for OrnLu, and while we're doing this, let me see if I can check what the Silver League setup is. Where is the Silver League settings? Info? Oh, maybe it's in the handbook. Important links? Is the handbook there? Handbook. Can I control F this? Yes, I can control F. The word silver appears once in the handbook. Alright. I guess it's the same thing. Are there silver standings somewhere? How since are there? Got a Rage Forest show match being organized too. So let's see. I got the thumbnail. I got everything. Just waiting for OrnLu to start. And I have no idea. It's a best of 5. I have no idea if there are other settings. So if anyone knows anything more, that would be lovely. See, prize pools for the top thing. I don't see anything for silver. Okay, they're done with their drafts. I still see a lobby there. OrnLu in with the graveyard selected. And will be their first map. So OrnLu has Land Madness and Migration, 2 very different maps as his home maps. We have Mesa Verde and Socotra for Floop, 2 very aggressive small maps. Refilled on water for this. And I see OrnLu's in the lobby now. I'm just waiting for this to start. OrnLu said, I see unable to join game, connection failed for OrnLu. Do we have to restream OrnLu's point of view to try to see what he's doing? Let's go, we can't, why not? We're waiting for OrnLu. Alright, so this is where, just to show you what's going on, this is where OrnLu is right now. He's opening up Subnautica and swapping over to AoE 2. So we're waiting for him to restart AoE 2. Oh, look at that AoE 2 starting thing. Look at those Discord notifications he has on red. Look at his cam covering the bottom right of the screen, hiding the minimap. Age of Nautica 2. Hello, Coincident. So let's see, he's joining the lobby. Okay, we might have a game soon. They're in the lobby. It looks like OrnLu has connected successfully. Alright. Oh, they did not pick hidden civs. OrnLu saying in the lobby, I can see your civ. He's thinking of typing. They must have not enabled hidden civs. Yeah, so when you host the lobby, there's a checkbox that you have to go for hidden civs. Playing with open cards. love the music. So let's see. OrnLu, he's there. They have hidden civs. And I think we're about to get a game. So, okay, they are launching. We'll probably have a 2-minute spec delay, and then we're good. So, this is USA Cup. This is the Silver League, so all the good USA players. OrnLu's playing his set. He's streaming his POV if you want to see him. Oh my god, I have so many single-player replays from checking the maps. And let's see, can I join this lobby to spectate? Yes, I can. And here we go. Boom. Alright. Oh, he swapped his civ. He's not the Mongols, he's the Tupi. Alright, so we will have Floop here to the west in the blue playing as the Tupi. He's 1973. OrnLu over here to the east in the yellow, playing as the Burgundians. He's 1956. Both these players, I think, have crossed 2K before. So this will be the Silver League of USA Cup. I believe it's a best of 5. I was unable to find the settings listed anywhere, so we're just rolling with best of 5. And we'll have OrnLu doing a lumber camp right to the north of his TC. He is playing Burgundians with an H gold. I always love the H shape. But this is Graveyards. This is a map that's undergone many revisions in the past. First, it had these little leaf patches. These were supposed to be ponds of water. They had huge ponds on it, but then people changed it to dry graveyards and filled in the ponds. And now apparently some little shallows have been added back with some shorefish and some reeds. But it's a pretty open map, but with rather large wood lines, so you can get pretty good walls on this version. I've seen other versions where the wood lines, instead of having 77 trees, had around 30 trees. So there are more open versions of this. 1973 and 1956 were interesting years. So the Tupi on this map, what I'm thinking of when I see Tupi is Fast Castle Blackwood Archers. Oh, is he going to go for a quadruple Mouflon push? That'd be insane. Oh, he's pushing all 4. Okay, that's not going to work. He's just going to go for 1. He's going for 1. And I got excited for a moment. So, Boros under the TC, looking good. Mouflon's getting pushed in. Now, because the woodlines are so big, I have seen this map played with full walls and fast castle, and that might be what we see here from Floop, as he's walling towards the TC. The only downside would be he doesn't have the stone inside of his walls if he walls this close, and wouldn't be able to go FC Blackwood Archers then without the stone. He could just take it and maybe tower it forward, and it depends on how he wants to pull off a build. But it looks like this is more of a fast feudal type of walling for him. His barriers are forward too, it's only the gold that's in the back. As the Tupi, he does have the settlements. The Tupi settlements will, let's see, what do? They can garrison. So you can garrison your villas inside of them, kind of like a Khmer house. And against them will be the Burgundians. So why is OrnLu picking the Burgundians on this map? It's because of their team bonus. Relics generate food in addition to gold. And the map has extra relics on it. It can have usually 11 to 13, or 14 relics even. Oh, dang. That's the most I've ever seen on the map. But 14 relics. And since they generate food in addition to gold, if OrnLu picks them up, he's going to have a great economy. Hello, Gothic brother. So let's see. I have about 2.5 hours before the gym closes. We'll see if I can make it there if I cast this set. 1999, best year. That was the start of the 90s. So avail luring in the boar from the back. Imagine Burgundians with 10 relics, that's 20 villas over the cap. Imagine them with 14 relics. I have seen them, but the craziest thing I saw was a team game where Burgundians and Aztecs together had 12 relics. Because the Aztecs bonus is that you get more, or that relics generate resources more quickly. And that applies, I believe, to the Burgundians' food too, and not just the gold as their team bonus. So that was crazy. So Vil going out to berries now, and OrnLu, a bit of traffic under the TC as he was luring in that boar, going for the Mouflon, but all things okay for him, only 100 res behind. Predict FCUU for OrnLu. He is going up on 21 Vils, which does seem kind of slow these days for a fast feudal. But also seems kind of fast for a fast castle. But then you do have a lot of cows and some extra stuff you can push in, so maybe he's just playing this out. Maybe he's playing this out. So pushing in another Mouflon. And taking the berries forward. Preemptively walled is Floop. And we'll have Feudal Age first for Floop. OrnLu, okay, still, okay, it looks like he will fast castle. Still fairly slow to go up. So, 23 Vils, more on the way. Looks like a fast castle. Not going to be the fastest fast castle, but it'll just be an FC. Lithuanians are also good. Yep, you can guarantee the +4. Aztecs are an option, but I feel like their unit composition just isn't quite up to the cav composition that other civs have on this map. I mean, Eagle Pike Monk is still scary, but you need to get a lot of eagles out. And I think sometimes you can maybe be overwhelmed by cav before you can get to that number. But still, Aztecs are not quite the Aztecs of old, but pretty good. And so OrnLu doing Loom now. The Champy Scout, I don't believe gets any upgrade once it gets to Feudal. So if OrnLu sees it, he could attack it, but looks like that's not going to be the case. He's right next to it and he's not seeing it. If he sees it, he right-clicks it and kills it. But nope, Feudal for OrnLu. And so now Floop needs to... Oh, Floop, Market Blacksmith, let's go. He sees OrnLu's up and he's just like, I'm going to race you up to the Castle Age. I'll go up even faster. He needs a bit more gold, but I don't know what all those Vils, I guess those were food Vils, now going to gold. And he's going to sell 100 food, I guess, and drop off gold and then go up, or selling stone too. And now he needs to do stone for the Blackwood Archers. Unless he's just going to go forward and go for... I don't even know. What do the Tupi do if they're not going for their castle? Yeah, map 2 open for Aztecs, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, what's the scouting look like? He sees OrnLu's walls. Champy's there. OrnLu can see the scout. And there's Castle Age. He's up to castle, while OrnLu's still up to feudal. 26 Vils. And there is Loom. So barracks forward. Looks like it'll just be Champy's then. Be a Champy rush. What if he goes Siege Tower Champies right now? He gives OrnLu no notice. Boom, right over the wall. Ibrahim's? Oh, that's true. I forget they have this thing. Powerful frontal attack, strong versus infantry, weak versus archers at long range. I've never actually seen this before. Maybe. I've seen the Blackwood Archers so many times. I'm not even thinking of that thing. Okay, OrnLu's scouts over here. Oh, honestly, imagine just trapping the scout right now. Then OrnLu would have no idea this is here. I mean, sacrifice the Vil to trap the scout. Yeah, wall in. Ooh, we just missed the tile. What is that pathing? Other Vils going for it, but not there. Oh my gosh. That would have been crazy had he gotten that. Because then OrnLu would not have scouted this. That'd been almost a 1-unit civ. Yeah. So there's the workshop. And it is the Ibirapima warriors. So OrnLu now scouts it. Oh man, imagine if that scout were walled in though. OrnLu would be in such a rough spot. I mean, he kind of is now. He's not up yet. He has no army. He's doing a tower. How's this thing against buildings? +1. Okay. Feudal Age Watchtower against... Is this a Ram or a Mangonel? Probably a Mangonel first. And we'll see the tower. Does this thing have any attack bonus against Cav? And a battering ram there. From the workshop. And yeah, ram first, so OrnLu can stonewall behind this. The ram should probably go for the palisade next to the stonewall there. Some vills behind. That's why I wanted to see the siege tower. I think siege tower just gets in faster. But double rams, alright, double rams, let's go. And you probably want to go for the market so that OrnLu can't really wall behind with stone. And yeah, just go for the market. You get through the palisade so fast. Oh, look at those rams go. Look at them go. So ready to get through the market. And OrnLu going for the castle, so OrnLu has to repair this market. He will have a much better eco, right? He's over 1k more res collected because of the slower fast castle. Here comes the Scorpion. Ram push continues. Scorpion can hit some of those repair vills. And these unique infantry, I have no idea how they'll do against Castilier. And here's a Scorpion attacking the repair vills. And that market's down, but just as the castle's up. And now the Scorpion can't accompany the rams through. Double Scorpions, and looks like OrnLu's repelling this. 14 relics can sustain Persian war elephants. Oh, you gotta do like Burgundian Aztec Persians someday then. And rams get through the house. And rams not even gonna bother going for the tower. Maybe they should. I have no idea how this fight's gonna happen. And Castilier ready to attack the rams. One ram goes down. Ooh, charge attack on the rams. Okay, here they go, fighting the cav. Charge attacks will probably devastate them. OrnLu, look at the micro from OrnLu running the cav around, distracting the units while the other Castilier do damage. I think OrnLu stops this, and I think he's won. But maybe I'm wrong about that. He's getting a TC. Floop's getting a TC. Floop will go to the stone. I mean, maybe Blackwood Archers are good enough that Floop just, after this, he can go Blackwood Archer. Trying to do some monks. But without, I mean, how did the Tupi really stop the Burgundians from getting relics? They don't have light cav, they don't have eagles. Champies don't counter monks the way eagles would. They don't have conversion resistance. I guess they could go slingers, but I don't think those are really a viable option with Castilier out. And scout there kills the monk. So 2 TCs. And Castilier attacking the house. A few more monks ready to pop out of the monastery. But tricky to do it with the scout there, and especially since when they pop out, they'd be downhill. But Floop will have to do something to try to save them, as he's still adding more. I mean, maybe what he tries to do is poke down the scout with that spear. Oh, and OrnLu pulls the spear back, so now might be the time to try to run the monks. Yeah, there he goes. Tries to get conversions on the Castilier. Has to make sure he's swapping targets properly. And gets 2 conversions. Oh gosh, those are long-range conversions. Gets the scout too. The micro from Floop on the monks. Gets everything he wanted converted. And now without that scout, he can use the monks more freely. Oh, look at that. OrnLu could use some monks himself. There he goes. Well, now the Tupi have a scout. Which, if they want to pick off stray monks, there you go. They have a unit for it. There's the TC on the stone. That could not have gone any better for Floop. All the monks survive. Now regain their faith to perform more conversions. As OrnLu would love to hit the scout to protect his monk, other monks will be forward. What is the Tupi monk tech tree? No atonement, so they can't convert monks. OrnLu's picking up 1 relic. There's another Custilier converted. This is where you kind of use your scout to debate Custilier. And OrnLu wants a conversion, and he will not be lucky enough to get it. And the conversion never broke. And it comes in again for Floop. Floop with some great monk micro this game. Tupi scouts should be able to build outposts, and OrnLu just deletes. Doesn't even get that relic. But he's gotten 1 relic so far. Only 1. And it's going to be a castle drop soon. And where does it go? Probably right here, if Floop sees that TC. Floop hasn't seen the TC. Might see there's a farm. I'm not sure if that's a capture age only thing that we see the farm in the Fog of War. Could also go right on this hill, and that would stop the gold income. And actually, OrnLu's map would be horrible if the castle goes right on that hill. And then you get Blackwood archers denying the rest of the gold. Yeah, well, you can FC comfortably. You only have 1 gold mine, so that kind of changes the calculus and how you got to move out.
Oh yeah. Marampe.
Ishe ai kokatu.
Not fish booming in the corner. That's an excellent idea. You have to remove some of the reeds, which can be annoying. But yeah. Fish boom there. You can get 2 fish booms. Let's go. Okay, the bear is fighting the vills. Yeah, ducks. Oh, ducks is here. We got lots of ponds for ducks. This pond, this is the muddy shallows brown water city skylines ducks pond. OrnLu is greedy. OrnLu is doing a market to re-wall, and that'll cause the vills to pathfind around the gold. That'll be awkward. And yeah, here's the castle. Here's the castle. Here are the Custilier, though. So where are the monks and the defensive Custilier? There are monks trying to get 2 conversions. OrnLu ready for a defensive castle. The mangonels taking that converted and take down monks. So Floop. Wait. Oh no, those were not converted. Those were his own mangonels. Okay, those were his own mangonels. Both these castles, I think, go up. Those Custilier still here. They're going to be more conversions. And OrnLu just lost all of his Custilier. He's up by 4,000 resources collected. But now this castle for Floop means OrnLu has only this gold mine to work with. That's 3,400 gold. I still think the castle might have been better up here. OrnLu getting close to Imp, so he's thinking about going Imp soon. These are just palisades, as OrnLu has 3 TCs, and Floop could maybe think about pressuring him. Once there's duck farming in AoE 2, that's too much.
Ishe ai kokatu.
The duck trap. There is a house and a castle up for Floop. As here are the 2P Blackwood archers. These things are cheap. They train 2 at a time. And like all 2P units, you get some resources back when they're killed. They are insane. And as someone said earlier, the 2P are often played as a 1-unit civ. This is the unit. There's Imp for OrnLu, and where are OrnLu's vills going? Outside of his gate, he's going for another TC. OrnLu can never have enough TCs. Can Burgundians go Hussars in Castle? No, they can't. Only Cavalier. Only Cavalier. They don't even have Hussar, right? Oh, they do have Hussars. Alright, but no bloodlines for them. Oh, that's right. I knew they were missing something there. So we now have 5 relics for Floop. OrnLu, if his plan was pick Burgundians and take relics, that plan has not come to fruition for him. Blackwood archers chasing the scouts. His vills go for the stragglers, the stone, the gold, everything out by this TC. Some more houses catch on fire and start going down. And Bloodless, hello Bloodless. Yeah, right, weaker skirms, the Burgundians missed the final armor upgrade. So how do they deal with Blackwood archers? I mean, Bombard Cannon will be nice, but they'll have shorter range without Siege Engineers. The extra attack probably doesn't matter because they'd flatten the Blackwood archers anyway. And now it's Trebor time for OrnLu, where the downside is you can stop the Blackwood archer production if you take out the castle. I'm still extra worried about them. I mean, OrnLu, he should be in an insanely far ahead position. He's a 32 to 14 KD. He's ahead by, what, 7,000 resources collected. He's got all the TCs, he's MP, he has more vills. But these are Blackwood archers. Blackwood archers and monks. He has a bunch of castles. I think OrnLu's best bet is to just try to get a quick attack before the Blackwood archers get the poison damage from Imp. Because right now, how many of these are 47 of these? Like, they can literally just run in and massacre OrnLu's farming eco. The Burgundians are not going to be going CA. Not against the Blackwood archers. So they're ready to run in. He's not going in. Ooh. OrnLu's not doing the workshop either. The workshop actually would be great for forcing the archers into either the TC or the castle. He needs to get some damage done here. He's down 30 vills, but there is Imp. He really doesn't want to lose the Blackwood archers though before the poison damage, and OrnLu will replace that workshop with a castle. But skirms is always the answer? Maybe, but Burgundian skirms miss the armor. It's sad when you have skirms and they're not even good skirms. And will OrnLu notice this? Eventually he does, loses a couple vills, but he's fine. He's still pushing at the front. There's some Blackwood archers trying to deal with the light cav raids. OrnLu trickling in light cav. The populations are still 105 to 111. I think Floop might have this, honestly. He does have 8 relics in that monastery. He doesn't want to lose that. But that makes up for some of the vill difference, right? He's gotten 1,800 relic gold now. OrnLu still has a measly 1 relic. Can OrnLu go Scorps? Burgundians don't have heavy Scorpion, and they don't have Siege Engineers. So they really don't have good Scorpions. Maybe go... I mean, same with Onager, right? No Siege Onager, no Siege Engineers. I don't know how he deals with this. He doesn't have the... I mean, as much as he has almost now 10,000 more resources collected, it's not like he has the farming eco to pump out Paladins. Or to pump out Custulier. He only has 42 farms. And the monastery with the relics stays alive. Maybe the relics need to be brought back. There's 10 total relics for Floop here. What, 8 and 2? Oh, 7 there and 2 there. So 9 total for Floop. And he's about to hit Imp. And once he hits Imp, he needs a bit more food. But then you get Bracer, and you look for the poison damage in Elite Blackwood Archer. And when those come in, what do you do? I genuinely have no idea. Might have been a mistake for OrnLu to wait this long to boom instead of being more aggressive earlier when he stopped the monks for the initial push. Oh, he does need ballistics. He does need ballistics still. See, OrnLu, his games took so long, Twitch might play an ad, so I gotta be very careful when we get down to like 15 seconds to snooze it. And thank you, Bent Metal, for the follow. Okay, so there go the relics. That'll affect the eco a bit. More monks will need to pick them up. And more importantly, stop OrnLu from grabbing them. Getting his grubby little wolf paws on them. He has a mangonel. He's got chemistry on the way, so he might be going Onager. I mean, you get an Onager shot on these things and you flatten them, but then the 2P player suddenly gets resources back. I mean, you get enough of them doing 1 damage to a mangonel over time. You take out the mangonel. So, does OrnLu have the numbers to win this fight? You got a monk at it in. I think Floop needs to make sure he's focusing on the cav right now, and not fighting the trebs or even the monks. Cav are the damage dealers. A couple converted units are here still. There's a mangonel, so still 41 archers. They don't have chemistry or ballistics, they just have bracer. And I think, okay, OrnLu might do it. Floop will call the GG, as OrnLu does have enough Coutelier to win the fight. Oof, I was worried about him for a second, but Floop unable to get the poison damage and didn't have elite Blackwood Archer, didn't have chemistry, didn't have the eco for a lot of upgrades, and OrnLu just enough Coutelier to win that fight. Maybe that's still something that could have been winnable for Floop had he been able to micro a bit better. Maybe added a few more farms instead of floating that wood, so he could afford the upgrades, but that was scarier than it should have been. From 80 to 30 archers in the blink of an eye. What's the topmost bar? I have no idea. Economy unit count, military unit value. That's resources spent on military. So this is the count, just the number of units. This is the resources spent. So that shows the Blackwood archers are very cheap, and the Coutelier, even though they're fewer in number, are more expensive. So 108 to 61 KD for OrnLu. More res collected. Everything working out. Alright, so that's a win for OrnLu on Graveyards, and for the civs, that was Burgundians over the 2P. Poison is the only thing that allows Blackwood archers to beat high armor units like Hussars like have. Yep. You really need the poison. I think you usually even want to prioritize the poison over the elite upgrade because of that. And was Twitch going to play an ad? Yes, it is. I was going to play an ad anyway. It's fine. Right. Lobby's just waiting for OrnLu to host again. OrnLu's scoreboard says 2-2 Sitaux versus Classic Pro. It's play all three apparently. All right, probably group stage then. Like I said, I looked through the handbook and did not see Silver League settings, so. The word silver I control F'd, which thankfully I can do in the handbook, but it appeared once, and it said they might add Silver League admins. He only gives plus 5 HP. I mean, plus 5 HP, that is a huge percent increase in their HP, to be fair. So, GG, and we'll move on. See what OrnLu gives us next. Okay, they have a lobby. It'll be a Mesa Verde. So, let's update that. This is one heck of a map, I gotta say. Floop also looks like he's picking purple, so it'll be Lakers colors. Eliminated from the playoffs, but still in AoE 2. Yeah, plus 25% HP. Imagine if we had that for War Elephants. There, yeah, that's a unit with lots of HP. And thank you, Spatska, for the follow. Thank you, everyone, for the follows. Yeah, poison damage way more useful than elite. Yeah, if elite doesn't add attack to them, I mean, honestly, that unit could probably have 1 HP, and it would still be crazy. Does the 20 HP really matter? How small could we put the HP and still have Blackwood archers be useful? One HP. And the minimum HP ever. 1 HP. Okay, so we're still waiting for this to get launched. Or nope, I think they're going. Ongoing spectate. Let's go. Alright, so it'll be Georgians against Spanish here on Mesa Verde. So we have Floop, whose elo skyrocketed to 2k2 after that loss. I don't know why Capture Age does that. Sometimes you'll cast the game, then you'll cast the second game, and the elo changes. Even though it's unranked games with no elo change. So this is Mesa Verde. And someone once asked, can you get from the inside to the outside? Only in Nilly's Nightmares. Here we have a bunch of rocks surrounding a valley containing the players. You start with 12 houses. Why 12? I don't know, you just do. Houses built into the rocks. All the Dark Age houses look the same, as I've learned by watching this map. And on the other side, we will have OrnLu luring in his javelina. You have a few berries inside of your walls, but nothing else. The other day, we played an 8-player game on the tiny map size. There was not enough wood for us, but we made it work. This is like land Socotra. Socotra Arena. There is Palisade Socotra. But this is very different because there's nothing really safe inside your walls. Yeah, you get some berries. OrnLu lucky the berries spawned pretty close to his TC. So he maybe won't have to mill them. But you have to go outside to grab your food, your wood, your gold. We've seen this in higher level games even. You can very much get surprised and suddenly not have any wood or gold or resources available to you. You always got to plan ahead. Plan ahead. It's like Hera versus Matza when Matza douches. If you don't plan ahead, you'll find yourself unable to make a lumber camp, and then you'll lose a game you should have won. The Elite War Elephant upgrade gives plus 33%, so even better. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Elite War Elephants are crazy with the HP they get. You know, there was once a bug, I think it was fixed, but when they changed the... Oh, a bit of a bite there from the Javelina. When they changed the Mongol HP bonus for the Light Cav line, so that it applied to Steppe Lancers too. Oh, wait. How did that become yellow for a second? That was weird. But there was a bug where if you had very low HP, it had tried to account for bloodlines. That's why I think it's if you had bloodlines and only 1 HP, then when you upgraded from feudal to castle, where there was some rounding error, where temporarily the scout went to 0 HP, where it tried to like undo bloodlines, apply the bonus, and then put bloodlines back. Your scout actually died. You would upgrade to the castle age and the scout died, because in that intermediate step of the computation, it went under 1 HP. Yeah, the Mongol scout would die. I think I have a tweet about that somewhere where I showed the stats for it. I think that's fixed, but yeah, because of the weird, they don't want the bonus to require you to like research bloodlines before reaching the castle age to get more HP, so that like the 20% applies with or without it differently. So it only applies to the base HP, but to do that, they had to remove the Bloodline's HP to apply it, and when they did that, the scout died. If it was low enough. So, deer push from Floop. Will he push the deer, or will he fight the militia? As OrnLu's going for a drush, OrnLu the wolf will be drushing and fighting with the militia. Big fight on the berries. OrnLu going for the scout, but he will lose his scout, and if Floop can pull back and keep his scout alive, I'd honestly consider that a win. Well, militia very low on HP, and Floop will take the deer in the wall, delete the wall. And Floop will still be taking the berries as the militia wander their way over. And more vills from the TC come forward. And we'll have a lumber camp up for Floop on that wood line. And you also have a lot of hares out here. So OrnLu's still wandering around with the militia. I don't think there's ever a case you go in, because then Floop just quick walls you, and then you're stuck inside with a TC.
Presta.
Rasabრძანებ, მსახურო, ვითარც აგინდეს.
Mande?
Rasabრძანებ. კეთილარს. მსახურო, ვითარც აგინდეს. Rasabრძანებ.
And then Feudal Age in for Floop, Feudal Age also in for OrnLu.
Rasabრძანებ.
And the walls come up here for OrnLu across the front. And OrnLu, as OrnLu does, is looking to be fully walled. I think this might be open over here. I'm not entirely sure. I feel we'll have to turn and fight the militia on the wood line.
Presta.
Presto.
Mande? Servidora? Sí?
There's a 3 HP scout, as we'll have Floop up to Feudal. You had a small rocks mod for that? We need a small rocks mod? We do. Small boulders. Don't mention that, someone will do it. They will replace all the big boulders by 2x2 rocks and all the tall ones by 1x1 rocks. The graphics exist, we could do that. We'll make the game even uglier for all the identical pine tree users. Well, OrnLu's militia is still alive, but he's not really finding good places to take fights. Hasn't actually killed a Vill, the only kill so far is OrnLu's scout. And Floop, keeping his scout alive, is still free to push in the deer. Here's a blacksmith for Floop. Then an archery range forward for OrnLu. So OrnLu going forward. Ooh, he's going to tower the wood line. Okay, sneaky tower from OrnLu. Sneaky tower, but not so sneaky. Floop will see it. OrnLu thinking, let's Vill fight the scout. But Floop saying, nope, I'm just going to zigzag, slide on by you. And go for the tower. 0 stone, because Floop sold it already to go up. And you're just going to throw up a mining camp on the stone and the gold. And this is where Floop has to be extra careful. Okay, never mind. He doesn't have to be extra careful. OrnLu going to tower the stone. I was going to say, Floop has to ensure that he will be able to collect wood. Because he didn't have enough for a lumber camp there. And he's just going to YOLO his vills forward. The militia are weak. I don't think OrnLu gets this tower up. And it looks like Floop is going to have a castle for conquistadors. And not enough bunny murder from OrnLu. Well, OrnLu going to stone wall. As what do Georgians even do against conquistadors? They go monk, then Spanish just goes Inquisition monk. OrnLu trying again for a tower. Does that tower even hit the stone? If he gets fletching, it will. OrnLu has quick-walled some of his vills, is getting forward with archers. Is this enough? Is there another stone? There's another stone over there. So OrnLu with 1 vill on stone. This could just be... Oh, there's another stone over here. Okay, so tower and then stone mining from Floop. Alright, maybe OrnLu does enough, and maybe this is a good enough tower to hit the lumber camp too. But this tower gives another source of wood for Floop. Also, no stragglers by the TC, so you very easily can run out of wood.
Gettilers.
Mande.
Militia and archers come forward.
Presta.
Msaguro. Vitarzagindes.
Mande?
Sorry if I hit the mic and that shocked people. So archers, I mean, you can't damage the TC. OrnLu's gonna try to find maybe a back area where he can stand with the archers. If fletching runs under the tower. What in the build is this? This is someone trying to phosphoro up a castle for conquistadors. And yeah, the archers in the front can't really pick off the Vil. OrnLu just gonna Vil fight the mill, because why not? And when Floop goes up, how does he get food? He's not on the lumber camp now. He needs to get wood somewhere. He's got 24 wood, and he doesn't have anyone on wood, and he doesn't have a lumber camp over here. Is he gonna YOLO the castle forward? He is. He is. Oh, he is not someone to go for a chicken castle. He's gonna go forward. OrnLu needs to fight this with all his Vils, maybe? I don't even know. He needs a tower to deny a castle, but it's the Spanish. They build the castle faster. This might be double castle conks right on OrnLu's face. Oh, he's saying, okay, let's avoid the archer, avoid the archer. Oh, no, oh, come on, that's a chicken castle compared to where it was gonna be. The one archer for OrnLu. What does OrnLu do now? He's trying to tower the stone. This is too late, OrnLu. Oh, there's too many Vils to fight you there. How does Floop ever get wood? I mean, that lumber camp not fully covered. He's gonna make sure this tower doesn't threaten anything. Only 3 Vils for OrnLu, and I don't think that goes up. No, it doesn't. Meanwhile, the castle does go up. Is there enough resource for Floop to make a conquistador? No. He can put 13 Vils on wood, but he's got nowhere to drop it off. Doesn't even have enough. Oh, he has a market, though. He has a market. Okay. He's got a market. He's fine. He can build a lumber camp under his castle in the middle of the map. OrnLu is stone-walled. OrnLu's actually open over here. If 3 conks get in through OrnLu's base, that would be wild. Oh my gosh, OrnLu. Alright, so how does OrnLu deal with conks? But then also, how does Floop make conks? Does he just full market economy the conquistadors by mining gold? By buying wood for farms? He's gonna try to get farms by the TC. He's got 1 forage bush left. This lumber camp's still covered by a tower. OrnLu gonna mule cart the middle of the map, because why not? Just hope he's not seen. And I think Floop has just right-clicked this conk into OrnLu's base. OrnLu's scouting. He's gonna stonewall. He's gonna stonewall just in the nick of time. Using the stone as part of his stonewall. He's fully stonewalled. And all those Vils are so weak. But they'll survive. Only 1 conk. This is OrnLu. OrnLu has 2 wood lines, one of which is now mostly stopped by a conk. And OrnLu can come over here, where 1 more conquistador can stop him from taking wood. Oh, this map is so crazy. Oh, this map is so crazy. There's a siege workshop for Floop. OrnLu up the castle age. Oh, he's gonna do a fortified church, though. That might be how he stops the conks for these Georgians. The best defensive civ there is, fortified churches. Plop them down everywhere. Plop them on Floop. So, okay, Floop going back to his castle now. 33 Vils to 36. OrnLu, 2,000 more resources collected. What could he do? I mean, the same thing OrnLu does every day. Just booms. There's a reason OrnLu's games take over an hour. It was like 4:30 and I started casting this, and like, I'm still worried. I want to get to the gym by like 6:15, so I have time to do my cardio, but I don't think I'm gonna make it. That's like an hour from now, and I gotta cast this in another OrnLu game. I don't think we're gonna make it, chat. I don't think we're gonna make it.
Marjorie.
Okay, now he's got a monk. One thing Georgians don't like, though, is fighting other monks, because they don't have atonement. Typecast should count as cardio. Yeah, booming and letting Twist die. My knee doesn't hold up for running these days, so I gotta use the boring elliptical for my cardio. I should probably like get one for my office. Imagine that, casting while on the elliptical. I mean, you gotta do it for the OrnLu games, though. I get like 2 hours of cardio. Oh, and thank you, Poke Raid Pro, for the 20 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Conk's still hoovering around. And honestly, this is a position where Conks, they really want to snipe the monk. OrnLu loses a monk there. What are the monks doing there? Well, Conk's losing some HP to the arrows. Mangonel push on the fortified church. Floop takes the score lead. It's a 1 vil difference. What do the Conks try to do here? Break through? They just need to keep sniping monks. Kind of like Cliffbound. Cliffbound feels a bit more like a standard map in some ways. But there's a lot of cracked terrain that makes it different. This map has more of an emphasis on putting resources in the middle. Even more so than something like Sitaux, where your wood lines are behind you. There's still wood lines kind of to the back on Cliffbound. You're a bit farther apart on this map, and yet somehow it's more open, even though you're walled. That's a weird description. Fortified church on the way for OrnLu. I had a similar idea for a map that I wanted to make for a Brazilian dynasty, so I need to figure out how to make that kind of a twist on the Sitaux closed theme. Also, OrnLu, those 3 vils mining stone, he's forward doing a castle now. And it's time for some Manaspa raids. Maybe this is how OrnLu wins, the fact that Floop has actually not scouted the 3 clandestine vils OrnLu has had. And now there's a castle on his lumber camp, on his stone, but not on his gold. Well, OrnLu, dropping the castle, making Manaspas, needs to upgrade the Manaspas. Oh man, this game is amazing. Man, is that a converted conquistador? It is a converted conquistador. Oh, on 1 HP, OrnLu could heal the conquistador and now have a conquistador. What's the score? The score is 1-0 OrnLu? Or do you mean in-game score? They're both around 2k3 and climbing in score? It's on the overlay. Unless you're on audio only mode. I mean, Elo, well, it's 2002 to 1956. OrnLu's Elo is not palindromic, unfortunately. So, Manaspa is everywhere. I think now OrnLu has won this. Unless the Kongs can clean the Manaspas, maybe they can? Maybe they can. I don't even know what's going on. OrnLu now has a 12 vil lead. And Manaspas. So, this is what the map looks like. They're alternating TC castle per player. Oh, capture age is struggling when I zoom out that far. 4K capture age eats your RAM. So, Georgians atop a hill, repairing a fortified church, are going to repair that thing forever. 3 mangonels is not enough. You could have 7 mangonels and it probably wouldn't be enough. So, Conk's microing against the Manaspas still. Floop struggling to keep his eco running. You usually need more Naspas than less Naspas. Rather than fewer Naspas. Is Floop's market down, right? Oh, that's true. That's Floop's market down. That is his economy. Yeah, what's Floop gonna do? He needs to build a new market now. He needs a new market. That's the most important building. OrnLu just destroyed. Yeah, what's he gonna do without the market? Oh, one mangonel down. OrnLu's got a hill. What is this? Mangonel micro. Second mangonel. Ooh, completely missed. 1 HP off. How did that miss? Well, you can tank a shot straight on. Uphill. Applied directly to the forehead. Still doesn't destroy the mangonel. Ooh, gets 2 more vills. Okay, now OrnLu's up by 15 vills. I think he's got this. No one knows the difference between less and fewer. I know the difference between less and fewer. Fewer is for your countable things.
Monday?
You have less water, but fewer cups of water. It's less than in counting. Do we need to talk about cardinality and different orders of and different types of infinities? And the continuum hypothesis. Maybe we should have a stream about that someday. Just to teach the difference between less and fewer. So that Vil just walking past because the castle's targeting the blacksmith. Floop's just being like, oh, bring my Vils back past the castle. The Monospa's there will clean them up. So another gold mining camp here for Floop.
See? Presto.
This goes down.
See?
And castle goes for the market.
Monday?
As well as garrison in the tower. OrnLu wins without skirms and wins melee versus range units.
Monday?
So, Conquistadors for Floop, still keeping him alive. That's the thing, though. As long as you have Conquistadors, you're not dead. I've seen Yo play so many games where it looks like he's dead, but then he has Conquistadors and he wins. And that's what Floop's trying to emulate here. Can he actually pull this off? As the conks come back, Floop bought 100 food. And I mean, OrnLu doesn't have much of an eco either. But he's now up by a lot of pop. Ooh, conks could pick off a monk, a mangonel, 2 more monks. So what do the conks do? They kill the monk. And they dodge the mangonel shot. And then they go for 2 more monks. The monks reset their conversions. Nicely done from Floop. Kill a Vil. I mean, Floop's KD is 48 to 25. The scores are still close because of the KD. The problem is with all the fortified churches, OrnLu can't be raided. They are boosting his eco. It's going to take OrnLu a while, but eventually he should just get enough Monospas that he can take Floop off of gold. He needs to see that Floop's on the other gold then. Floop's off of 1 gold. This is the antithesis of when you saw Floop boom to 200 Vils in a tournament game once.
Monday? Servidor.
And OrnLu's in. OrnLu's trapped, though. Wait, OrnLu's trapped inside now. Okay, he can destroy a Palisade Gate and get out. Nothing to worry about. But let's just pretend he's trapped inside. He'll lose everything to the TC, and then he'll die. Let's give Floop some hope. As here come the conks. I think he deleted a hole for the conks and then didn't run through the hole. Oh, this is brilliant. OrnLu's going to lose more Monospas. Yeah, the KD is still great for Floop. OrnLu's now at basically double the Vils. More Monospas for him. No more Conquistadors. I mean, 2 Vils on gold. 18 gold. Can't afford Conquistadors. The Vils had to run inside. Raiding in such a small town feels like bullying. It is a nice, scenic small town, that's for sure. Another TC for Floop. Floop at 20 conks and he'd be fine losing some Vils. Well, he has 8. He has 8, right? It's a good number of conks, but just not a great number of conks. I mean, maybe OrnLu soon gets 5 conks. He has 5 monks there. These conks are They are not devoted. They're not devoted. So what is OrnLu's monk micro here? What is Floop's conch micro? Oh, there we go. 1, 2, and then you just 3. You got 3 conversions, and now you just want to keep the monks walking. My TC here, because his vills were forward and he needed wood, and he just plopped down the TC there. Hey, Floop does still have the TC advantage. Okay, well, the Monaspas are walled out. They're walled out, and it's only the Conquistador here. So Floop's gonna come back now. Come back with the conchs. Nice box formation. Floop has to choose judiciously between more vills or more conchs. And okay, I think the more vills are gonna quickly become fewer vills. As there's the GG, and OrnLu does go up 2-0. I'm told to play all 3. But, okay, he's got conchs everywhere from Floop. But OrnLu's Georgians, he just fortified churches. And if Floop had somehow found and killed those 3 vills that were in the middle on the stone, maybe he wins the game. But that forward castle from OrnLu was nasty. Georgians are better. Thank you for following after OrnLu has won with the Georgians. Ah, man. That was crazy. Casting OrnLu games is an experience. That was a loss on Mesa Verde, and we might be in the mood for Socotra for Game 3. Spanish losing to Georgians. Alright, let's just check out what OrnLu's doing now. He's in his between game scene. That his 2K rating is more or less. Alright, let me run to the bathroom before this, what I think will be the final game. I'll be right back. Alright, so let's see what game 3 will be. It will indeed be Socotra. It will indeed be Socotra. No surprises there. And again, it'll be yellow versus purple. So what do we think of for the civs here? What do we think of for the civs? I mean, kind of all of them are viable for OrnLu. Catans I've seen pretty nasty on Socotra in the past, but that's when their pastures were a bit stronger. Portuguese are always great, and the Persian eco is insane. Oh my gosh, we could get... Are we gonna get a Persian douche with Floop? Are we gonna get a Persian douche here? I think we might, chat. I think we might get a Persian douche. Alright, they're in the game. Let's join. Warm up capture age, get that going. And it is Koreans versus Portuguese. Unfortunately, we won't have a douche. Oh man, well, Socotra, you gotta find and learn your elephant as ASAP as possible so that it's not lamed. And Floop not going forward to lame. OrnLu sending Neville to grab the elephant already. So has 4 on the goat, brings in the elephant already. Nice and fast, same from Floop. Now, both of their ostriches are pretty far forward, as are the rest of their resources, but what makes this map different from the previous one is that you do have wood on the outside. You do have wood on the outside. No, it would have been Floop who had Persians at the end of the draft. OrnLu, what is this, OrnLu? What is this elephant? OrnLu? What is this? No. Oh my god, the weak Phil's the first one that shoots the elephant too. The elephant's going after the weak one. He's gonna get a hit, isn't it? Up he garrisons. Okay, OrnLu recognizes. And he's doing loom. He doesn't have the food for Vil. This the disaster start to the game from OrnLu. Byzantine for a stronger TC against the Persian douche? I don't know about that. I think it's not strong enough. I was thinking Bengalis for extra Vils, so that when you go up, you make up for the Persian difference, but... Yeah, Korean's Portuguese, so... I think the Portuguese can maybe struggle against guard towers in the Castle Age quite a bit. And you're not going to be too worried about organ guns when you get guard towers, maybe war wagons. Watching one of my wrecks. No, we're just watching OrnLu gameplay. Yeah, also, Socotra, lots of rocks on the outside. So say hello to the rocks, everyone. Got some water there. Hello, rocks. How you doing, rocks? Just making the outside a bit scenic. And these rocks, of course, just like Mesa Verde, you can't get to the outside. So some beautiful rocks. Didn't people use Chinese before? Not as good as Persians, but a lot of extra Vils on start. Yeah, but you start with 0 food. When I update the map properly, you start with the proper amount of food with the Chinese. But yeah, since you start with 0 food, you're doing loom at the start, you're not really having a big Vil advantage, and you're very vulnerable to being lamed because you need to have the food under your TC immediately. I guess the advantage would be the elephant is directly in your line of sight. But since you have to push in the ostriches, you are kind of vulnerable to running out of food or running out of hunt a bit more quickly than other civs. But, I mean, maybe they're still good. But after that, they don't really have any map-specific bonuses. Other than just having a good eco if you get to a good start. Is that why OrnLu has had a rocky start? OrnLu has definitely gotten off to a rocky start thanks to all these rocks. He must have tripped running up the museum stairs. Yeah, but 4 seconds idle TC for OrnLu. That's why we see that early loom. And he is ahead in scout HP, though. That's nice. No early loom for Floop. Floop with a mill that reads, I'm putting 9 Vils on this mill. Because I want to get up fast. And Floop had been pushing in some ostriches. OrnLu, the ostriches were close enough. OrnLu can kind of steal them. I think OrnLu might have been laming some ostriches for himself. Yeah, actually, yeah. OrnLu just lamed some ostriches. Those he were pushing were actually from Floop's ostrich patch. So that's why we got all these Portuguese Vils on the berries. To get some wood and to get up quickly is there's feudal age, and with so many Vils on the berries, the Portuguese player now has gathered enough wood they can do the barracks right now. If he wins, we can say OrnLu rocked and rolled over Floop.
Hola. Sim.
Quais as vossas ordens?
Piggy.
So Scout Cav here, low HP for Floop. Has a bunch of walls going up around, or OrnLu, it's Socotra. he's gonna go for the full walls on Socotra like this.
Esto
Here's the forward range. OrnLu will scout that. Are Portuguese a lot better versus Korean? I would think Koreans are great on this map once you get to the Castle Age. And once you get the free guard tower upgrade, I think that is an insanely strong upgrade.
Piggy.
So, Floop sending Vils forward. He's just gonna see OrnLu Wallen and be like, no, I'm gonna Vil fight your Wallen Vils. And start off with a better fight. Scout will attack the wall, because why not? Yeah, Socotra equals clan map equals walls. Not that type of clan map. Here's a blacksmith for Floop.
준비.
As the low HP scout for Floop is chased away.
예? 대기.
And Floop has to be careful he doesn't get walled in, as OrnLu's up to feudal now.
저요?
And OrnLu is very late up to feudal. I mean, very, very late. He's floating 600 wood. He hasn't done a single farm. He's just trying desperately to be walled, but Floop can now tower the stone. He's also open on the berries still. Yeah, the very dangerous forward blacksmith, as Floop was... How was the... Ooh, he needs to slam down that house faster to get the archers out. There's a villa being hunted by the archers. Chat's feudal age. Don't be mean to OrnLu like that. Does OrnLu have safe stone? No, he does not. All of his everything is forward, other than slightly the berries. So he is walled now. So he's walled one stone out, so a tower here, and then I think Floop can just keep tower rushing. I mean, one tower here right now, he has the stone for it, would be unstoppable, basically. And OrnLu does have his full wall, and his plan is when in doubt, just boom. When in doubt, just boom.
예? 저요? 준비. 대기. 저요?
Vil will get away from the walls, and the Vils can't just push through that palisade. So, Market Blacksmith, and OrnLu is trying to fast castle on this with no farms, just taking berries, selling 500 wood, buying food, selling stone. He's gonna drop off the gold and he'll be up. And what does he do then? Fire Lancer? He's gonna need farms at some point. He's stone walling to keep the archers out. I mean, it's not like he can just take stone and do war wagons. And there, he's up. I mean, he has no stone for guard towers. He can buy them.
예?
OrnLu's trying to full wall FC on Socotra. I mean, I've seen this work in team games, but I mean, now the archers deny his gold and his stone, so his only option is using the market for gold or for stone. And will he in 2 minutes be able to make a siege workshop? Can he get these walls up? Does he need to send more Vils to wall? Floop is in. Floop is very much in. So Vil picked off there. And stone walls for OrnLu. Maybe this should have been the stone walls initially. As with all the houses, he might run out of wood and not be able to do a workshop. Oh, he found stone though. He found stone.
준비.
Floop. Letting OrnLu to the outside stone. Oh, and what a mistake that is. Oh, Floop didn't even see the stone. Didn't see the stone, so maybe it's just a scouting mistake there from Floop, not scouting the whole map, not seeing that OrnLu's out on the stone, and OrnLu will be able to make Korean guard towers once he's up. I mean, he should probably make one tower now, because it just turns into a guard tower. But I think the first he needs to tower the stone right now. I think he needs to tower this stone more than anything. Floop's sending the archers. He can feel this. He can feel something's not right. OrnLu's got to have eco on the other side. Oh, Floop, the archers stopped walking though. The archers stopped. OrnLu's up to castle. Floop's not too far away himself. Needs a bit more gold. Koreans, perhaps the civ best suited for countering archers. Free armor for their skirms. Guard towers. An anti-archer unique unit. Everything you could want.
준비.
Sim.
There's Castle Age from Floop.
Ao
Hills
seu
walked
dispor.
forward to
Quais
fight
são
the
as
archer.
vossas ordens? Sim.
And the archers are there. That's why didn't he tower that? Why does OrnLu have 0 stone? Why did OrnLu sell the stone instead of making a tower? He wanted a scorpion. OrnLu.
Sim.
It was like amateur Phosphoro. This is just OrnLu making it up as he goes. He wants a castle. What? OrnLu, you do a guard tower on your stone and then you can get a castle. Then you do a guard tower here. I love how Floop made a house there to lame the stone. So one scorpion forward against all these feudal archers. I mean, might even still win.
Ao seu dispor.
Oh, nice split micro.
Ao seu dispor.
Oh, this
Quais
is
são
OrnLu
as vossas ordens?
targeting his fire on the side archers so they can't split as easily.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
That is another scorpion from behind. Oh, the Vil gets picked off. The scout goes down. OrnLu, will he have enough stone for a castle? No, he will not. No, he will not. Oh, just barely, just barely. 652, let's go. Did you use the market there? Okay, you used the market. The Vils were carrying some stone just as the stone ran out. 2 stone! And he's just able to make the castle.
Sim.
Alright, there's the scorpion. Will this castle be denied? Can OrnLu get to the war wagons? This castle will give him access to gold. Calculated, the perfect number of stone walls, the perfect selling of stone at the market, the perfect floating point representation errors when Vils sometimes don't drop off the right number of resources, all calculated by OrnLu.
대기.
Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens? Olá.
Quais as vossas ordens? Olá, estou pronto.
Estou pronto. Sim.
Quais as vossas ordens?
Do scorpions have a minimum range? Yes, they have a minimum range of 2.
Olá.
Alright, OrnLu now pushing forward. Floop dropping a workshop, going for a mangonel. And Portuguese have good monks, and that probably has to be what he goes here. Goes for here, a monk defense. He has golds in the back. A monk defense against war wagons. Although, with that, maybe OrnLu just drops more forward towers. He can access his stone again. OrnLu's done what he needs to do. He's gotten to the castle age as the Koreans. Now he just needs to get enough war wagons to fight the crossbows. War wagons have enough hit points that the mangonels don't particularly threaten them. Not even making villas. He's got 5+ minutes of idle TC. He just wants war wagons. He knows what he needs to win, and he knows that that's war wagons. Although maybe he doesn't realize he should take stone and do towers. Because guard towers would probably have won the game. But, we'll see, we'll see. Floop has limited ability to counter tower because he would need to upgrade to guard tower
Olá. Quais as
for
vossas
OrnLu to come forward.
Estou pronto.
There is a tower that will cover one of the middle stones, so actually taking some stone options away from OrnLu. This actually is open. Oh, can OrnLu get on the wood line? Even if Floop walls, he'd need another lumber camp. OrnLu, this is so weird. OrnLu's not in. He's paying attention to the mangonel, trying to micro. Gotta micro 2 places at once, and OrnLu's in on the wood line, and Floop has to run the vills. Oh, Floop has to run the vills. He's got a mangonel over here. He's got a mangonel. He'll get a nice shot on the war wagons. Like I said, HP for the war wagons is great. Fletching is in. Remember, the war wagons also have the Free Koreans armor. Well, they got a lot going for them these days. Only 2 stone tiles left on the map. There are 4 left on the map. Or 5, I think, because one of them is being mined by Floop. But 1, 2, 3, 4. One is laid by Floop's house, the other guarded by his tower. If that matters. So repair vills for the mangonel, but the repair vills can be the targets now. As OrnLu's losing some war wagons, but idling the vills. War wagons getting progressively weaker, but they'll run back. He's a defensive TC in the back. OrnLu tanking mangonel shots, but still getting away. He's about to get to 6 war wagons. He'll need to heal them. Maybe put them in the castle, but that takes a while. Floop gets another lumber camp. This is where I'd love to see a tower from OrnLu. The war wagons need to deal with mangonels. Floop getting a game? I have no idea, Arbase. All 3 of these games have just been wild. There have been points of all 3 where I feel like Floop should have won. Okay, mangonel's killing their own spear for Floop. War wagon's still trying to raid against the crossbows and the mangonel. And still nothing killed by the mangonel. OrnLu's all in. And Floop Moreville, that's right, it is opposite. Maybe the mangonels could kill the war wagons. OrnLu, the micro that had been so good so far, finally betrays him as he loses to the war wagons. He's got a rocket cart forward. He's still not taking any stone. I still feel that the castle was a mistake and that the stone should have been guard towers right from the start, but okay, he's got something going. Floop doing more defensive towers. He's gonna TC the stone. And those war wagons so weak as OrnLu adds more. He has a monastery, so we can try to heal now, but that mangonel might have something else to say about it. Gets one of the wagons. OrnLu tries to jump within its min range. And the crossbows can pick off other war wagons now. Gets a nice parting shot. Hits another wagon. Now, they are healed by monks. They're healed by monks. Organ guns are fixed by, or organ guns are repaired by villagers. War wagons are healed by monks. And war wagons are not actually siege, even in their armor classes. They count as cav. They count as cav archers. They count as archers, and they count as a unique unit, but they are not a siege unit. Oh, what even happens now? There are 4 relics right over here. I feel like Floop could grab all the relics. I mean, maybe only gets that one now with the monk, but he's healing the war wagons. So this is crucial. Imagine he had 3 more war wagons here he could heal. Rocket cart out. How is this micro gonna be? Okay, Floop dodges. That's a lot of mangonels. Like I said, I don't like mangonels against war wagons all that much. War wagons are so tanky. Now Floop's gonna lose 4 mangonels in the blink of an eye. For 2 war wagons. And he needs to repair. The tower is defending the mangonel. The Ville's garrison. Okay, the mangonel gets repaired. No ballistics for Floop, so he can't finish off that 3 HP war wagon. OrnLu will heal. Rocket carts are still here and repaired by OrnLu. So 56 to 38 eco. OrnLu, man, he's lost a few war wagons here and there though. You could just get them healed. You know, hits the wagon.
Esto pronto.
Ao seu dispor. Sim.
The wagon, crossbows split, they shoot the rocket cart.
Estou pronto. Quais são as vossas? Ao seu dispor.
Oh, Bill dead. Bill dead. Alright, OrnLu taking the hill. Floop has lost so many mangonels this game. He's up by 20 vills, but he's down to 1 military unit. He's doing a castle. What's that gonna give him? The castle's already in between 2 TCs. It doesn't protect anything. Organ guns, are they useful against Koreans? I would think not. Floop has to stick to Expo with this eco on gold. I don't think Expo do anything against Koreans, though. Not with that many war wagons. Okay, what is Ornlu gonna do? He's gonna outpost, and then he'll see that Floop's on that gold. He sees the mining camp there already. I think Floop's dead. I think Floop's dead. I don't know. I feel like Floop needed to go for a monk defense early. But tried to go siege, and I don't think mangonels are the answer to war wagons. Ornlu's even grabbing relics. Oh man, this set is being absolutely wild. Yeah, right, because I guess towers even would have been the answer to monks, because then you have zone to control the monks. So even with monks, I think it's still a struggle against Koreans, and OrnLu finally takes his stone. Against the war wagon, I think the only unit that really works for the Portuguese would be monks. They should be lower eco than skirms too. But okay. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe there's a chance still. Floop getting some good mangonel micro. So OrnLu grabbing relics. He has 2 already. That'll be his 3rd. There's 2 more that he could grab. Vill's thinking about YOLOing down the rocket cart, but the mangonel gets killed. I was afraid they was gonna massacre the Vills. Alright, chat, so what do we see now? What do we see now from Floop? He's gone for the mangonels. They haven't worked. I don't think do organ guns work here? I don't think so. I don't think so. Now with towers. Finally, OrnLu doing some towers, some Korean Guard towers. This TC has been shredded by by war wagon bolts this whole time. Mangonel forward as the wagons turn around. So bloodlines. What does bloodlines do? Doing stables for knights. I mean, if you have an eco to produce enough knights, you might be able to fight war wagons away from the castle. And maybe under the tower if you get both of your armors. Our base doesn't like knights, he prefers woad raiders. And mangonel downhill from the wagon. Like, war wagons beat mangonels. It's basically, it's almost like Mangudai-like in different ways. It's just their tankiness really benefits them. Oh man, okay. So blacksmith now being taken down by the war wagons. So no more blacksmith for Floop. That means he won't be able to get the 2nd armor for his knights. And he'll need another blacksmith now. So knights with 1 armor I don't think will be effective. Even with 2 armor, it's hard. Well, OrnLu about ready to click imp. OrnLu about ready to click imp. Oh man, look at all these vills on the wood line in the back. OrnLu's vills are saying, we're gonna run a marathon and get in shape. They're getting ready for summer, getting ready for the beach. And he's doing a tower on the back gold, on the back wood. The organ guns are kind of useless, I think, against war wagons with how much armor they have. The 2nd blacksmith is now deleted, so the knights can get us around. But, I mean, you can't really pathfind to fight war wagons. They're so chunky. I mean, you could lose the Vil doing that tower, but that won't matter. As he clicks up through the Imperial Age. Oh, and OrnLu, somehow he's gonna win this game. This guard tower is gonna go. How does Floop not see the tower? Can he stop the tower? OrnLu, is this a doubt tower? 97%. He's right-clicking it, and the bill goes down. The tower is denied. The tower is denied. Oh, man. Monk going for a conversion on a knight. War wagons taking out the organ gun. Knight there, about to go down. How he came back after that start, I don't know. I think Floop invested too much into archers and didn't deny the stone. I mean, OrnLu's, the story of the game has been OrnLu not producing, but he hasn't needed to. Floop's getting a decent number of knights out, but the problem is knights just don't really fight war wagons. War wagons going down to knights. Forging for Floop. Ballistics for OrnLu. Over 1.1k in relic gold. I mean, he didn't have the relics for a lot, right? He just suddenly hoovered up all 5 of the relics. And he's been getting relic gold quickly the past few minutes. Yeah, for all the mangonels he could have lost, could have made a ton of knights. I mean, it's still, I think it's hard once the Koreans get to the Castle Age for pretty much any civ on this map. Because even if you're going skirms, then you're facing the rocket carts and the towers. So there's Bracer for OrnLu. He's going to finish upgrading everything. And he's also getting a Treb poppin'. So there's the GG from Floop. And OrnLu will win 3-0. Clean sweep in the play all 3. 57 to 41 KD. You can see the story of the game in the military chart. OrnLu's struggling to get castle, but didn't have his stone denied. And slowly but surely overwhelmed Floop. Floop, who had more res collected the whole game, but never could make something work. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can we see? I don't think we can see how many he created throughout the game. I don't think that's a stat. Oh, but we can see though, oh my gosh. The game has kind of glitched out, so we can see all of his mangonel shots. What we can see is all of his attempted mangonel shots. The game isn't cleaning its particles properly. So we can see every single mangonel shot from Floop. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. That is rather pretty. Oh man, that's nice. I'll need to do some art with this someday. Oh man. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me. We streamed 7 hours. Did I see the Specialist Cup brackets? I haven't, Arbase. I have too many events going on. I need to do the Brazil maps before I do other events. I also need to figure out what we're adminning when we're there. So that's Koreans over Portuguese. I'm disappointed we didn't see Persians and a douche on the map, to be honest. I really wanted to see that douche. That just would have been beautiful. Ooh, alright, so we're done here. Thank you all for watching. I'll need to go do timestamps on the YouTube video and then run to the gym. So thank you very much, and we'll raid someone. Maybe we'll raid OrnLu. I think he's streaming on both Twitch and on YouTube, so we'll just double raid him. He'll probably go offline, but whatever. He's been streaming for 7 hours too, but he can send you somewhere. Direct. OrnLu streaming. He is streaming. Boom. Alright, sending you to raid OrnLu. Oh, Archfrost is casting Bloodless in USA Cup? Okay, we can raid OrnLu on YouTube, and we'll raid Archfrost on Twitch then. Because I'm gonna guess OrnLu's going offline. So where is Archfrost? Okay, versus is a Bloodless. Oh, together with Emu. Alright, so we'll raid Archfrost. So thank you all for watching. Be back at 15 GMT tomorrow for Warlords. It is Louis ACCM followed by Viper Tato. So I will see you tomorrow.